Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on YouTube. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it? Especially if you love the movies.
There's a company called Hot Toys, and they make these insanely realistic, renderings of characters. They do them for all the Marvel characters or whatever, and they look so much like you. It's disturbing, actually. Like, scary. They look so much like you, but they're tiny. They're like 18 inches or something like that. They actually that's what's crazy about that company is they hand make the, like they carve the mold of, thank you, of the.
That's crazy.
It's wild.
Robservations with Robert Meyer Burnett.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, whatever other nicknames you want to hang on me, Robert Meyer Burnett, and it is Midnight Musings, episode number 23. I can't believe it. It's Midnight Metal, it's Midnight Musings, it's Midnight whatever, meta. This show has just undergone change. It evolves. Like we all should as human beings. It's evolving. It's constantly evolving. And you know what? If we're going to evolve, whatever you want to do. If you're going to be involved and evolve with other people, you want to do it with people you love and respect. And that's why I love to stream with these cool cats right here. You know her, you love her. I got and the 1/6 scale man himself, Lael Rockwell. The two of you, I mean, come on. This is the coolest assembly. We're the triptych. A triptych of something. It's somebody. I leave it to the chat. I leave it to the you folks watching now. We're the triptych of what? We need a nickname for the three of us. Something that encompasses the coolness that is us. I was just listening to a vintage interview of Isaac Hayes on Terry Gross as I was driving back here right before the show, and I was listening to Isaac Hayes talking about working for Stax Records and how he came up with the wah, wah, wah for this theme from Shaft. And I was thinking, I don't know if there's a cooler human being who ever lived than Isaac Hayes. Because, not only did he win an Academy Award for the theme from Shaft, but he was the Duke of New York in Escape from New York. He was on South Park.
He was the Duke.
And his, that guy's voice.
Yeah.
That guy's voice. I mean, and just listening to him talk, and from his humble beginnings, I'm thinking, could I ever be that cool? And the answer to that question is no.
Oh,
no, it's not.
Man.
No, I could never. You know what, Lael? I could try. I could try, but I am not that cool. I mean that is that guy. First of all, also, Lael, you rock a beard. You're and I try and rock a beard, but you rock a tremendous beard.
Man,
but Isaac Hayes, dude,
work. Isaac Hayes was born. He was born with a beard.
I mean, I'll tell you, but your beard's pretty spectacular.
Yeah, it took me a long time.
Now, do you actually frost those tips, or does that just happen naturally?
No, it happens naturally, bro.
Is that because you're so in love with a cocoa tulip? It just your beard.
Possibly.
Is that what it is?
That could definitely be a possibility. But I wanted to go completely gray, bro. It's just taking so much time. It just doesn't go the whole way through gray. So I don't know what's going on.
Well, you're too happy.
I know, man.
You're too happy between the greatest action figure that ever lived, LaToya T, and of course your action figures. I mean, dude, you've got the geek citadel in the basement of your pad. Come on.
Oh yeah, dude, bro.
and it just keeps
It
getting.
doesn't get better than this, bro.
It doesn't get better than that. And you've got a beautiful family. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
You've got mini-me action figures.
Mini-me. Is here? Because I can't see her.
You can't see her. She's right there.
No.
I can't see him
see
either.
or hear her.
Wait, you guys.
And I can't hear.
It says
him
connection
either.
problems, but I can't see or hear her.
But you can.
You know, this is what I'm going to do.
I can see both of you. You guys are live. Oh, you know what? Hang on a second. Hold on. Hang on. How about this? Let me see. Hold on. It might skip a little bit. How about now?
Yeah.
I see her now.
Can you see?
I see her, but I can't hear her.
I can see him, but I can't hear him.
Can you hear her?
I can hear her. I can hear both of you.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to come out, and then I'm going to come back in, because this happens often. So
okay,
I'm come right out.
Why don't you come out and come back in? That's what she said.
Okay.
Just kidding.
All right, I'm going to do the same.
All right.
Go out, come back.
I'm going to wait. I'm just going to let him. So everyone, how are you? How is your Friday going? I just want to, you know what? I'm going to flex. I'm just saying, I'm seeing John Williams at the Hollywood Bowl on Sunday. John Campy is there right now. Going to be very excited to see that. Can't wait. It's going to be fun. Well, Lael is back. Let's see. Now, Lael, can you hear me? I can hear you. You sound great. Now, let me ask you this. Can you still hear me now? Okay, you hear me now. Can you hear me now? Hang on a second. You know what? I'm gonna disconnect and reconnect. Hang on, just so maybe. Hang on, bring you back in. Reconnect to previous session. Okay, you're back. And let me bring in and see if we can hear her. Can you hear? Hello? Say something. No, she was. Now hang on. Let me put her in. Let me put her in, coach, and see if I can get you guys back. That's, it's really weird. There was some weird glitch. It was a glitch. It was a technical malfunction. If you're a fan of the movie The Right Stuff. Which I am, because it's one of my favorite movies of all time. Wait, hang on, but you guys, I love the smooth seduction of Lael Rockwell. Hold on, let me get now. Everybody talk so you can hear people.
I hear you. You hear me? Everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. We good. We're all good. We're definitely
How are you
good.
tonight, Lael?
I'm doing pretty good, man. I was telling Rob, I was watching, like, right before I got on here, I was watching Rings of Power, because we had went out to dinner. I took Toya out to dinner because, like I said, she started her new gig teaching this week at a different location. So I was like, you know what, let me take her out to eat. She had a really not rough week, but just kind of getting acclimated and reacclimated into that system. So I was like, let me just take her out to dinner, and then we were going to go for a walk downtown, like amongst the river tonight. Like
you hopeless romantic.
Yeah, I was going to do that, but we were sitting in the car when we parked, and I was talking to my daughter for a second, and she was like, we thought about it. I was like, wait a minute. I said Rings of Power, and I actually bought. Because I couldn't wait to rent it, so I bought the digital copy of Top Gun Maverick. So she was like, why don't we just go home? I was like, all right, let's go home then. So we just came back here and started watching Rings of Power, which she fell asleep. So I was watching it by myself, but I was like, okay, I wanted to watch just enough before I came on the show. So.
Well, that's good. That's good. We got a super chat. The Robo Producer says, "Happy midnight musings to you, beautiful three."
How you doing? How are you?
The Robo Producer goes on to say, "Rob, I love the Rings of Power. So excited. Question: Meteor Man is Gandalf, and it's revealed next season. Hot toy of Galadriel. I need it. I don't have one yet. Well, Hot Toys doesn't have the rights to Galadriel. Maybe they'll make an in-arts figure. Look, I want a Kate Blanchett Galadriel. Morven, whatever her name is. She's. I want.
I definitely.
And Hot Toys. They don't have They never got the Lord of the Rings license. The Lord of the Rings license was never. Erasmus Toys was doing it. Sideshow has done it. A couple of people have done it, but we'll see. We'll see. But I can't wait to get. I can't wait to get. I have to redress. I've been redressing my Gandalf.
Look at that.
I know I got my Gandalf. I got to tell you, in this move, some things happened. Like my couple of Hot Toys figures inexplicably, even in boxes, broke.
Oh,
One of my Guardians of the Galaxy, my Michael Rooker.
oh wow.
He was in great shape. His leg broke. His leg joint just broke.
It just
So I
snapped.
so I bought a Fison body, and I'm gonna redress him. so, but yeah, it's whatever. I mean, people. These are the problems that we have when we're action figure collectors. But
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to a move, man. I'm definitely not looking forward to
you can
moving
never
like that.
move,
I know, man.
dude. When you
It's-
move, angels will cry. I mean, there's going to be a place in heaven. Like I can imagine when if you have to move, I can see an angel going to God, going, Almighty Lael Rockwell, have you looked down at his basement?
yeah, no.
Like we got to send him some singing or some telegrams, or can we get him? Somebody's got to pass around a little bowl in church because he needs some help. But the thing
Yeah.
is, you know what the problem with someone like you and I are? Elizabeth's like, well, I'll help you move. And you're like, baby, no. No, I don't want anyone touching anything.
I
Nothing.
don't want anybody
nothing,
to touch it. I'll deal with it myself. Or you can help me after I've moved the important things outside of the room. Then you can help me with everything else. But
Yes.
for right now, just let me do this on my own because I have to strategically place things in the right space so I know exactly where to find them. So no, don't touch it.
This is an interesting statistic, if true. So, Drew, I'm just going to take your word. Drew Ryan says that Google Trends show in the past 24 hours, people worldwide have searched House of the Dragon 35% more than Rings of Power on Rings of Power's launch day. Now, we haven't talked about either one of these shows. So
Yeah.
I'm going to ask, first of all, I'm going to ask you, you got some sweaty sex in House of the Dragon. I know how much you love the filthy. I ask you first, what did you think of House of the Dragon?
Well, of course, I did watch the first episode and subsequently the second episode, which also came out since the last time we all got together. And I have to say that I am enamored with the production quality of House of the Dragon. I feel that from the costumes to the sets, just the overall presentation of the show is maybe some of the best costumes and design I've ever seen in my life.
I interviewed the costume designer last night at midnight for Designing Hollywood, and she was what a kick in the pants she was. She did 6 Harry Potter movies. She did Skyfall. She did. I mean, she was amazing, and she's very, very French, and she was very funny. But yeah, she's an incredible design. But I have to say, I mean, I explained to somebody. I said, if Game of Thrones is Rocky, House of the Dragon is Rocky 3. Because it's wildly entertaining. It moves at a breakneck pace. The actors are really great. It is not a slow burn, and I love how it's a little bit more contained. Like it isn't the sprawling saga that Game of Thrones is, and there isn't the apocalyptic notion of the White Walkers or whatever. Winter is coming. Winter's far away. And as somebody said, I think last night when I was interviewing the costume designer, she goes, I was told by the showrunners. I mean, it's spring. It's spring in Westeros. It's not winter. Winter is not coming. It's the spring, and that's defined. And I mean, all the characters. Lael, have you watched House of the Dragon?
Yes, I did.
And what'd you think?
Episode. I love it.
It's
I
so
love
good,
it, bro. I love it. I love and the casting was perfect. Like just the casting all around was perfect. So yeah, I love it, bro. I love everything about it.
Something I just want to add in regards to those costumes, those are handmade, designed, individually designed costumes, meaning that it wasn't sort of pulled off the peg. They didn't, order, bodysuits from one group and then they're all assembled. These are specifically made for each actor, and they're incredibly detailed. The colors, the material choices, even other types of products that would go along with the costume. Like, I guess you'd have someone who does the armor separate and then the weapons specialist, but all of these incredibly intricate and detailed elements that make it believable, because they are supposed to be a prequel or a precursor to Game of Thrones, was, I honestly felt that they took as much care in just thinking about what needed to be present, and that was maybe 95% of the presentation of the show. And I think that that's one of the greatest contributors to the success of a show, especially when we're going to be talking about another show where I feel that they fell a little short.
Well, Janie, the costume designer, said there's 150 people in the costume department, and she said there are 25 people that are making the armor. And
Yes,
she was
I
saying,
watched the credits.
for the Targaryens, everything has the scales in it. I put scales in everything, the dragon riders. And here's a funny thing. I wanted to do a Robservations on this all week. By the way, I keep saying I'm going to bring Robservations back, but I'm going to do it on a regular basis. But I wanted to do a whole thing about what makes a successful franchise property. And, I've been banging on because I've told people that, yes, I've seen, I hate modern Star Trek, and I love Picard Season 3, that I was afforded an opportunity to see twice all the way through, all 10 episodes of Picard Season 3. And it got me thinking, why did I hate Picard Seasons 1 and 2 so much and love Picard Season 3? And why do I love House of the Dragon so much? Well, what's so interesting about House of the Dragon, now, what people might not know, this is the second sequel or prequel to Game of Thrones that they made. The first one starred Naomi Watts, and people would say, Rob, what are you talking about? They spent a lot of money on a pilot for a second Game of Thrones series that starred Naomi Watts, that they shot it, finished it, they scrapped that pilot. They thought it was bad.
Wow.
And they scrapped it. They killed it the same way that Warner Brothers killed Batgirl. And because it wasn't good. And House of the Dragon is, of course, based on Blood and Fire, which is more like the Silmarillion, of the Game of Thrones world, the same way the Silmarillion delves into the history of Westeros, and this is called the Dance of the Dragons, the Targaryen Civil War. And what I love about this show is, even though it's a prequel, it feels like it belongs. I mean, a lot of people said, why are they using the... I mean, I love the fact that they're using the Game of Thrones theme, because that is the overall theme of Westeros.
Tissue.
Yeah, it's connective tissue. And that opening, they don't show you the different locations from Westeros or all around Westeros, like in the opening of Game of Thrones. They're showing you that model of old Valyria, and the blood flowing through the streets. And when you see that King Viserys is making that model of old Valyria, it all works really well together. And I think that, because we know what Game of Thrones is all about, we expect all the backstabbing and we expect all the court intrigue. But even in the quiet moments, when you have two girls talking with each other in a citadel, it might not be action-packed, but it's incredible. I mean, they really know, and they've really thought out, and George R.R. Martin is a co-creator of this show. He was not a co-creator of Game of Thrones. He was, of course, it was based on his work, but he wasn't a co-creator. And George R.R. Martin has a long history in television. He worked in the mid-'80s revival of The Twilight Zone. He also created a TV series that starred Linda Hamilton called Beauty and the Beast, that was in the late 80s with Ron Perlman as the Beast. Remember that? I mean, that was a big phenomenon.
To come on CBS every Friday night.
Yep. And people love that show. So to have George R.R. Martin come in and do this show, I mean, House of the Dragon is... I find it to be wildly entertaining. The characters are great. The actors are great. Like you said, the costumes, the production design. And they know how to they're using the volume technology that The Mandalorian uses. That face-off on the bridge at Dragonstone in the last episode, they used the volume technology where they have the LCD or LED screens, but they used it really well. They understand where they have people planted in one place, and they have wide master shots of Dragonstone. You have the dragons flying around, and only for the close-ups with people talking, it's beautifully directed. They really understand how to make that show, and it's just incredible.
Yeah, it certainly does feel like you're in the area or the world, if you will, of Game of Thrones. It feels like that world. There's no doubt about that. And it's recognizable. It has the same feeling to it. And the actors that they chose for this particular prequel are not unknown actors. Some of the best actors out there who are playing these roles, in particular, who plays the prince. I'm a fan of his. I can't remember his name just now, but he plays that role so splendidly.
You mean
I hope
Matt
he
Smith?
just,
Matt Smith.
yes, I hope he
Yeah.
goes
The
crazy in
11th
this.
Doctor?
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. I hope he goes crazy in this and we see all sorts of unusual things. I think we're in for a treat. I can say that I would like to see, and it's going to sound odd, but a little bit more fighting, like combat style stuff. But a lot of it has been thwarted because of these dragons and, her control over the dragon, for example, when she appears in one of the episodes and kind of, ameliorates the situation with her uncle to stop things from getting out of control. But I think the three of us all know that things are going to spiral in its own crazy way for this series.
Well, what's really interesting is the Targaryen Civil War takes place between Rhaenyra and Aegon the Fourth, who gets born this week. So it's her half brother, her best friend's son, and her half brother. They're the ones that are fighting the Targaryens. I think everyone thinks that Daemon Targaryen's gonna. That's not that's not what happens, and it's going to be really interesting to see how it all goes down. And I can't wait because it's the actors are just the cast is so great.
Yeah, I love Millie Alcock as I love her version of it. It's sad to see that eventually like she has to grow up, become the adult Rhaenyra.
Yeah, I think that happens in the this week's episode.
Yeah, she is so great as the character. I was like, I want to see more of her. I'm so happy to see Graham. Come on, man. If you don't, Graham McTavish, bro, is incredible, man. Like he's incredible in everything that he's in. And to see him in this show, I'm like, yo, I'm all in. He's incredible.
Well, Rhys Ifans, who plays Otto Hightower, he's amazing.
Yeah. Yes.
And
Reese.
Corlys, he's great too. I mean, I love that actor.
Steve Townsend. Now, the thing is, I was so glad to hear him. When I saw that post that he put up, this week, because again,
I love that post.
Yeah, that post is incredible, and he's an incredible character and well deserving in this particular show. But everyone was talking about the simple fact that there's always this pushback on inclusion that's incredible. It's sad to me, you know what I mean? But his post was incredible. He just put that all to shame. So I love that, man. But
What's really interesting about that is like, first of all, he just looks badass. Like he looks. I mean, he's got a great face, and even though like it's funny because everyone's wearing the Targaryen wigs or whatever, and he's got high Valyrian blood in him and all that, and I think it's such a weird. Like it's really interesting because I think Rings of Power and Game of Thrones, you can compare and contrast the shows. And in Rings of Power, and to me, in House of the Dragon, everything works. Like I don't look at him and think, oh, they're just doing that for inclusion's sake. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a sea captain.
It works.
It works, and he looks like a pirate. He looks like, because they're one of the most powerful families that Westeros has ever seen, and the idea of and it's just weird in the Game of Thrones universe. It's fine because we don't know what that's supposed to be. Whereas in Rings of Power, I think it's a little different because with Tolkien, we know it's a myth about England. It's a myth about the United Kingdom. But yeah, it's so weird that people talk about that stuff. But that's. I mean, I said this. I said, "Is this all about Tolkienism?" But I think that I think that his appearance is so striking. I can't wait to see him on a ship, with the
Yes.
wind blowing his hair. Like maybe we're gonna get that when they go after the crab feeders, and the stepping stones this week, and it works, and in the Game of Thrones universe, there's all kinds of stuff happening, and I like the fact that we've got our first major intermarriage, if you want to call it what you will, the queen who never was, and how she's always been passed over, and he's scheming. I think with the House of Dragon universe, it all works.
Yeah.
It all works really, really well. Even though I have to say, Corlys has kind of turned out to be a dick. He's going to sell the king out. I understand it. He was passed over. I get it. He's going to team up with Daemon. You've been passed over. I've been passed over. Let's make an alliance. But that's the Thrones. Everyone's playing the Game of Thrones.
Everybody's playing the game. Yeah.
Love it. Don't hate the player. Hate the game.
Hate the game, straight up. But the thing is, it's like I think about it. I'm like, damn. From what I'm seeing so far, do I even want to sit on that damn throne? Like straight up.
Well, they literally have
super dangerous.
I mean, every time Viserys, he pricks his finger, and then suddenly a staph infection comes, and he has to put his. By the way, I love that he sticks his hand in the maggots, and he's just like, do. It feels pretty good.
Yeah, like it's nothing. Like it's nothing.
I mean, he's not going to end well.
No.
Well, someone told me the reason why he has that infection is because of the fact that he's on the throne, and the throne is supporting him versus being on the throne and being a leader or something to that regard. So there is some sort of basis as to his level of confidence or the manner upon how he's ruling while he's on the throne as to why he has that injury.
Well, I love the fact that the throne itself is dangerous. Like, if you get it's like if you get stuck with barbed wire that's rusty or something, you need a shot, a rabies shot or whatever. And whenever he pricks, the throne itself is literally killing him.
Yeah, it is.
It's literally killing him. And I love that idea. I mean, I don't know why anyone would want to be the king or queen of Westeros, because what a terrible place to sit.
Literally.
Yes.
Yeah.
But now I have a question for both of you. So we have had 8 seasons of Game of Thrones, and I'm in the camp that I really was disappointed by the 8th season, because it seemed to me like this idea that some people are like, well, Daenerys was supposed to go crazy because her father did, and I'm like, that doesn't make any sense to me. That the lineage there just her whole thing was she was balancing learning how to be a great leader or being a tyrant.
Yeah.
And she was running, and I wanted to see ultimately the confrontation between her and Cersei.
Yeah.
And we got none of that, and she just went crazy and burned up the entire capital that she'd spent the entire series trying to get to. That seemed lazy and stupid to me.
Yeah.
And I think that's what made the 8th season, for the people that felt this way, it was unsatisfying, because the storytelling had been so rich up until that point, and everything you thought was ever going to happen was always subverted. Your expectations were always, whether it was the Red Wedding and her just going crazy, just like her father, and burning up everyone. I'm like, well, that's so stupid and easy and obvious, and all of the nuance, and then Jaime Lannister and Cersei, a building fell on their head. Part of the Red Keep fell down, and I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, you had all this.
It doesn't. Here's the thing: the season 8 started out good, though. It started out in the very beginning. It started out good.
The first 2 episodes were great when they were all sitting around the fire and they knighted Brienne of Tarth and all that.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
It was incredible. Like the first up and basically up into the battle, everything was on point. But then after that, it was just like, okay, that's when you can sort of see signs of it getting lazy. And, people were like, well, you can see, her demise, even through conversations in season 7, how she was just so, really, really, she was more so the lust for power is what drove her, and how she just was so wanting everybody to bend the knee all the time, bend the knee. Like, I mean, you have to bend the knee, like, and even like when the revelation of Jon Snow, even when that came out, like how she was so fixated on him not saying anything at all, so she can become the ruler and to sit on the Iron Throne. It was like you can see those things, but it was just a transition at the end of season 8 that just it was all of a sudden transition without a level of explanation that was needed. You know what I mean? It was just really weird.
No, I completely agree. And they basically just turned her into a psycho bitch. And I thought what was really interesting was, she had all this ambition and she had really earned her way to the throne. Yeah. The way that she ruled, the way she liberated people, and it was a journey for her. Sometimes she did some horrible shit. And I kind of thought that what would end up happening was that her and Jon Snow would co-rule. Like there would be something that they and Westeros would evolve. Like that would be the thing. Like he would have bent the knee, she would have been queen, and she would have said, "You know what? No. What if we both rule?"
Yeah.
I thought that was, and this is just my expectation, because she had learned through everyone's counsel. She had maneuvered. By all rights, she should have been murdered or killed or whatever. And by turning her into a psycho crazy person that Jon Snow killed, I was like, wow, that's so not what we'd been watching for the last 8 years. And that's what really bothered me. I'm like, wow, you guys really just took the easy way out, the spectacle. Let's just, she's just going to kill everybody. But why would she do that? Like, I kept asking myself, we never saw the fact that because her Missandei was killed, so I'm going to go crazy or whatever. It didn't make any sense, and it wasn't worthy of the show, I thought. Because I think people wanted more.
There. Yeah.
But now House of the Dragon is living up to, so far, I mean, obviously it's been 2 episodes, we don't know. But it seems to me that they're really doing, sorry, the dogs are barking, or Tallulah's barking. It seems to be going in a really interesting direction. And again, it's intriguing. It's smart. We already know what Game of Thrones is, so we get it already. But the relationships are what I love is I really like all of the relationships that all the characters have. And you kind of like everybody. Even Daemon, who's kind of a dick. I mean, when he's castrating people and leaving their balls on a table or whatever, it's terrible. But you still...
But you can see, though, like with Daemon, like you can actually see, regardless of the confusion, you can still see his love for Rhaenyra. Like
he's a family man.
Yeah, he does. He really loves her, regardless of how it looks, and even regardless of the simple fact that now it seems like in his eyes she could become, that of an enemy. Still, like, he wouldn't have subsided and let that egg go for anybody else but her.
You saw what I loved is they set up when he brought her the necklace, in the first episode. Yep. And I even love when Viserys, when they're dissing on Daemon, Viserys says, "Listen, I can talk shit about my brother, but you cannot.
You can't.
I am the king." And what's interesting is because the rift that happens, everyone thinks like Daemon's going to be the bad guy. He's not the bad guy. We haven't met the bad guy yet. In fact, the bad guy hasn't. No, I shouldn't say bad guy. The opposing side has yet to even be born. And the fact that that person is the son of Rhaenyra's father and her best friend, that ups those stakes.
Yeah. That's when it gets kind of crazy.
That's
when this whole thing is going crazy, bro. It's going to get nutty.
Alex, there's a few things. Alex Detman says, "Rob, I can't tell you how awesome it was to shoot the shit with you last week. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of your awesome staff, and and Lael, much love." So last week I just had people come on. I just had randos, and it was fun. I thought it was a really good show. I thought we had a great show. I love doing that. I hadn't done that a lot. But so thank you, Alex. It was a lot of fun having you on the show. And Michael Preston says, "Wouldn't House of the Dragon be Rocky Balboa? A clear return to the universe almost as good as the original? But Rings of Power, I'm a little less excited, which we're going to get to." I mean, that's interesting. Rocky Balboa is a terrific movie. And after Rocky V, it was a great return to form for the Rocky franchise.
Yeah.
But, I think what's interesting is, what did they do? They went back to, I mean, Blood and Fire is more of history more like the Silmarillion in a way, but it is something George R. R. Martin wrote.
Yeah.
So we're going back to his words, and he's a co-creator of the show. And I think House of the Dragon feels more Game of Thrones than season 7 and 8 of the original Game of Thrones felt like.
Yeah.
A lot of people are saying that they feel that House of the Dragon is going to redeem the last season or so, where Game of Thrones has kind of disappointed people. And I don't know whether it's possible to do that. I think that, you know, just go into House of the Dragon with a clear mind and enjoy it for what it is.
Yeah, I mean, yes. Look, by the way, somebody's complaining about spoilers. Here's the funny thing to me about these things are based on books that already exist. And I mean, I can't, I understand people don't know what's up, but if it's, I get it. I mean, it's a weird thing because when it comes to spoilers or talking about spoilers or whatever, I don't consider it's hard. I mean, it's hard. If this were an original TV show, I'd say, yeah, but this stuff has been out. It's out in the world and you can find it if you want.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to spoil it for anybody. I mean, I'm just talking about you're going to see it in a couple of days or whatever, but you know, it's tough. We'll see. But sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
It's okay.
By the way, Bright Mutant sends in a super chat and says, I wish Nerdrotic would stop taking shots at John Campea. He used a clip on Friday Night Tights tonight to make fun of John Campea and even had John saying my name. You're friends with both, which makes it extra uncool of Nerdrotic. Well, here's the thing. Here's my thoughts on that, because people always ask me that, and people complain that I stream with Gary and I love Az. I like Gary and I like Az. We all exist in this YouTube space. And my feeling is this. If you go on YouTube and you talk mad shit or you have a show, you are open, you are game for people that want to take shots at you. Always. And if you're going to say something, I mean, you know, John and I, we say things that might be unpopular with other people. I look at it this way. We're all adults. And if you're going to go out on a public forum and you're going to speak your mind, people are going to either take shots at you. You have to. It comes with the territory. Yeah, and I am. I mean, I've made movies. I put them out into the public. If you look at my own movie, Free Enterprise, that I wrote and directed, that is literally I'm a main character in it. People have said it's one of the worst movies they've ever seen, or they love it. And, you know, if you're going to go out on YouTube, you got to have a thick skin. Yeah. And I really respect people that I agree with, people that I don't agree with. But I will say this. And people are always asking me, they're always going, Rob, you know, why are you friends with people that are political? Here's the thing. We are all of us, fans. We are fans of science fiction, fantasy, and horror. We are all imagination connoisseurs. And we might be on different sides of the political divide, which is fine. I believe that we can speak to everybody. I believe that even though we might be politically very different, we can all agree we love Alien. We love Star Wars. We love Raiders of the Lost Ark. You know, we love take your even fringe stuff. We are all imagination connoisseurs. And the apex of where we meet is our love of these franchise properties. Star Trek, Star Wars, Lord of the Rings. Despite our political divides, we can love these things. And what we are looking for, all of us, is a purity of storytelling. And what has happened, and I understand this utterly, I do. And do I like the way that certain things have been weaponized and perverted and people are being excluded? No, I don't. But at the end of the day, I believe that what we are all looking for is a purity of intent. And we live in a world where our favorite franchise properties, when George Lucas made Star Wars, he didn't know it was going to be Star Wars. I mean, the guy thought it was going to fail, so he went with Steven Spielberg to Hawaii to hang out. You know, they didn't know what was going to happen. And now our the things that we grew up with, these franchises that we love, are owned by corporations. And it used to be that a creator like George Lucas would go to a corporation like 20th Century Fox and say, "Please, sir, may I have the budget to make the movie I want to make?" Now it's completely opposite. The corporations own these things, and they're looking for people to make movies. And corporations don't understand storytelling. So our world has been flipped upside down. That all of the things that we love have been completely corporatized, and they're completely the purity of the storytelling. I mean, there was always money involved, but a corporation, it has been completely flipped and perverted. All of us just want the same thing: great storytelling. We're all very different people. So I don't. If I'm gonna talk mad shit on YouTube, people are gonna take shots at me. Even people I like. So I look at it that way.
It's the truth.
Yeah,
You know
and and another thing to consider is that, you know, we're all different people. We are all goof people, but we are also all different people with different opinions. And I just, you know, we're not going to find another person who's going to share every single equal opinion that we have. That's an unrealistic expectation. So, you know, I'm expecting to come on here and expecting to hear, Lael, different views from you, Robert, different views from you, and different views from people in the chat, because I want to hear what you guys have to say, but also maybe I'll learn a thing or two. You know, it makes it interesting. We certainly respect each other enough to know that we are going to hear different things, and we're fine with it. And we still want to be friends with one another. I think that that's so important. Even if we hear something different or opposing, we're still going to talk to one another afterwards.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people don't understand. The very first time I was ever on YouTube was in April of 2015, and I streamed with John Campea and John Schnepp. And over the 7 years that I have come to know John Campea, I admire John. John Campea started he started doing this. He left a job. He worked at a law firm. It wasn't his passion. He started a movie blog in Canada, and he's built something over the last almost 20 years. You know, he's written a novel. He's made a feature film. He made a documentary that I help with. I mean, John's the kind of guy that he makes shit happen. And he's been a great boss. And he's somebody, of all the people that I've met in Hollywood, if John has a problem with me, he will just call me up and say, "I need to talk to you right now." Not over the phone, not over Zoom. He wants to meet me face to face. And he will say, "Listen, I have this problem. This is my problem. I want you to help me fix it." And the guy's a straight shooter, man. And there have been very few people in the entertainment business that I have met, people that I have worked with, who have treated me as well as John Campea has. And you know, I wish people would understand that more. And he put together a great team of people. And I have to tell you, I am afforded the opportunity to be on his show, and it's a great honor. And I'm having so much fun working with the team of people that he handpicked. Handpicked us. And I have the utmost respect for John. So what can I say? And he's at John Williams right now. He's also the biggest geek in the world, even though he pretends he's not as geeky as I am. He is. He's with his wife. He probably has much better seats than I'm going to have on Sunday. But heck yeah, man. I wonder what John Williams is conducting right now, right at this moment.
He's probably going through a whole list of his
40th
most
anniversary of
greatest hits.
E.T. I expect to hear some E.T. themes.
Yeah, you're gonna hear Raiders, E.T., Star Wars. You know, probably Jaws. Probably the original Superman. You're gonna hear everything.
By the way, now since you brought it up, Lael, Jaws is back in movie theaters this weekend.
Yes, it is. Yeah, yes, it
Are
is.
you guys going to go see it in IMAX or 3D or anything like that?
I'm boycotting IMAX right now because we didn't get, in this particular area, I didn't get a chance to go back and watch Rogue One because we didn't have it in the area. Like, they didn't bring it. They didn't bring any. They didn't bring it to this area. Like, nowhere. I checked. You know, Lancaster, which is one of the closest or biggest IMAX theaters, York, all those locations, and none of them actually got Rogue One. I was so pissed. I was heartbroken.
Dude, we got Rogue One.
Yeah, I know.
Come on.
Everybody.
By the way, that movie, love that movie. It's good. I enjoy it. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Not that's bad. By the way, Mario Lopez, all the way from Portugal, says he's been a member of the channel for 18 months. He's an imagination connoisseur. Now, Mario, you're here. I gotta say, how's your mom? Please say hello to her for me. One day I'm going to get to Portugal. I'm going to come hang out with you guys. I've always wanted to go to Portugal. And my friend Mark Altman, who I made Free Enterprise with, his movie, his documentary that I'm in, 1982, The Greatest Geek Year Ever, got into the Sitges Film Festival in Sitges, Spain. So congratulations there. I'd love to come and go hang out in Portugal with you because I've never been there. Joey Johnson says to us, y'all have helped me after a bad breakup in February. We were together for 12 years, so it wasn't easy. Yes, it was his fault. Anyway, don't change Rob, and Lael. Just keep being you.
Aww.
Oh, thanks a lot, bro. Appreciate that, man. And things will get better. Things will definitely get better.
Okay, let me ask you this, since he brought it up.
Shuts, another one opens.
I agree. What's the worst breakup you ever had?
Oh man, probably with my first boyfriend. He was a good guy, and I'm just gonna leave it at that.
All right.
He was a good guy. I wasn't really ready for what he wanted, and but he was a good guy. I'm still friends with him. So
okay, well, that's good.
Yes.
Lael, worst breakup.
So here's the story behind it. Really quick, I'll sum it up really quick. So it was an on-again, off-again relationship with a female I won't name because I don't think she's that important anymore. But
good for you, by the way.
Yeah, definitely not important. But mind you, this happened right around Celebration in Orlando.
What?
Or right after that. So basically, I went to Orlando. We were supposed to go together, but we had a bad breakup before that. So I just said, you know what, whatever. I just went with a friend of mine, me and him. We actually went, had a good time, came back. Now, mind you, the entire time I was there, she was trying to FaceTime me, wanted to make sure I wasn't there with someone else. I'm like, you know what, I'm not gonna play that game, so I'm not answering. Anyway, I came back. We managed to kind of. All right, so we came back and we tried to fix things. Took her on a trip to Miami. Everything was cool. We were there. It was like for my friend's anniversary. So we went to Miami. We were out there for a little bit. I had this premonition. I was like, what am I doing? Like, I'm actually literally with someone who it's not going to work. So when we were leaving, we were on our way back to at the time, New York. We were on our way back, and I'm sitting in the airport and I'm just laughing. I just started laughing out of nowhere. It was funny. And she asked me why I was laughing. I was like, because it's done. It's over. This is it. Like, once we get back, we're going to go our separate ways, and I never want to see you again. And that's what happened. You know what I mean? Once we got back, it was just completely over because it was such a terrible relationship. But the thing is, it was perfect, and I'm glad it happened that way, because if it didn't, I wouldn't have met Toya.
Okay, now I'm gonna. You went from that to, one of the most romantic relationships on social media. Yeah. So you found LaToya T, who's, she's a goddess. Let's just not beat around the bush. Yeah. She's like a goddess. Man. How did you meet her?
So okay,
did you have to go to heaven and coerce her to come back down to earth, LaToya? Come back down to earth. Grace us mortals with your presence. What'd you have to do?
Basically, an artist I was working with, her name is Kia Wilson. So I was working with her, and she's a designer as well, but she also put on a fashion show. So at one point I saw this model, who was LaToya at the time, but I was like, yo, she's freaking amazing. Not knowing that me and her were friends on Facebook. So I don't even know how we became friends. I can't even answer that. But anyway, I would actually stalk her, like all her pictures and stuff like that. And then she responded. And then a friend of a friend basically hooked us up and got us, at dinner. But we were supposed to meet at this brunch, but I couldn't, because on the day I was supposed to meet at a brunch, I had to go to Shippensburg to see my daughter. It was one of her first games. She was a cheerleader, so it was one of her first games there. So I was like, I got to go, down there with her. So went down there and I invited her, but it was kind of awkward, so we didn't do it. But we ended up actually meeting again the following week. We met at a winery. I took her out to a winery. We had wine. We sat out there and talked for hours, like just hours and hours. And today they shut the place down and told us to stay because they said we were having an interesting conversation. So we stayed while they were shutting everything down.
Yeah,
but it was an amazing evening, man, and the rest was history. So we started like basically through a friend of a friend, and I was stalking her on Facebook. That's what we do. We stalk each other on. Everybody stalks.
Yeah, it's a
people
modern
on
age.
social media.
It's good.
It's a modern thing.
So how long have the two of you guys been together?
It happens to all the time.
Yeah.
We've been together now for, and it does. Don't even act like it does. We've been. Yeah, it does. Anyway, we've been together now for like 4 years.
Wow, congratulations.
Yeah.
Of course, some people are sitting there going, "Oh, great, Lael got a model. Great." But that's how smooth. That's how. I mean, it's like people are like going, "Wait a minute. He's got an entire basement full of Star Wars hot toys, and he still snagged himself a hot model that looks like an angel from heaven."
Sure, damn.
That doesn't. How does that compute? Yeah, but you're pretty handsome, dude. So I get it. I understand. Works.
She loves the old man, so hell yeah, it works.
Yeah, the first thing I look at you and think, old man, give me a break. You have a childlike sense of wonder, and you probably, what's funny? I bet whenever you look at her, you look at her with a childlike sense of wonder.
Yeah, I do.
I bet she instills wonder in you.
We look at each other the same way, and that's the thing. It was funny because when she found out this is what I do and I collect and stuff like that, and I'm into Star Wars, she was like, finally, I met somebody I can watch it with because I've been wanting to watch it for so many years. I was like, you know what? I love you.
I love that. That is fantastic.
Yeah.
All right. So, okay. Now we've gone through the romantic phase and we talked about House of the Dragon. Now, now for Wrath, now for Ruin and a Red Dawn. Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power. Now I have to start out by saying the creation of this show is the most craven, corporate, horrible reason to make a show to tell a story ever. In the sense, okay, Jeff Bezos and Amazon, they want to do this whatever it is, but it was completely born out of, I don't know what it was born out of. Jeff Bezos likes Lord of the Rings. So he's going to spend an ungodly sum of money on the rights to make, but he doesn't even get the rights to the Silmarillion. So he can't delve into, well, we're going to make a story about the Second Age. So by definition, they're going to make a bunch of shit up. So that's how this show started, and nothing about this show. It wasn't like the thing about Lord of the Rings. And we've been talking about this a lot on the John Campea show. The Lord of the Rings movies, there are a lot of wholesale changes to the narrative that they made. Like making Arwen a much bigger character. I mean, that moment in the river where she saves Frodo from the riders, that was Glorfindel in the books. It wasn't even Arwen. Right. So Peter Jackson made many wholesale changes, timeline changes. Where's Tom Bombadil? All that. However, the spirit of Tolkien was there. And as I was saying to somebody, I've been thinking about this a lot. After you watch Galadriel and the whole, I mean, so for people who don't know, the Fellowship of the Ring begins with the end of the Rings of Power. It begins with the First War of the Ring, at the end of the Second Age to the beginning of the Third Age, and Galadriel narrates that. Cate Blanchett narrates that. And then what's really interesting is when you watch how Fellowship starts, we see Frodo in a glade, with he's reading a book against a tree, and we see Gandalf come in. And the first thing that he said, the opening scene is Frodo comes out and goes, "You're late." And Gandalf was like, "A wizard is never late, Frodo Baggins. He arrives precisely when he means to." And when I look at this I'm like, we immediately like these people. You're not listening to like in Star Wars, Luke's a farmer, Han's a truck driver, and Ben Kenobi is a veteran of foreign wars. He's like a grizzled vet. So it's like dudes who live in any town, anywhere, are the heroes of Star Wars. They're completely relatable. And so when Gandalf and Frodo roll in on his cart into the Shire, and you see the great establishing shot when the camera pans up and Gandalf's horse and cart go over the bridge into the Shire, or into Hobbiton or whatever. It is showing you right there, this is the way of life that we are going to preserve.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what Tolkien wanted. He was afraid of industrialization and what he saw in World War I. When you see Hobbiton in all of its glory, that's what we're here to protect. You know, and you get it. You understand. And the way we get into the story is through these two dudes. You know, you have Frodo and then Gandalf, and then you meet Bilbo. You know, I don't know half of you half as well as I would have liked. It's my 11th birthday, whatever. And you relate to all these people, and Gandalf sets off some fireworks for some kids, and you see the Bagginses or the Sackville, whoever, the scowling hobbits, they know Gandalf is a troublemaker. But you're with these guys. Like, they're relatable.
Yeah.
You know, so at the beginning of Fellowship of the Ring, whether you're a fantasy fan or not, you totally understand who these people are. And whether it's exactly adapted, I mean, adaptation's an adaptation, but the spirit of what Tolkien was wanting to do, the Shire and all of that, that's where he comes from. That was his hometown. Those are the people that he knows. Those are his crazy neighbors or whatever. But it's that bucolic setting, that life where you can put your feet up, literally put your feet up, big, giant, hairy feet. You can put your feet up and smoke a pipe and make great food and throw a party and all that. That's the way of life. It entirely sets up the entire narrative of Lord of the Rings, that this is what we're protecting. I mean, it's metaphorically for the rest of the world, but it's this way of life that we're fighting for. This is what Sam, this is what Frodo, this is what Merry and Pippin, that's why they leave the Shire, to fight for this. Yeah. And it's immediately set up. It's very simple. We all get it. And it's beautifully done. Now we go to the Rings of Power. I would ask, what did you think of the Rings of Power?
Well, if I had to summarize what I thought about the Rings of Power, I think that if I look at the performances of the actors, I would say that the actors have done a great job. This has nothing to do with my opinion of their performance of these characters. So solely going by, let's say, the overall look of this series so far from the first 2 episodes that have been made available on Amazon, I would say that it doesn't quite have the feel of what I would envision that Tolkien was trying to create. In other words, you know, whether or not we had Lord of the Rings and then, you know, The Hobbit, despite those films, if I had to imagine what this world looked like, it would not be what I am seeing in Rings of Power. The second thing that I wanted to say is that without being too, I just felt that the production design of the show, in particular, the costumes and the makeup of these characters, is not quite as polished and up to the level that I would have liked to have seen. It looks like, to me, an off-Broadway version of Shakespeare. And almost as if they borrowed the costumes from 2 or 3 seasons ago and said, it's okay, we'll just go with that. We'll keep those same costumes and push it on through. You know, Robert and Lael, you guys talked about how the scenes were set up in a certain way in Lord of the Rings, and even in House of the Dragon and Game of Thrones, to give us a certain feel as if we were in that location. And unfortunately, I didn't feel that way with Rings of Power. Now, the other thing that I wanted to say is, you know, even if they wanted to just steal these characters and make another story, and it was a good story, I think we would probably could watch along and say, well, you know, that doesn't really happen, but it's entertaining to see this. You know, we can go with it. But honestly, I felt that so far it lacks any imagination whatsoever. And
No,
my
why do you say that?
because what I'm finding to be what if it didn't have the connection to, let's say, Lord of the Rings, that it was a standalone fantasy show, let's say, um, I would probably give it about a 5 or a 6. It's not quite as beautiful as I would expect a fantasy show to be. For example, it's hard to distinguish sometimes between the elves and other people. And
Mm-hmm.
I know we talked about the marketing of these shows, and Amazon, they have the biggest marketing situation of anyone on the planet, because they can advertise this 24/7, and it doesn't matter. But what I noticed was that, the gentleman, for example, Cordova, I think is his name, he plays one of the elves. And in the marketing campaign, he just looked awful. But when you saw him here in the production, he looks extraordinary. This man is a handsome man.
Mhm.
And you would want to play up a good looking man to attract women like me, or anybody who likes men, attractive men, to the show. And yet that was not really showcased as well. you know um Another thing too is that some of the other elves also don't feel as if they stand out in a particular way. Some of them actually look old, and I always thought that elves were supposed to have like an eternal youthful look, but maybe this is different. This is a different time. Maybe they don't have that youthful look, but that certainly doesn't distinguish them from the other creatures that inhabit the world. The Even the Harlofs, I think that's what they're called, or
The
Harfoots,
Harfeet.
the Harfeet, their homes, which essentially someone I'm sure said, "Hey, we can just get some, let's go to REI and get some tents, and we'll attach, you know, to be fair, that's what it looked like." And to me, once they were erected in the program, they looked like sewage drainage pipes. Like it didn't have a mystical feel to me. Make them shaped like butterflies or bees or something that feels otherworldly and fantasy like, because that didn't add to the fantasy. Even the guys with the giant horns on their backs, who are supposed to be hunters, maybe the antlers are like safety orange for hunters, right? Because if you hunt, you have to wear the safety orange vest, because there's no way those guys are going to blend into the background as hunters with those giant antlers. But I tried to figure out, if you really think about it as if it was an experimental off-Broadway style production, it would work. Like, all this would work. It'd be like Midsummer's Night's Dream meets, a fantasy realm, if we could take it further. But this is a production that's supposed to be inspired by Lord of the Rings, let's say, or influenced, taking note. So the one thing I can say that I absolutely loved about it was the dwarves. I
Well,
thought they
yeah,
looked
during yes, the dwarf characters and the relationship with Elrond and uh yes, I mean, but now let me ask you this. So
yes,
that was a great, like, mismatched buddy cop relationship. That we'd
yes,
seen a modern, like, these two characters that were mismatched, and it was fun. Their interaction was fun, but it was generically fun. Like, you could take two mismatched people and write fun scenes with them. It's Riggs and Murtaugh from Lethal Weapon. I mean, it's not that, but that dynamic, taking these two different characters, putting them together, and they can have their wacky banter and all that.
Mhm.
I mean, to me, it seemed a little generic, even
and
though I liked
and
it.
yeah, and I do want to add something. You both know the movie Legend with I think Tom Cruise is in
Yeah,
it.
and Mia
Mhm.
Sara and Tim Curry.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes, and there's a few scenes where they show a forest scene, and the forest scene is supposed to look like it's fairies, and it feels that way. I mean,
yeah,
we know that it's all practical effects. There's no CGI in this.
no,
Somebody had to create the stems and things hanging from the trees, and the holes, and all the different floating, pieces that give the ambiance of this thing looking like, some sort of fantasy area. And there were 2 times where I felt like I was taken away from, let's say, just, a beautiful area of outstanding natural beauty on this, on the English countryside or New Zealand. A few times where I was taken away from just looking at a beautiful meadow or pasture area to a fantasy was a scene where I guess the elves were singing, and it was beautiful. It was a beautiful aria, and they were singing, and all of a sudden I was no longer watching an ordinary. Wow, what is this? Are the elves going to do something amazing? It actually took me away the way that a fantasy show takes you away. But then it ended, and then I said, "Oh wait, we're back."
Well,
So that's some of the things that I noticed.
to speak to I have to say you touch on something that really bothered me about this show. When Peter Jackson they had created color grading software, which was new 20 years ago. The elves were given an ethereal look. They are not of this earth. So they don't feel things that normal people feel. All of the elves on this show, they were just people. They weren't even color graded to the point where they were slightly paler, or the elves were heightened. They didn't exist in our reality the way we do. And all of the elf characters, it struck me as I'm watching this first episode, I'm watching Galadriel and I'm watching Elrond, and I'm like, these are just like dudes. These are just people talking to each other. And it was weird because, when you go into Lothlorien or Rivendell in Fellowship, even there's sound effects, like the ambient noise. Oh, there's not a choral section there, but there's always something going on where you're in a realm. You've gone somewhere that isn't like the rest of Middle Earth.
Yes.
And I felt like the all of the elves, in which, when I'm watching Galadriel and all these her cadre of warriors that for whatever reason they've gone with her for centuries looking for Sauron, like when they're in the cold, if they're in a blizzard, they don't feel the blizzard. Right. They're that's the whole point, is they walk through a blizzard like, fuck it, we don't give a fuck, we're elves. They walk through, and it was such a weird thing. Like, one of the elves falls down, like, oh, I'm cold, we have to stop. No, you don't have to stop. Why are you stopping now? You've been following Galadriel for how long? And now when you get
a couple 100 years,
yeah, and they get to the top of this peak, and they're like, oh my god, and she turns and goes, look, here's the castle we've been looking for forever. And then they go in there, and then a wampa, pardon me, a snow troll, just happens to be in there and wreck shop and kicks people around. It's like, it was such a weird, like, I don't think the showrunners, here's what I don't like. The showrunners have not decided, like, if you were to ask them, how do the elves exist in Middle-earth? Like, and tell me, like, for instance, if they're in the snow, are they cold? Like, that fire, the fire doesn't, it's not hot because of the evil that's here. Well, no. It's not hot because it doesn't affect me because I'm an elf. I didn't believe that the people that made Rings of Power could answer these questions. Like, if you were to say, guys, our 2 showrunners who, co-wrote Star Trek Beyond, good for you guys. But so you 2 guys, explain to me, what are the limitations? How do elves exist in Middle-earth? Like, do elves take showers? And if they do they have to have hot and cold running water? Or does it not matter? I know it's a weird thing to say, but I mean, I don't think they know. And this is my problem when I was watching the show. I'm like, you're giving us all these weird fantasy tropes that felt generic, kind of across the board.
I also think, Robert, that they didn't want the characters to be separated on these planes, if you will. They wanted to have some type of uniformity across the board, and fantasy isn't about that. Fantasy is about, having this situation where things happen that are mystical, unexplained. It might even feel spiritual, otherworldly. And there will be creatures that will amaze you. Like, for example, the troll scene where the troll gets killed in about 2.5 minutes. That was the shortest scene.
Killed by Ninja Galadriel.
With a dagger.
Yeah, with a. I mean,
didn't even get like through the skull very much.
I mean, here's the thing. I don't even believe. I mean, obviously, we've seen we saw the armies of elves go to war against Morgoth or whatever, but I have a hard time believing that an elf would kill a snow troll. That poor snow troll. He's just living his life at the top of this mountain. I mean, he wouldn't even have been triggered if you didn't go into his house. Like he belongs there, and you don't. You just slaughtered that poor dude.
No, absolutely. And I'm also not digging the designers of this. I know they worked extremely hard to get this look, to get this very specific look for the show. It was very deliberate. Everyone looks a very particular way in the show. It's just surprising the way that they look in this show. And I've heard people say it looks like a fanfic and different things like that. There is some truth to it. It does look like something you would expect. If you couldn't spend, $10,000 on a costume, maybe you would have to go ahead and see where you're going to get that costume from. If you couldn't go ahead and design a hut that these people are living in, like, why not make them living creatures that they kind of live with, and the creatures could walk alongside on the. I mean, I'm even coming up with different ideas of things that I thought would be mystical or feel like a fantasy, versus them just kind of saying, yeah, we're going to move our tents. I'm like, well, I've been camping before, and that looks a lot like camping. It doesn't feel quite as nomadic or as the way that I would envision these creatures, which seem like interesting creatures, like they would be very interesting and very spiritual and have mysticism about them. And we didn't really see any of that in them either.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, here's the thing. Again, it is. I mean, I understand the idea of doing the show. I get where they want to go with this, but I feel that I'm not convinced that the showrunners have thought out. Like, I can tell you, having worked on the special features for the first 2 Lord of the Rings movies, I was in New Zealand for months at a time. I was at the Weta workshop, and those people believed. Richard Taylor and his wife and everybody that worked at Weta, I mean, down to the last etching of Elvish in weapons, they knew what was up. They knew what was there. And I feel that I understand, I really appreciate where they're going. I mean, I do. But the first hour, I mean, we're 2 hours in to, remember, I mean, if you look at Fellowship, it's not even 3 hours long. But look at the storytelling. Remember, Rings of Power is only going to be an 8-hour show for the first season. The Lord of the Rings trilogy, the 3 movies, is about, if you watch the extended versions, you're looking at, it's Return of the King's over 4 hours, 3, so you're looking at close to 11 or 12 hours. So you're almost 4 hours more on the 3 Lord of the Rings movies. And
yes.
I feel that what I'm watching is, I don't feel it's as smart as I want it to be.
Yeah.
Lael, you've been silent. What do you think of the first?
I just have one.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Lael, please excuse me. I just have 2 other things I want to say. This is not a reflection on the people who worked so hard to make Rings of Power.
Oh no, it's beautifully made. I mean, I don't mean to yeah.
Yes, I just wanted to make that clear to people so that they understand when we're looking at this, we know how much effort it took to get to this point. This was a lot of work. But the second thing I wanted to say was that the most interesting storyline for me is the Cordova elf who's just found out that he has to return home after being, let's say, outside of the elven realm for 79 years, and he loves this woman he's with. He's just found out that he has to go back home. And from that scene, it's killing him, because he knows that he cannot take this woman that he loves with him. And that story just hooked me. It hooked me into the story. So I have to watch to find out what happens between him and this woman. So ironically, a love story inside of this story has grabbed my attention, gentlemen.
Well, boom, chicka, bow, bow. I love that. I know what you fixate on. I got to go to Lael, though. You've watched the first episode. What'd you think?
Well, I watched, like I said, I watched the first episode. Watched some of the second. I'm actually halfway through the second. I mean, I'm gonna say that in my opinion, it looks visually stunning. Like
Yeah.
visually, it looks stunning. Like
The money's there.
The money is there. The landscape is stunning. Like just even some of the cinematography based on certain angles. Like I think it's incredible. I like some of the performances. Here's the thing. My problem isn't with the visual. My problem is more so with trying to figure out what's going on right now.
Yep.
Because there's a lot going on in here. And the thing is, what I liked about Lord of the Rings, and which you basically alluded to, you've already discussed, was the simple fact that we had a journey. We brought these individuals together and they were on one particular journey and we stuck with them the whole way through. There were only like certain scenes where you might have flashed to, what was going on in Rivendell. Like you would only flash to certain things that were going on with Saruman. You know what I mean? When he was, building, or actually, trying or in the midst of creating,
His
the
orc
more
army.
advanced, the orc
Dun,
army.
dun, dun, dun,
Yeah,
dun,
so
dun.
basically you had those scenes, but the thing is, for the majority of the film, we stuck with the journey. Now, I know that what I had to do, me personally, was separate me knowing what happens or what happened with Lord of the Rings from this particular show because it's its own thing, away from that for right now, where it's a lead up to what's going to happen in the future. And I guess it's too early for me to basically make a really formed opinion because I
Sure.
have to see directly where it's going. I need to know where they are going with this story yet because it is interesting, but I need to know what's happening with Galadriel. I need to know basically, what's going on with this so quote unquote god that fell from the sky who people are or think could possibly be Gandalf. I don't think it is. I think it's something totally different.
Well, it's
I
funny.
don't know.
I joked. I
It's
said,
raining men, guys.
uh,
It's raining men.
a wizard.
Yeah. It
A
could
wizard
be.
is never early. He
Yeah.
arrives precisely when he means to, instead of being
Yeah.
late.
But it's again, again, I think I have to watch more to really understand what's going on because I can't get a lot of it that I'm trying to it's really for me, I'm trying to really understand the journey because it looks like it's everywhere. Like there's things that are going on right now.
I
that
agree
can't
with you.
really understand.
Yes.
So once I see where it's going, if I can understand where it's at, then I'll probably love it. I mean, I think I'll probably like it more. But the first episode was a bit slow. It was a bit slow, but it gave me enough of what I needed to try to really understand certain things about the different individuals. But yeah, I think I just needed to see it. Once I see it more, and watch the other episodes, then I can actually form an opinion. But visually, it looks stunning. Like visually, it looks really, really great. I just need to see more. That's what I just need to see more to really know what's going on.
What I find strange, though, ultimately about this entire endeavor, is that J.R.R. Tolkien created with the Legendarium all of this background, all of this stuff, but he didn't write a Rings of Power book. He gave us all this history, all of his history. And if you know him, he's a philologist, studied languages. All of the history that he came up with was to inform he wrote The Hobbit and he wrote Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm.
All of this other stuff was to create this universe because he was so thorough in his mind, but he never chose to tell that story. All of this stuff was compiled by his son, here's the very idea that we've rolled along in corporate interests. We spent hundreds of millions of dollars on the rights, and we're going to spend more money on the show, and we're going to basically make shit up. I mean, ultimately, that's what we're doing. We're making stuff up. On this man, I mean, his entire life was given to this work. And we have 4 books. Well, 5, you include the Silmarillion, but even that is sketchy because it was put together posthumously. And I like the Silmarillion. I remember I got it for my birthday. And I like, because I love reading monster manuals, and I love Star Trek history and technical manuals and all that stuff. So the Silmarillion, I ate that up. You know, all this fictional history, who did what to whom. I loved all that.
Mm-hmm.
But Tolkien didn't write that story. He didn't turn it into a narrative. We don't have his voice. We don't have the characters. There's no songs. He didn't write, Sindarin, whatever the... And so now, in order, like, somebody, here's what I object to, and I think this is the problem with the modern age, our entire age. Someone's like, well, Lord of the Rings, really popular, I love it. Let's figure out a way to exploit this story. So, ultimately, one man's life's work, which is what this is for Tolkien. Him, the 4 books, the Legendarium, the Silmarillion, whatever, it's his entire life's work. All of the notes that he wrote. Now, our modern civilization, Amazon, one of the most successful companies that ever existed, Jeff Bezos, the man who runs it, who's dating a former LA newscaster turned hottie for a billionaire, the richest man in the world, decides, I want to make Lord of the Rings. There is no part of this where the purity of storytelling or the preservation of what Professor Tolkien wanted is a part of this show. At all. Preserving the art of it all. I mean, if the French had control of Lord of the Rings, they would never have let this happen. They would have put it up in the Louvre. It would have been behind plexiglass. They would, you do not, what do you want to do?
Very funny you say that, Robert.
Why is that?
Because in one of the scenes, Galadriel ends up in the water, and then all of a sudden she's on the raft of Jericho, right? You know, the famous painting that's in the Louvre. She's on this raft with strangers, and ironically, she ends up with this incredibly handsome man at the end. And I'm thinking to myself, this is an insertion. This is for women who want to see this. Women who want to see her with a guy. You know, she's all, pushing against him, and he's so nice and sweet. This is a fantasy. The comet thing, that is Starman. We've seen that movie, and I know what you're saying. I know, but I couldn't help but think of this. She's pulling the guy around. Her friend is like, what are you doing? Why would you be pulling this guy around? Well, he's a man, and she doesn't really see very many of these men out there. Of course, she's going to grab him and put him somewhere. But a normal person would have gone to the elder of the group and said, we found something, what do we do? But these girls essentially are hiding, this person. It's most unusual, and I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
No, of course you don't. But because here's the thing, they're playing with general storytelling tropes, that we all know and we all love, and what here's what I think is frustrating. J.R.R. Tolkien, this was one man's life's work. And he was a man that wanted to write his own mythology for England, and he was informed by his experience from World War II and the people he knew at Oxford. He was a contemporary of C.S. Lewis and all that, and he wrote this thing. And now, this one man who was so influential in the 20th century. I mean, I remember when I was growing up. I had not read Lord of the Rings when I was in elementary school in the 70s or whatever, but I understood that Lord of the Rings was very popular in the 60s and the counterculture and all that. And now it's been turned into the most corporatized worldwide phenomenon. We've spent more money on this. There's been more money dropped on this TV show, this streaming series, than any other entertainment in the history of humanity. Since the dawn of time, these 8 episodes have had more money spilled on them. And at the end of the day, what I was looking for, when you watch Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, whatever you think of Lord of the Rings, and I know I have friends that are Tolkien fanatics that hate those movies. The one thing that is in those movies, the very idea that Peter Jackson, the maverick that he was able to get and one small country that was not really on the map in terms of filmmaking. Half that country was involved in the creation of those films. The very act of making the Lord of the Rings movies was something that I think J.R.R. Tolkien would have loved. If he knew that everybody in New Zealand and Peter Jackson living in Wellington, creating his own company, and if they needed a shot of Gandalf rearing back and on Shadowfax, the light streaming down, they're like, well, we need a horse. We'll put up a green screen in the parking lot. We'll shoot the element we need and wet a digital I mean, the very idea. You could look at the entirety of New Zealand. They were all hobbits, you know, and rather than leave the Shire and go to the Crack of Doom, the hobbits instead decided to make a blockbuster series of movies that would compete on the world stage. I think Tolkien would have loved what Lord of the Rings did and in New Zealand, and Peter Jackson and Fran and Philippa and Richard Taylor and Tatiana, everybody, all of those people. But this show is the exact opposite of that. And I feel that the idea of the industrialization of England and the destruction, I mean, there's a reason why the scouring of the Shire is not in the Lord of the Rings movies. Because for those of you who don't know, when Sam, Frodo, Merry, and Pippin have thrown away, when they finally get back to the Shire in the books, you find out that Saruman and Grima Wormtongue have destroyed the Shire, and it's become what happened to Isengard in the movie. It's a horror. You can't end a movie like that. But I almost feel like this show is, in fact, the scouring of the Shire. It is the antithesis of what Professor Tolkien wanted, in a way.
Well, yeah, and I think that from the perspective of someone who wants to make a fantasy show that is loosely based on Lord of the Rings and is going to appeal to probably about maybe 100 million people who will watch the show. They're going to watch it. It's on Amazon. It's free.
Oh, no, it's going to be huge.
People will watch it. From a perspective of that alone, to get people onto Amazon Prime or to order it, let's say if they don't have Prime, it's successful, Robert, in their eyes. That's what I think they were trying to accomplish. I'm not quite sure whether in their book of what they're trying to accomplish is, well, we want to have the feel of Lord of the Rings. You know, The Hobbit, I felt, had the feel of Lord of the Rings. It wasn't everybody's favorite, series of films. But for me, I loved that set of films almost as much as I loved the original trilogy. But, I think I think that was, as far as I'm concerned, that was the same world.
Right.
The story may not have been exactly what everyone was hoping for. To be honest with you, it was sad to see the dwarves, inhabit, where they lived, destroyed. But now we actually got to see it, Robert, maybe in its point where it's brilliant.
That was my favorite thing. To see the realm of the dwarves was my favorite thing. I have to say, I felt a sense of wonder. There was a real sense of wonder seeing the dwarven kingdom, bringing in, like, using the mirrors to bring in sunlight to growth. I loved that. I loved it.
Yeah, and the dwarves looked wonderful. They looked happy. They had in the prince's dining room, it was a marble table, and I thought to myself, who is the decorator who did this? This looks amazing. I wanted to go and eat at that table. Everything was so beautiful, and you could see it was an opulent, luxurious place.
Oh, yeah.
They had a lot to be proud of. You could feel the pride. His wife was such a warm woman. She looked a lot better than in the ad campaign that made her look very kind of, standoffish. She was charming and friendly, and just the ad campaign alone, the marketing didn't do them justice on that part.
No, I mean, and it didn't do like I have to say this. None of the anyone's skin color, none of that bothered me. I didn't feel when I was watching it. Same way it didn't bother me in House of the Dragon or anything. I mean, it's the fact that we're more aware of the world or whatever in these fantasy realms, that stuff didn't bother me within the context of the show.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand all that. I understand why people are making these changes. What really did bother me is that I felt overall the whole thing was a corporate cash grab. And I don't usually feel that. Like, everything is a corporate cash grab. Movies and TV are products. We forget. They're like, these are products. The only reason that anyone makes any of these things is because they hope to make money. Mm-hmm. They hope to make profit. This idea that, no, they must be pure. No, anybody that makes a TV show, they're doing it to make money. There is no purity. There is no, I mean, to be clear, we all bitch and moan and complain. All of this, pick your favorite movie. Somebody greenlit it hoping they would make a profit for the company. That's all it is. However, the people that actually have to make it, we hope that those people, that the purity of their work, the purity of their storytelling prowess, it's self-evident. We see it. The great things. I mean, David Lean made Lawrence of Arabia because he was passionate. And there's a reason why to this day you can still watch Lawrence of Arabia and go, oh my God, that was amazing. George Lucas was out on a fucking limb when he made Star Wars. I mean, even Alan Ladd Jr., who greenlit it, he's like, well, if you look at, there's a letter he wrote, I guess it's how we have to like trust in this guy, George Lucas. Mm-hmm. He liked American Graffiti. There's nothing in American Graffiti. I mean, maybe THX 1138, but even George Lucas, you watch Inside the Magic, you watch the ILM story, or even ILM's like, we don't know how to do this. No one's ever done it before. Well, this the Millennium Falcon. Let's make it the Blockade Runner. Whatever. They didn't know. Mm-hmm. But these people were trying to create magic because they had no idea how to do it. Mm-hmm. And now all the storytelling we're getting is it's been analyzed, the analytics of it. They're all like, well, if we do this, and the purity of the storytelling, is bled out of all of it. It's Star Wars. The same thing happened. The Disney Star Wars sequels. I mean, my God, wow! You can't make great stories if the people that are making those stories, you cannot just use analytics and hire people and go, hey, let's have these people make this. Storytelling has to be pure, even if you're spending $500 million. The people that are making it, they have to know, they have to believe, like you just said.
Yeah, they definitely have to believe. That's why you basically have someone like a Kevin Feige in Marvel. He believes. He believes,
man. He made 14 Marvel movies before the MCU.
Yeah, so he has like that level of belief with it. This is what we actually see. I mean, I think, again, it's for me, it's kind of hard to judge. But what I will basically say is that from looking at Lord of the Rings and seeing how passionate, I keep forgetting his name,
Peter Jackson.
Peter Jackson was about those films, seeing how passionate he was, even the entire cast. I mean, hell, they lived there for like almost 2 years, years in the woods, just like years, just basically doing that just to kind of get themselves acclimated to the environment and the feel of the film. That showed commitment, that showed love, that showed passion. Not to say that, these actors and actresses in this particular saga aren't doing the same thing, because who knows? I don't know what they put into it and how they formulated, the elements needed to really portray these characters. I mean, when I watched The Hobbit, I liked The Hobbit, but it didn't give me the same feel that I had from Lord of the Rings, but I knew it was that world. But the thing is, with this, it looks from what look, again, cinematography, amazing, but I'm seeing visually stunning. But when I'm looking at these films, and I say this all the time, I even say that about Star Wars, there's a certain grittiness that I get from cinematography that I want to see on these shows. I didn't see that same cinematography that I was expecting in Obi-Wan. I didn't see that same cinematography in the Book of Boba Fett. It was too polished. I want something that's going to give me a bit of that. It doesn't have to be all the way dark, and that's not what we've seen in Lord of the Rings. When we seen Rivendell, it was beautiful. Like, you know, it was dope. You know, it was glamorous, but it at the same time it did still have like a certain. I don't know if it's
you know what Rivendell had. Here's the thing about the Lord of the Rings films. You had one man, Peter Jackson. His sensibility was informing everything, and all of the people that worked for him. If you Richard Taylor at Weta Workshop, and even the people that the color grading, you know, everybody was. Peter Jackson filtered all of these talents into this singular vision. There was no corporate overlord saying you have to have this, you have to have this, you have to have this. Our research tells us it's this way. Yeah. And what Peter Jackson and everyone at Weta Workshop did is and Weta Digital and everyone there in New Zealand, they were trusting in Peter Jackson's vision. And Peter Jackson's vision was shaped by his partner Fran Walsh and of course the great Philippa Boyens. And it was very iterative. You know, they didn't sit there and go, it has to be this way. They were constantly, they changed things around. They were making, what people don't even understand in the Two Towers, when the Ents attack Isengard, that wasn't even, they made that shit up when they were scoring the film. Peter Jackson was in London. They're like, you know what? We need to have the Ents attack Isengard. And he was like, because he owned the company, he's like, look, Weta Digital, I need you guys, like, if the Ents were to attack Isengard, I need gags. Come up with, like, 8 different things that the Ents could do so we could create this. And they stitched the whole end. They made Samwise Gamgee narrate the end of the Two Towers. It's like the great stories, Frodo, and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. All of it, they were crafting it up until the very, I mean, Peter Jackson literally, I mean, this is why I love what he did. He literally, knowing all this money was at stake. I mean, the Two Towers was kind of a disaster. And they pulled it out at the 11th hour because everybody was on point and everybody was on task. And nowadays, you could never, they would never be able to make the Lord of the Rings movies now the way they did then because everyone was so far out on a limb. They had no idea. I mean, they made Fellowship. It was a big hit. Two Towers was literally a disaster until the 11th hour. I mean, literally, when they finally handed off the film, the negative or whatever, the prints on the Learjet or whatever, I mean, Peter Jackson's like, I know this was due like 5 days ago, but I had to push it that much further. Yeah. And he did. He did because he was a creative entity and he took, I will push till it gives. I mean, it's, and, now I feel what we're seeing is I am missing a singular vision behind Rings of Power. What I am seeing is and Jay Bayona is a great director, but I am seeing the result of algorithms. You know, lately people have been talking about AI art. Like, are we all going to be replaced? And I'm like, look, AI art, a lot of really cool, interesting things are happening there. But my problem with all of that is it will never replace the singular vision of one man or woman sitting in front of a canvas, painting their own perception of whether it's a landscape, whether it's a portrait, whether it's a building. No algorithm can replace the human experience. And I feel that Rings of Power is kind of the equivalent of AI art, where it's an amalgamation of a bunch of stuff.
That's interesting. I think that some of the scenes of when they go to some of the elven lands, and there's a scene where they're showing you, this is what Linden looks like, or this is what I don't even have the right names down. Some of the scale and things are off so that you're supposed to be looking at this incredible palace or land or something, and it's supposed to be this incredible place, but the scale is off, so it doesn't look real. It
Mhm.
almost just looks like a picture that someone plucked off the internet. So sometimes they kind of drop the ball on those things. And I think that if they had someone who had experience or more experience in saying, I don't think people are going to believe that that's the actual land if you leave it that size, if it's in that
Yeah.
scale, from that angle, perhaps if you were just kind of zooming in and you saw spires going up in swirls and it looked very mystical, you would have more of a feeling of that. And I know earlier I had mentioned the practical effects from that other film, and there's one effect. I think there's a creature with horns in the film that I was talking about. I think in Legend. And
Mhm.
we believe it because everything in it is believable.
Well, it's
And there's
all,
a
yeah.
there's a scene where he's running and maybe the horns are not ideal, right? But you almost don't even care because you're at a point where you believe this is real for you. So you can maybe say, okay, that wasn't perfect. And but even when she goes, oh, I can't wait for you to be here when we kill the unicorn or whatever. And he's laughing and he sounds very evil. And you're like, this is
Mhm.
going down, like it drew you into this story of belief. So,
Mhm.
this is something that I think that I'm wondering if Galadriel's story is going to be strong enough to hold enough people to say, yeah, I'm behind her, Galadriel. We gotta do this. This is going to happen. Something, I'm not even quite sure how she fell out of that boat. Did she fall? Was there something that was going on that, it feels almost as if they didn't explain that part. But regardless of what it is, she's kind of separated herself from everyone else. And, it could be a lonely journey on her own. I don't know. Maybe they're going to go pick her up. Maybe that's who was there at the end, but she can't do it alone, right? I mean,
Right.
all the stories have been people have come together and they've been able to work together. When someone works alone, they get greedy, they turn evil. So Galadriel must have somebody else there who's going to work with her, because if not, just by kind of the way the story runs, no person can be alone and by themselves in these stories.
Yeah.
We're a
But
community, we're a family.
by the way, can I just say, Boat in the chat says, I seriously love to hate shit. It's so funny. I mean, my reputation is that I love everything. And now it's I'm not hating shit. My whole thing is we now live in a
You
world.
should. You should hate shit. It stinks.
Well, no, but here's
I'm
I,
just playing. I'm just playing.
but seriously, I mean, I grew up in a
Yeah.
world where I love science fiction, fantasy, and horror. And we got so little of it,
Yeah.
and I call this channel is all about the post-geek singularity, meaning that if you know Ray Kurzweil's work, the coming singularity, AI becomes sentient, and all that. We now live in a world where the corporations, and I'm not anti-corporation, I'm not anti-capitalist. But the fact is, nowadays, our franchises have been acquired by corporate interests because they're profitable. And so the corporate interests will do whatever they can to... Lael, are you still there?
I don't
Yeah, I'm
see
here.
it.
I'm
Oh,
here.
you're okay.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
I
So
had to move something out the way.
no worries. So we live in a world where corporate interests are utilizing these things that we love that were, by the way, they were all created in a realm of uncertainty.
Yeah.
No one thought Star Wars was necessarily going to work. Lord of the Rings, has had, if you ever watched Ralph Bakshi's version of Lord of the Rings that came out in 79, I did. I was there. I went into the theater and saw it. Not so great. I mean, and when these things become successful and they're glommed onto, and I have no problem with I get it. But the problem is corporations and great storytelling are diametrically opposed. You will never get great storytelling when corporate interests are involved, because they will tell the storytellers, well, we need these elements, and they're defined by what's happening right now today. Great stories are eternal. They will live forever. There's a reason why we are still readapting Shakespeare. The idea that money can define what stories should be told is diametrically opposed. It's a conundrum, because the very thing that corporations want, they want a surefire, formulaic way to make money telling stories. They will never get that. They will never get that because magic, the magic of great storytelling, cannot be quantified by corporate interests, ever. And so when you have somebody come in and go, well, we need this, we need that, you've already lost. If a corporation is telling storytellers what they need in the stories to succeed, you have lost. All you're going to do is recreate magic that isn't magical. And people don't get it. And the problem, like, people always say to me, like, Rob, why are you friends with these people, like, toxic fandom? Toxic fandom is a result of corporate interests telling bad stories. It is people responding to the fact that, why are you treating us this way? What we need is corporations to invest money in great storytellers and sit back and go, we are giving you the cushion you need to tell us great stories. And we're not having that. And so the problem is, we live in a world where all the things we loved and were created, everybody, by the way, you have creators now that want to inject. We live in a very narcissistic culture. Social media, I want to tell my story. Look, stories are universal. If you're injecting yourself in your story, and this seems counterproductive, people would say, well, Rob, every author is a storyteller. Every author is creating what they want. You know what? No. Great storytelling there's a universality to it. Mm-hmm. And creators obviously inject themselves into it. But nowadays, creators are more interested in furthering themselves than furthering a great narrative. The great creators know that the stories they tell are living beyond them. J.R.R. Tolkien is no longer here. He hasn't been here for a very long time, and a corporation spent the better part of $1 billion buying and adapting his material, which means he did something right. But ironically, the modern age is not doing right by Tolkien.
That's interesting.
And it's not doing right by the audience either.
Well, what about these Harloff creatures that have so much potential?
Harfeet.
Sorry.
Christian Harloff's a guy I know. Started the Schmodown.
What about these Harfeet creatures? They have Lenny Henry, who's a pretty decent star in England. He had a famous show called Chef, where he was sort of like a professional chef. It was a comedy show. He was very popular in that. And they have him, and you saw him a few bits, in the show. But I think they should have given him a more dominant position in the show, especially when it came to the discovery of the stranger character, which is what it says the person is in the story. They could have put a special spin on the character. Right now, these creatures are, I guess, sort of like a happy-go-lucky, friendly type of fairy kind of creature. But to give them another type of personality or have unique personalities would have been more memorable, especially for the Lenny Henry character, who is known for kind of having a bit of sharp wit to him. It would have been interesting to explore that part as well for such a well-known actor.
I don't disagree. By the way, I lost everybody's super chats. I got to find them. So keep talking.
Oh,
Lael,
no.
I feel like I've been pontificating. What do you think?
I mean, listen, I think you kind of hit it on the nose when it comes to storytelling. The thing is, it's like, if we can't have these conversations about the things that, put it this way, we're here as viewers to enjoy what these companies produce. They rely on our reactions to push the envelope, to say, okay, whether or not there should be a sequel, or if we have, hit something, whereas there's an opportunity for growth. They rely on those things. If you want to look at analytics, they rely on our responses, our views on these things, whether or not, if we like it, if we hate it, they want to know. And the thing is, it's like, I mean, growing up through and just watching films, you saw the dedication. I think this is where films suffer. And I'll basically say this to the day I die right now. Where films are suffering now in the new age, in the modern age, and in what we got right now, especially with the advancement of technology, is that these companies are relying way too much, way too much on just the special effects and the cinematography and just making this less on storytelling, less, because the thing is, back in the 70s, 80s, like even back in like as far as the 60s and all that, there was great storytelling because they didn't have the technology that we have right now. They relied on the story to dictate the pace of the film. We're not seeing that now. Like in some films we are, don't get me wrong. There have been some writing in films and shows that's been stellar. But I think now what's happening is that we're relying way too much on special effects and making some type of grand display of a film, but less on what it means to kind of relate to the audience and connect the audience to character building, to a world that you're trying to basically establish. Like, in order for me to enjoy the spectacle, I have to understand the characters who are role players within that platform. If you're not giving me the story that connects those tissues, then I'm lost. I'm not, regardless of what you showed me, yeah, the punches and powers was cool for a minute, but if there was no substance within that character, then where am I going? Like, where am I going to want to actually watch this again? Thor, Love and Thunder. Am I going to want to watch this again? Or am I going to just want to throw it off to the wayside and say, I will never watch it again? That's what I'm saying. Don't rely on that. And all we're saying, and again, like I said, when I'm talking about this particular show, I usually reserve my comments until I get either halfway through it or I get through the entire thing to say, okay, what I like, what I dislike. If I can see growth, because who knows? These are just the first 2 episodes that I'm seeing. Who knows how it's going to be going forward? It might take off and be like, you know what? That's incredible. Because I'm going to tell you, me, myself, when I watched even Game of Thrones, the first episode sucked to me because it was too slow. I didn't know what the hell was going on. But as I watched it and I continued to watch the show, I was like, you know what? Whoa, okay. I'm ready. This is warming up. And I kept watching it and I enjoyed it. Season 8, it is what it is. But what I'm basically saying is it's like the writing is very important. Relatable characters, sticking to the theme, sticking to what made this franchise great. Again, it can be its own separate thing. But at the same time, if you're trying to connect that world, you have to make it make sense. Writing is basically the key, less spectacle. I can see a beautiful film every single day. But if I can't relate to that character, I'm done. I'm lost.
By the way, I just want to shout out Tom Jr. Jackson. I had a glitch. I've lost these super chats that I haven't got to yet. And if you could get them to me, the last one, it was yours. I was going to read your super chat about us, goof people and all that. And from there on up to Hitchcock is the GOAT, if you could find those super chats to me and DM them to me, that would be great because I'd love to read them. And by the way, I want to give a shout out to Vincent Chmielewski. He says that I just sound like a grumpy old man, that there were plenty of shitty movies 20 or 30 years ago. Of course there were plenty of shitty movies. There's always been plenty of shitty movies because great movies are very difficult to make. I mean, but the thing is, I will say this. For the most part, if you have independent filmmakers or filmmakers that instigate a project, they're trying to make something great. They really are. Hollywood studios want to make things and they hire people. There is kind of a difference, but I'm not under any illusion that in the olden days movies were better. That is not true. Most movies are shitty, to be honest. Most stories, very few stories are great. I mean, I used to read screenplays, and I read literally thousands of screenplays, and for every 100 screenplays I read, one was good. So for every 1,000 screenplays I read, 10 were good. That's pretty fucking brutal. So, that is rough. Dave Morgan said, Hitchcock is the GOAT here. Looking forward to my tips from 8/1, August 1st, being read on Robservations soon. I will read them. I will find them. And I could do them now, but I'll do them on Robservations. I'll wait for you. So there you go. V says Wednesday actually says the only person that gets to torture is me. Is that Wednesday Adams? I guess that would be Wednesday Adams, yes. The Living Boris says, hey, Uncle Rob and team, I think the issue is they still make their money regardless of the bad stories being told. I think that's a really great point. I mean, we all went to see the Star Wars sequels, and we all wanted them to be great because we love the franchise. We love, I mean, we're loyal. What's funny is what's interesting is the brand loyalty that Disney has from us, from Star Wars, was created in 1977 by George Lucas and Alan Ladd at Fox, who agreed to make Star Wars. They're still skating on something they didn't create, they didn't instigate, and they didn't take a risk on. They bought something that history proved that was successful, and they bought it because it fit with their corporate interests. So when Disney makes Star Wars, everyone blames Kathleen Kennedy. Kathleen Kennedy produced your childhood. The problem is Kathleen Kennedy is now working for a corporation that bought Lucasfilm for $4 billion. And Kathleen Kennedy, I mean, everyone blames her for this stuff. I mean, she put Filoni and Favreau together. What she's doing is trying to manage a business that has bought a IP, and for every Mandalorian and Rogue One she's made, and apparently Andor, they tried things. I mean, do you think Kathleen Kennedy was happy about what happened to Solo? No.
No, I don't think so.
No. I mean, Kathleen Kennedy's trying to make everything great. And you know what? The idea is the Force is female. Those shirts, by the way, were Nike shirts that were not Star Wars related, just so people know. And it kills me because Kathleen Kennedy, her first producer credit was E.T. 40 years ago, which was one of the transcendent, amazing experiences. Walking into a theater, no one knew what E.T. was. It was very secret. It came out, you could go to a public screening a week after Poltergeist came out, and everyone hates Kathleen Kennedy. It's ridiculous. Frank Marshall and Kathleen Kennedy, a power couple that met because of Spielberg, fell in love. I mean, Frank Marshall is the Nazi pilot of the flying wing that Indiana Jones clocks in Raiders. That's Frank Marshall. I mean, it's amazing to me that we have forgotten in this day and age that, oh, these people aren't giving us what we want now. Oh, really? Well, for 40 years, they've worked their asses off. I mean, Kathleen Kennedy produced Seabiscuit.
She wasn't a fan. Like that when everyone says Kathleen Kennedy is not a fan of Star Wars, I'm like, wait a minute, do you understand where she came from?
Oh my God.
Do you really understand where she came from? I mean, she's stuck in a situation right now where, again, she's managing a franchise. You have corporates on her back. That's it.
Yeah, and they have to justify a $4 billion expenditure.
Yeah.
And the thing is, Kathleen Kennedy never wants a movie to be bad. Nobody who greenlights a movie wants it to be bad. They all want it to work because their fucking lives are on the line. And we live in crazy times. And by the way, before everyone calls me a shill, as somebody who's wanted to make movies and has worked in the business, today it was on Deadline. I have to say this. I said this on the John Campea show today. I worked at Warner Brothers for the senior vice president of feature production, which is the man who oversaw the physical production of all the movies Warner Brothers made. I started working for him in September of 1989. His name was Bill Young. And it was behind the coffee maker, but I had an office in the hallowed halls of Warner Brothers, the executive. I mean, I was in Bob Daly and Terry Semmel's office, the men that ran Warner Brothers. I was in their office every day. I was 22 years old. And Courtney Valenti, who was Jack Valenti's daughter, she had recently started working there. She announced she was leaving Warner Brothers today. She'd been there for 33 years. She was there when I started, newly minted, and she was always nice to me. Always had a smile. I was always trying to get a screenplay. I'm like, hey man, can you slide me the script for this? She'd smile, Rob, I can't do that. You know I can't. But and she was at Warner Brothers for 33 years. And, you know, had a great career, did a lot of great stuff. Shout out to Courtney Valenti. Courtney, you would never remember who I was. No problem with that. But we walked those same hallowed halls together. I was there for 2 years, and I understand 33 years was a lot of time to do anything. I congratulate you, and I can't wait to see what you do next.
Hey, Rob, the whole time you were talking right now, I'm sorry, but the whole time you were talking, in my mind, in my head, I was hearing a speech that Jor-El was making and listening and the Superman theme song. Back when you were talking, I had that playing in my head. That's why I was laughing. I was like, yo, he looks like Jor-El right now.
So,
I just heard it I was listening to it. I'm like, yo, the whole time you were talking.
I'm probably older than Marlon Brando was now than he was when he shot Superman the movie.
Yeah. It was just in my head. It was funny.
All
That's
right.
why I was laughing.
You know what? It's funny. People want me to like. I like the white. Like I've gone white in the last year, or whatever. I like it. People are like, well, you should if I shave my whatever, you know. But I like that. I appreciate that. And by the way, if I had my Jor-El hot toy, I would, you know, bring it out. But I appreciate that. I love you guys. So anyway, Rings of Power. I'm still I as much as the creation of the show is kind of a bastardization of storytelling, as far as I see it. I mean, it is a complete. I understand Jeff Bezos might like, but even the fact how much money they spent on it. I mean, can you imagine? You were talking $700 million. This does not help great storytelling. What this does is it locks you into algorithmic marketing. Well, what does it have to be? It has to be all things to all people. This does not make great storytelling. And then you're beholden to modern. I mean, immediately you have to be like, well, what modern trends do we have to like? What can we do to make people like it now? If you spent that much money to tell this story, you've already lost. Your storytelling is polluted by things that aren't better for the narrative of the story that you want to tell. That's all I care about. Give me a great story. This story, because of how much it cost, can never be pure. It's always going to be the product. I mean, Amazon is going to have to, I mean, maybe it's a drop in the bucket because they don't need to justify it, but still, if someone tells me they spent, if I don't have multiple orgasms during each hour of Lord of the Rings, why did you spend this much money making Rings of Power? I mean, I want to have to change my underwear after every show because it was that satisfying.
I want to see some nudity if you're going to go down this road of, I would like to have seen some nudity. I'm not saying it has to be anything too erotic, but, make it the most incredible thing we've ever seen. And we're not ever going to see anything like that ever again with nudity.
I don't know if I see a lot of people in Middle Earth. I don't know if I want to see them nude though. I'm kind of like, that could be good, but or that could not be good.
Well, I wouldn't mind seeing,
I'm sitting up here, literally I'm just wondering how watches TV, like how it's like literally like when she's watching it through her eyes, everybody's naked, bro. Like bro, you know what it is? Yo, she's the human they live with Roddy Piper.
Oh yeah, John Carpenter, 1988.
Naked, bro.
I mean, it's funny because Urton says things that you and I can't say, Lael. We can't if we said what Urton, and God bless her.
I just gotta live vicariously through her when she says shit because I can't say it.
I mean, now I'm thinking about pornography in Middle Earth. Like, is there a Hugh Hefner like Hobbit or a Harfoot? Like, is there like a porn impresario? Man. Does Middle Earth have spiritual Pornhub?
Oh man!
Would you like to have seen the elf and that woman in bed together, and you would have known that they had an intimate relationship? Like, it could have been, pretty spectacular scene, and he gets called and says that he's not going to return. He's been there for
I mean,
10 years.
look. I already have enough things in the modern age that make me feel inadequate. If the elves are amazing coxmen, and they can, they're not even really human beings, but if you've taken on the male form or whatever, and to even be touched by the member of a elf, where does that leave me?
Well, let me ask you this question: is Sauron supposed to be in this series as a young man?
Yes.
Yeah.
So he's supposed to be the most incredible, erotic, enchanting, charismatic person, according to what I understand. And it would have been great to have found someone as charismatic, let's say, as the person who played Desire in The Sandman.
Mason Alexander.
Yes, to play Saruman. Because could you imagine if he had that level of charisma on the
So
screen?
what you're saying is you basically want you want Sauron or Saruman, or is it Sauron? You want you want Sauron to be butt naked, always in the Captain Morgan pose.
I just want him to be gorgeous to a point where I could understand people would follow him without even thinking about what he's saying.
Look, J.R.R. Tolkien is not a cunning linguist. That man didn't go yodeling in the valley. He did not know how to go down and make shit happen. He did not understand what a 45-degree upturned tip of the tongue could do for a lady.
But
he was a buttoned-up dude.
But he did understand what beauty is and what beauty means in this context of fantasy.
Yeah, but he didn't want to put his mouth on it.
Perhaps
which
not.
is problematic.
But if a character is described as being so incredibly attractive, just so beautiful, and of course the conversion to something that is so repulsive in the end when he turns to evil, it makes it even more dramatic, even more special. And he is supposed to have persuaded people onto his side, not just from what his argument, but through his beauty. I mean, am I incorrect on that?
No, I don't think so.
Persuasion, where people are going to follow him, and he's evil. He's horrible, but he looks incredible, and people can't resist him. He's abusing his beauty, in a way to harm others, and that is a form of evil. That is a form of evil in a sense. I mean, I think it's interesting.
Look, I mean, I think it's evil if you're a guy and you can bring pleasure to your partner and you don't do that. If you're selfish. I think that's problematic. I think it's, look, I think our job, my own personal philosophy is, humanity is here to recognize the grandeur and beauty of creation. We have been plopped into this universe, whether you believe in the Judeo-Christian God, the one creator, or whatever. We live in a universe that is incomprehensibly marvelous and amazing. Our existence at all is so incredible, and yet, we take it for granted because we're limited beings. We don't understand how amazing where we are is. So, that said, great beauty is something that takes intellect to recognize. When you're standing on a beach and you watch a sunrise and you see the light come through the clouds, there's something primordial that reaches deep down inside of us. We can all recognize the beauty of a sunrise, the fact that the clockwork nature of our solar system. If you think about our solar system, it's mechanical. There's a structure, gravity, and light, and energy, and the fact that our planet orbits the sun, and that gravitational forces work from the moon on our on the tides of the oceans. We live in a world that is so unbelievably miraculous on so many levels that we can never even appreciate or understand. We don't, because I have to pay the fucking mortgage. So how can I sit there and be a highfalutin and go, oh my God, we live in an amazing universe? And yet, we're the only people that can recognize how amazing our universe actually is. Because we're the only people that can ruminate upon it. and yet we're so interested in taking each other down and being mean and destroying. I mean, it's so weird that all of us don't worship the universe itself. I mean, the God that created the universe, whatever you believe, our universe is amazing. It is amazing. The fact that we're here at all is astonishing. And we're here on YouTube bitching about a TV show.
Well, what about She-Hulk, Robert and Lael? Um,
Wait,
and
you want
I
me to get up and twerk? Because I will.
Well, I figured I'd mention it because in our prior discussions, and I think for a lot of viewers, the trailer almost indicated that She-Hulk may be a sexually active woman. And I think beyond a shadow of a doubt, after what we saw in episode 3, She-Hulk is. I mean, we saw they zoomed in on her twerking. They had Megan Thee Stallion, who I personally I didn't recognize the way she was dressed because normally she's in something much sexier. You know, she's an incredibly beautiful and sexy woman. And I'm almost wondering, I am not a fool to think at this point that, you know, we are going to see She-Hulk with someone at this point. You know, it's gone to a point where we know that she's possibly thinking about maybe even being with somebody if she's, you know, twerking at work, for heaven's sake. I mean, that is a very sexual thing to do. And
Well, okay,
you haven't seen a superhero do that.
hang on a
before.
second. Let me ask you, the two of you. Like, obviously, the twerking scene has become a big thing in fandom. A lot of people are like, I for one, and I tweeted this out. I'm like, I want to know these two ladies because they will take you where you want to go. Like, when I saw that scene, I thought it was hilarious. Mm-hmm. I thought it was exactly in keeping with what's going on. I'm like, I want them to twerk on my face. You know, I'm like, yes.
They zoomed in on her, you know, doing that.
But it was, I mean, Megan Thee Stallion, I mean, come on.
It perfectly, like, here's the thing, it perfectly fit the personality of Jennifer Walters. If you read the books for so many years.
Well, that's the thing. It is totally John Byrne's Spectacular She-Hulk.
John Byrne's Spectacular She-Hulk. That's exactly what it is. The entire show is that's what you're getting. And I'm happy that they're doing that, because if they would have gave us anything else other than what was written, it wouldn't have came across the right way for me as a comic head watching this show, knowing the true origin of She-Hulk. So that scene fit. It was perfect. It was perfect. And the thing is, if you know anything about She-Hulk, she's had many of relationships. Many relationships.
Here's what I don't understand. I mean, I thought that scene was a lot of fun. You know, yeah. I laughed. I'm like, oh yeah. I mean, it was. Yeah. And I don't like. What are they supposed to do? And I'm looking at this, going, it is. I find the response to this show. Look, you know what this tells me? Here's what the response to She-Hulk has told me about our country. As a matter of fact, lots of things. Joe Biden's speech. Here's what I think our country needs to do. Guys, I'm talking to you. People need to get laid more. I mean, we need to get back to fucking. And I say that not unironically or whatever. Let's get back to the basis of humanity. Let's get back to getting naked. You call it, what do you say, Lael? I mean, let's get back to getting naked, touching bodies, let's bumping uglies, whatever you want to call it. Let's start fucking. Jesus Christ. And if we're all fucking and chowing some box and sucking some dick, I don't care what it is, let's get back to sex, man. Enough. I mean, goddamn. I am so tired of, you know, the end-all be-all when I was a young man in high school and college. You wanted to hook up with people. You wanted to make out with a girl at the end of the night. I mean, my God, everyone wants to. I feel like you watch TikTok, the youth of America. Let's get back to fucking, having fun, understanding our physical bodies when you're getting into it. Isn't that the best? And you watch She-Hulk and people are complaining. I mean, like, what happened? What happened? I'm not talking about watching OnlyFans. I'm talking about getting some game, being able to talk a good game and meeting someone you've never met before. In person, having some excitement, sidling up to a bar and seeing a a good-looking guy or a good-looking girl, whoever you're attracted to, I don't care, but walking up and actually putting some of yourself out and just going up and going, "Hi, how are you?"
You look at see, I knew it. I knew she was gonna watch at the right time. LaToya T said, "Preach, Rob."
Fuck
Yo.
yeah, LaToya knows. I mean, look at you, Lael. When you met LaToya, you're like, I'm already, you were already following on Facebook. Your LaToya, let me just say, and I mean this in the most respectful way. LaToya is astonishingly beautiful. Would you agree?
Bro, everybody,
Yes.
everywhere we go, they remind me
Yes.
every single day, man. Every single day.
And
every walk. Yeah.
and let me tell you, I mean, she is. I'm a face guy. Like, I love faces. Faces are my thing.
She has a beautiful face. Bro.
Amazing. I mean, not
She
to
has a
say
beautiful face,
she's got a
bro.
banging body, that's
Bro,
great,
she has a
and her
beautiful
hair and all
face.
that. But I'm a face guy, and
Yeah, she
like,
does.
I mean, and by the way, you too. When I say face guy, I'm a fan of people's faces, not just girls. You have a great face as well, and the two of you together, like the two of you, incredibly photogenic couple. Really. Now, to me, that's what we need to celebrate. Let's get some people together. Let's get them, like LaToya said. People are on TikTok talking about I identify with. No, fuck. Don't talk on TikTok about what you identify. I want you, tell me about your goddamn orgasm. You know what I mean? Let's climax with another person. Not a machine, in person. Do the work. Learn to be just get, when I'm watching She-Hulk and Megan Thee Stallion twerk, I'm like,
Oh, man.
Jesus Christ. I want to talk to both of those ladies. I want to spend some time with those ladies. I want, let's, come on, man. I want all of us to hold someone's face in our hands. Lael,
And honestly,
I hope I didn't kill Lael. I hope you're gonna come back. You're gonna come back to the show, right? Come on, man.
Yo. Yeah.
no one can say that She-Hulk is not a sexual woman now. We actually have a superhero who has sex,
Wow.
who is sexual, who wants to have sex.
Yeah.
Wants to have sex.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even just look, man. I feel like our civilization has moved away from the basics of what it means to be humane, human beings. I mean, it's like, it's funny. You look at all these weird TikTok videos and they're like, call me by my pronouns, call me, I'm identifying. I'm like, I'll call you whatever you want. Just get fucking laid. I want to know that I don't care who you fuck and how you fuck them. Do whatever you want. What I want you to do is come and feel good. And the next morning, I want you to come to me and go, Rob, I came so hard last night, like 4 times. I spent all night, 8 hours making love with your favorite person, however they identify. I don't care. I want all of you watching the show, go out and fuck. Yes. You know what? Enjoy what your physical presence can bring you. We're beings of intellect and spirituality that also can feel the great satisfaction of a good climax that another person helps you to achieve. Boy, wouldn't that be great? I would love that. The world, I feel like the world is being jammed up and no one is fucking anymore. I see a bunch of angry people that are not fucking, and I like when I was a high school student, isn't that all? I was in junior high. I used to go out the bathroom window and jump off the roof of my house, drive my bike, I can't say to whose house, climb in her window, and we would mess around when I was 14 years old. Like, does that not happen anymore?
I think it does happen, and I do believe that there is such a thing as sexual healing. I do believe that.
Marvin Gaye knew that.
And since we are talking about sex and entertainment, it is so nice to see women as being sexual. There was no man there. They're just, we're ready. This is, I think that it was important for us to see women in a sexual way. And this character.
I mean, Lael lives with a goddess, and he's laughing at what I'm saying. He already knows. Come on.
She's supposed to be speed dating. She's supposed to
Yeah.
be with a man. This is, I hope.
Yo, they literally made her, even as a CGI character, attractive. Like they made her a beautiful, attractive CGI character, and it's almost believable. I mean, granted, the only thing I can say about this last episode was some scenes the CGI looked off with the suit when she was walking around with the suit. That looked a bit
It's
off.
but also that's hard to do because you're in the uncanny valley. I mean,
exactly.
But you actually make a good point, because the Mark Ruffalo version of the Hulk, you can tell it's Mark Ruffalo, but he is monstrous.
Yeah.
He's not. They didn't make him look like Fabio Green. He's not. The Hulk is, with his heavy brow. The Hulk looks Cro-Magnon. He looks Neanderthal or something, and the She-Hulk, Jennifer Walters. I mean, come on, I'd climb that mountain. I mean, she's an. I'm sorry.
No, I think it's good. I think it's good that we see her having sex.
I'm playing back this entire conversation right now, and I'm just imagining Rob walking into a room full of people just to be like, you know what? I want to see some fucking right now.
Well,
no, because you can go to Pornhub. What? Here's the thing.
This is an adult superhero, and there's no reason why she shouldn't be having sex. So the notion of making these shows where women are not having sex at all is completely ridiculous. We need to see shows where women are doing that now, and for adult shows.
I agree with that. I think I've broken Lael.
Oh, man. Oh, my God.
No, wait, Lael, I want to dissuade you of something you said. We can see fucking all around the internet, whether it's Pornhub, RedTube, Xbox, whatever. What I feel is not happening is we've now become all of us have become voyeurs. And the fact is, to actually participate, you need to bring your finesse game. You need to have skill. You need to learn how to talk. You need to learn, and I feel that all of us have become. And I'm telling you, one of my dreams in life, if I won the lottery, I would open a high-end bar where nobody can take their phone inside, and I would call this bar Convo. That's my bar. Convo is a bar where you need to be a cunning linguist, where you need to be able to talk a good game. You need to be able to chat up a lady or not a lady, they, them. Chat up whoever you want. You can gender identify however you want. The fact is, what I want from you is your conversation. If you come into my bar, you're going to have to talk. You're going to have to dazzle people with your personality. And I feel we're missing that. I feel like there's an entire generation of our young people that are lost to the fact that you got to learn. You got to learn things. And you know what? Anger is replacing love.
And frustration. Anger and frustration.
Yeah. I'm telling you.
I'm sorry. It's true. But yo, this last 20 minutes has been one of the best moments in my life.
I'm very happy to hear that. I want to make sure that it wasn't just me fantasizing that this character was going to have sex or was going to be more sexual. I mean, I think that the fantasy of wanting that, I think it was certainly solidified now that she is. And we haven't seen, when was the last superhero you've seen do something like this?
No, and that's so funny because we live in a world where we are being given neutered superheroes.
So, hey, yo, and check this out though. Now, let me take you through something really quick. Let's go back. So, we got the Eternals.
Yes.
At the end of the Eternals, who did we get? We got Star Fox.
Right. Who is a sensual? He's a seducer.
In the books, Star Fox and She-Hulk had a relationship.
That's the Harry Styles character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like him.
So
They
does
had a
Olivia Wilde.
They had a relationship in which Star Fox was judged on a galactic court, and she had to actually testify. She was called to testify,
Mm-hmm.
basically, in the books. So this is what I'm saying. If we have this version of She-Hulk that they are now bringing into the MCU, and we know we're going to see Star Fox again, we might see some fucking Rob. You might get what you want.
Listen, if they could use Harry Styles, he's incredibly sexual and charismatic. It would make sense that she would be attracted to him because, you know, that's what she's really desiring right now.
Yeah.
I think it's so nice to see a normal woman and having those desires on screen. This is really the best thing about the show for me.
I agree. By the way, Nightcrawler sends in a super chat and says, Megan Thee Stallion was throwing that thing back. Definitely my personal favorite post-credit scene. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, dreams come true. Mm-hmm. And when She-Hulk said she would kill for her, I knew Rob would appreciate it. Oh, yes, I do, Nightcrawler. Yes, I do.
Yeah. It was a good scene.
By the way, our friend Superhero Displays, who's an imagination connoisseur for 10 months, thank you for being a member of the channel. I appreciate that. S Beam sends in a super sticker for $20. Goal!
Woo!
Goal! Yeah! Yes! Ah!
S Beam. S Beam. My guy, S Beam. SB. Smooth.
Actually, Tina Guzman says there's more to life than all that. Why would you talk about it with others? I appreciate that, Tina. I don't mean to offend. All this is in good fun, but there is I'm not just trying to be a lascivious guy. I'm speaking more metaphorically, to be honest. And what I mean is that, you know, when we are beings of spirituality and conscience that are locked into these physical forms, and our hopes and our dreams and everything we think is it is not physical, it's mental. And yet we are in these bodies that are incredibly pleasurable to be in. And I find it you know, for me, there's nothing better when you're with a partner, with somebody that knows how you like to be touched. And you're allowing them into your personal space, and they know how to, well, let's face it, turn you on, whatever it is you want. I mean, you know, it's funny. We live in these bodies. Like I like sometimes the webbing between, like I just like itching between my fingers. Oh my God, it feels so good. Amazing, right? Fantastic. Why is I touch another part of my body and then it gets weird? But we're all part of the same, and when you're with somebody that knows how to touch you or knows, it's amazing. It's an amazing experience that we are afforded an opportunity as beings of spirit and beings of intellect to understand what it's like to be close to another person. I don't think there's a more electrifying experience than when two people who care about each other, when your bodies touch and you interact.
Yeah. And I think also what you're saying, I mean, even in that aspect, I mean, you know, in the more serious aspect of it, is it's not just about the physical form. Spirituality in general, we don't embrace the idealism of love as much as we should, because all we hear across the medium of everything, or every platform, is hateful discussions, you know, hateful debates, you know, always what we don't like, what we, you know, this, that, and the third, you know, people getting butt hurt off of what somebody actually said. And it's always one of those type of situations. It's like, yo, like, we don't talk about love that as much as we should. We don't talk about the things that,
Lael,
you know what I mean?
Why do you think that is?
Bro, to be quite honest, there's a lot of, put it this way, and I tell Toya this all the time, even with the girls, like, we talk about this every day, like, this platform, or just this social media platform itself that's been created, we invest more time in that and looking at the hate rather than just having serious discussions without technology. It goes on in this house all the time. It's like we have more of a relationship with this than we do the actual person within our presence. I'm guilty of that. I'll honestly say that I'm guilty of that, and it's certain things that society needs to change constantly, bro. That we're more thrusted into that realm of controversy. We want to see that. We always want to see people going at each other because that is the ultimate high for us. That's the climax for us, rather than really just having a discussion, enjoying each other's company, stuff like that. I mean, it's less of that now. Like even when you listen to song, even in music in general, there aren't too many solid love songs anymore, bro. Literally, they're not.
Or, I mean, DMSR, my man Prince, dance, music, sex, romance. Everybody get on the floor. What the hell did you come here for? Girl, it ain't no use. Might as well get loose. People are like, oh, Rob, that's you can't sing that song. That's
Yeah.
no.
I like Why Don't We Get Drunk and Screw? I always thought that was a great song.
Well, I wish I knew you in high school.
But you remember how people used to say that sex sells? That's not the story now.
No, but isn't that interesting?
It's not the story now. Sex no longer sells. What sells?
By the way,
is,
sex is bad. It's oppressive. It's part of the patriarchal structure to put people down.
Sexuality is a bad thing now. We can't express our sexuality anymore. We can't. Because then, we fall victim to like either someone saying they've been objectified or
you're oppressed. Lael, we're oppressing people.
Exactly. So you can't really express that anymore. I'm like, damn.
But then I go to my OnlyFans subscription and I think, wait a minute.
You know what I mean?
No, I'm kidding. I don't have an OnlyFans subscription.
Like it's like society is taking number one. They take my freedom and right to discipline my child when my child does wrong. Now they're taking away the right for me to really have sex with the woman that I love and express that to people. So I can't really do that. That becomes more objectified and everything. It's like it's I don't know. It's crazy. Like this is the way it is right now. Sex no longer sells. You got to take that out of it. It's more so hate, controversy, and to see somebody hurt. That's what sells more than anything.
I do want to mention that over the past few years that I've been on YouTube, I have spoken to a few screenplay writers who have told me that my bringing to their attention the fact that I'm noticing that there aren't a lot of love scenes and sex scenes has encouraged them to add love scenes and sex scenes, at least more of them, into their stories, because they looked at even their own stories and they're like, yeah, there's not a love scene, there isn't a sex scene. Growing up, even some of the action films had a love scene or a sex scene, and even if it was like them busting into someone's bedroom or something.
Man, True Lies, Jamie Lee Curtis in that room.
Wow! Oh my God!
So,
well, what's so weird? What I find so weird is now our society, social media has made us all narcissists. Mm-hmm. We've programmed our input to only give us what we want. Like, I'm only getting what I want. If I put something out into the world, I'm only putting out what I want to see. I mean, to me, I already know what I want and what I like. The great thing about what social media has done for me is I can hear from all these other people that I might not ever hear from. Yeah. Whether I'm watching like there's a YouTuber, there's a guy named Dave Cullen, who redhead kid in I think Ireland, the UK. He's done a lot of great videos, and he's even called me out by name. I've watched him for years. I've never met him. I don't even know how to get in touch with him. But I like it, and his videos have cartoon representations of him, but he's streamed live with people, and some people would say I like him. I like this guy. I don't even know him, and I'm thinking one day I've streamed with all these other YouTubers like Critical Drinker, who I love, and I've Gary from Nerdrotic, Gary Beekler. I like Gary Beekler. Even tonight people are calling. I like Gary. He's a fan. He ran a comic book store in San Francisco for 10 years. You know what? We might have political differences or whatever, but I like him. Az, people have been giving me shit for streaming with Az. I love Az. Az and I did Prisoner. We've done Hot Toys. And I'm like, I like Az. Do not, like why are my friends? Why am I called out for being people I'm friends with because someone doesn't like their political ideology or whatever? Remember, we're on YouTube, and a lot of it is performative. We're entertaining. You know, we're having a good time.
I'd like to think that me talking about sex and sexuality in cinema and TV has encouraged other creators to think about it more and to add it. And I feel like that's my contribution.
And by the way, God love you for doing so. I mean, you know, I can't talk about how much I think about sex and all that. And people get all like, here's the thing. I've gone past a threshold. I'm a creepy old man. I feel like if I talk about Blackpink and talk about Lisa, if I talk about that, I mean, I can only go so far, and then people are like, you're old and creepy. And you know what? They're not wrong. I think I'm old and creepy with my fixation on Lisa and Blackpink, but whatever. You know, as somebody used to DJ and listen to 12-inch recordings, like I loved Trevor Horn's ZTT label. And I have a whole series of CDs of all the ZTT stuff. I love Trevor Horn as a producer. Some of the great music production, I mean, it's completely artificial. I get that. Like, I watch Blackpink live at the VMAs. I'm like, they're not really singing. Come on. And that bums me out because we used to be like top of the pops in the early 80s. Everyone was lip syncing. I thought we were beyond that. I mean, I now look at K-pop and I'm like, please dissuade me of this. But I'm like, none of them are singing ever. It's all production. And I want to believe I love Blackpink as, like, if I could get a 12-inch remix of a Blackpink record produced by Trevor Horn doing the remix, I'd be like, fuck yeah. But I look at that and I'm like, wow, we've gone from 40 years ago when everyone lip-synced on Top of the Pops to when, don't ever lip sync, to now we're back and nobody wants to hear anything real. It's so weird. It's so weird. I'm like, I want to hear real performances. I mean, when Kurt Cobain was unplugged on MTV, when Nirvana was singing, that shit was fucking dope as fuck. Yeah. I mean, my God. When you watch Heart, when you watch Ann and Nancy Wilson perform Stairway to Heaven.
Yeah.
When Obama and fucking Zeppelin are watching them perform it for real with a choral section. I mean, Prince, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, 3 minutes and 22 seconds into the video of My Guitar Gently Weeps when Prince steps out and starts playing.
They're playing that lick.
Oh, my God. Yeah. I mean, I come every time I watch that. I mean, Jesus. By the way, Kung Fu Hot Dog wants to know who's on my T-shirt. This is The Evil Dead meets The Mandalorian. Look at this.
It's so good.
Wow.
Fett, not dead.
Yo, that's incredible. That's
I know, isn't that rad?
That is dope.
People don't even know. It's The Evil Dead meets Boba Fett. I mean, that's what Fandom is all about. Craziness. Michael Elliott says, hey, Rob, Lael, and everyone, let's do the nasty. Now, Michael Elliott, if it's the Michael Elliott, that guy has one of the great voices of all time. Whenever Michael Elliott would come on live, I mean, if you see him, he's a smooth motherfucker. Gritter Plays says, Deadpool is another superhero that is sensual. Yeah, he gets pegged by his girlfriend on International Women's Day. I mean, I'm all about that. Put that strap on and drive me home. I'm all about that. He should be in the MCU eventually. Yeah, explain that. He and She-Hulk love fourth wall breaking. Can you imagine them both breaking the fourth wall together
that would be
while in bed with each other?
I want to see that.
Oh my gosh, that would be wonderful. They need to do this.
That would be hilarious. That right there, that's a cash cow for them in a good way. Straight up. I would love to see something like that.
I mean, here's what I don't understand. At least The Boys. What I love about The Boys, there's a lot of fucking in The Boys.
And Peacemaker.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Freedom.
Yes, and if you're a physical, if you're a tremendous physical specimen, I love the fact that She-Hulk wanted to know about Captain America's sex life. Captain America, fuck!
Yeah, that was funny.
It was great.
She's
Because-
looking. She's looking. We're, you know, it's I'm
And
glad they're talking
she had
about
America's
female
ass
gaze.
on her phone, right?
America's ass on her phone.
Yeah.
She's
You know-
the female gaze. It's there, and she is all about it, and she's not ashamed to admit it, and not ashamed that she wants it. And I hope she's not going to be ashamed to get it.
Oh, I hope not. But it's really weird
she
because
won't
the
be, trust
MCU
me.
is so chaste, and now they're doing She-Hulk. I mean, people are like, well, Rob, what about look? Gemma Chan in the Eternals is like if someone said Rob. The only thing wrong with Gemma Chan in the Eternals is she wasn't quite the redhead that I like, but everything else perfection.
But she
Like,
was beautiful.
Look, I love Asian girls, and Gemma Chan in the Eternals is one of the most singly. I know she was in. I mean, here's the thing: she's in the Crazy Rich Asians, and she has like a bad marriage. Who is married to Gemma Chan and has some fucking problem? I mean, the verisimilitude is shattered. If I was married to Gemma Chan, I'd be tearing off her underwear with my teeth every time I could. Like, what is the problem? She's rich. That guy was talk about it. Like, what the hell, man? Did not believe that. That is my one thing about Crazy Rich Asians. I'm like, you're married to Gemma Chan and things are going awry? Are you kidding me? And then she becomes an Eternal. What a douche that guy was. You are not thinking.
He hated that he kind of betrayed her or whatever it was. That was horrible. They made love on a rock. I mean, they could have put like some kind of blanket down or something. I mean,
Look, Icarus had it going on, you know. By the way, my choice for James Bond, Richard Madden.
Richard
Madden.
He would be a good
Scottish.
James
I
Bond.
mean, if you see Bodyguard, that guy could be James Bond.
Yeah. Richard Madden could be a James Bond.
Richard Madden could be James Bond. By the way, the Robo producer says ROP Sauron returns in season 1 or 2. Hashtag Club Sauron. You know, maybe season 2. It's you know what? That's the cliffhanger of season 1. Sauron comes back, but you know what? Like Sauron's like an eye. You know, the eye. Like now he's personified as he's anthropomorphized as a dude or a girl. I kind of want Sauron to be like Lucifer in the TV series Lucifer.
Ooh.
And he just fucks with everybody in Middle Earth. Like he shows up and here's my problem. Let me ask you both this. Even in Lord of the Rings, what did Sauron want? Like you've got Mordor, you take over Middle Earth. I mean, this is my problem with like the apocalypse. Say Satan wins. He shows up. Is he gonna like fix public education? Is he gonna fix like solar power? Is he gonna global warming? Like say Satan wins the world. Like what's he gonna do? Like why bother? Whenever I read stories about great evil and they're going to be defeated, I kind of want to see the story of when great evil wins and then has to deal with the aftermath. Like now you have to deal with a bunch of people that want shit. Like say the devil takes over the world and everyone's like, okay, that's great, but my internet sucks. So what are you going to do about it?
It'll just keep saying loading. That's all it'll say for the rest of it.
Yeah, but even I want to feel that even the devil had a plan. Like, well, I'm going to own your souls. Okay, great. Now you have my soul. Now what? Am I going to have to sit in the DMV for all eternity? Because that is hell. What then?
I really would have liked to have seen Lee Pace play Sauron, but he was already in another iteration, and I don't think they would have
And the Hobbits, yeah.
I think he would be perfect for
I
that.
love Lee Pace.
Yeah.
By the way, RSO Media says, no disagreeing with your diagnosis for society, but don't you think the anti-catcalling message conflicts with the sexuality is good message? Well, okay, RSO Media, let me throw that to anti-catcalling conflicts with sexuality is good.
Yes, in the She-Hulk series, in the first episode, I think that she was honestly speaking what bothered her, but it is it's a conflict to behave, to even twerk or do whatever. And it does seem a bit conflicting. I don't know why that character said half of what she said in episode 1. I think maybe she was showing off to Bruce and was ashamed that she didn't want to say, I don't know what the hell I'm doing, Bruce. This is the worst thing that has ever happened to me in my life. And I don't know how I'm going to handle this. I got to get out of this situation. Instead, she was like, no, I can handle it. I can do it. I'm good. And no one believed her. He did not believe her. He knows that she's going to struggle along this journey. It's not going to be all hearts and flowers for her. So perhaps she dislikes catcalling. I can tell you that as long as it's just catcalling and you're kind of left alone, I don't see what difference it should make. But it makes a difference to her, I guess. That's important to her. I think that men have to tell you they find you attractive in order for you to even go any further with them. So I'm not quite sure whether I share her sentiments when it comes to catcalling. But, you start telling men to stop catcalling at you, then they're going to stop giving you compliments, and then they're going to stop asking you out. And then you're going to spend a lot of times at home doing nothing. So it's something to think about.
Well, here's the thing. I think that's when the finesse game comes into play. I mean, the fact is, there's a way to court people. You got to be cool. Mm-hmm. And I think catcalling is impolite.
Mm-hmm. There's a way to do it. There's a way to do it.
And I feel that courtship, again, requires finesse. Mm-hmm. It's a skill you need to learn. To me,
a conversation, like an even exchange of conversation, getting to know that person on an intellectual level. Like, just the mind is the most sexiest thing it's the most sexiest attribute of a relationship, especially when it comes to a woman. For me, the mind is the sexy part. Once that mind is conquered, then everything else makes more sense.
Well, also the mind is the sexiest part too, because that's where all the filthy fantasies come from. And what you want, I mean, and when you think about human sexuality, it's pretty goofy. Yeah. It's pretty goofy. When it comes down to it, it's all you're making stuff up because we're locked into these bodies and what we like. Mm-hmm. It's goofy. It is all. Can you imagine? Like there's an episode of Star Trek called By Any Other Name. Mm-hmm. And they're these basically giant tentacled Andromedans that have come to our galaxy, and they've taken human form. And this actress, Barbara Boucher, who is one of, if you look up right now, just Google search Star Trek By Any Other Name, Barbara Boucher. And Kalinda, she's so smoking hot. And Kirk knows that she's a gigantic, or not a gigantic, but a tentacled alien from Andromeda that is not a human being, that's taken human form. And she's like, I've studied humans, and I don't understand this simple biological function. Why do you spend so much ink? Why do you write so much about this ridiculous biological function? Kirk's like, I'm going to show you. And, he's like, he gets it. He's a spacefaring man. He understands she's taken on human form, but her form, entices him, and he figures shit out. And if you look her, like, I don't know if anyone's looked her up, but
I'm looking at it right now.
But yeah, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at that. That's why Captain Kirk knows that she's an alien from Andromeda, and he's like, I don't care. I don't care. My imagination, it's all good.
Wow.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, wow.
Now, when I'm like 6 years old watching this episode, and Kirk knows he's making Rojan, the leader of the Andromedans, jealous, I'm like, I got it. At 6 years old, I'm looking at her, I'm looking at Kirk, I'm like, oh, I understand. I don't quite understand the nuances of what Kirk is doing here. All I know is that creature, she might be a tentacled, like, creature from the Andromeda galaxy, but she's chosen well in her human form. And I'm like, I am not going to pillory Captain Kirk for going there. I'm just not going to do it. I'm like, dude, I get it. And there's and what I find so interesting now is that what's weird is our humanity is being now pilloried. Our base human instincts and desires are being pilloried and vilified in the modern age we live in. The idea, when I first moved to LA in 1988, I had just turned 21. And one of the things I loved, I lived in West Los Angeles. I went down to bars in Santa Monica. And every time when I went to bars, there was a buoyant, fun attitude. There was no malevolence. We had no cell phones or anything. Everyone who was in bars, guys and girls, we all knew why we were there. We would go to these bars to meet one another. We hoped to find a significant other, and it was fun.
Yeah,
it was fun. There was no malevolence.
Finding a significant other, like, it didn't always result in that. Sometimes you just wanted to speak to somebody or have.
Yeah, man, and it didn't matter. It didn't matter whether you come, stay, lay, pray, whatever. You were having a good time. Yeah. And you know what? Guys understood if my interests, if we were both like interested in the same girl, you'd size each other up and go, okay, I understand. You go. I have no chance compared to you. I mean, everyone understood. Everyone got it. Like there was a social construct, and everybody was having a great time. Yeah. Now, and I would call it a benevolent, joyous experience. Now everything is the opposite. It's malevolent. It's all competition. Kill or be killed. I'm better than you. There's a complete, and this is a 33-year shift, the same year that Jesus died. I mean, maybe that's not significant in terms of me, whatever. But I'm just saying, it's a weird time where now we live in a world full of anger and not joy.
Yeah, true. Anger and stress. That's where we're at right now. And there's the conversation. It's like that direct conversation of love and just the appreciation of the human form, and just two people. It's becoming a foreign thing.
Well, maybe She-Hulk having sex will help her handle the anger management side. I don't believe she handles anger.
It's going to happen. It's definitely going to happen. I'm telling you that it's already being set up. Like, it's going to happen. So. That's unavoidable.
It is. James Lucas says, I'm behind, but can we disagree vehemently and still go have a beer? Yeah. Love you, R&B. Well, by the way, here's another thing. I never lived in a world where I couldn't disagree with someone and have a beer.
Hell yeah.
This is something new. This kind of weird anger that's divisive. I mean, as a science fiction fan, I'd go to conventions as a kid to scream and yell at people about warp fields. Like, you're not understanding what a warp field. I don't get is the anger. I'll tell you, what I have really been disappointed in is I can no longer stand face to face with somebody and disagree politely. I mean, again, you have to be a cunning linguist. You need to know how to talk to people. You need to be able to get up there and articulate your opinion and not piss people off. True. Have disagreements that lead to great, like you'll disagree with someone, sit down at a bar, and 8 hours go by as you drink pint after pint after pint, and you stumble out of that bar with a new best friend.
I mean, Congress seems to have perfected it.
Are they best friends though?
Oh yeah, they all that stuff is just for the public, but at the end they all go to the same clubs.
It's true. By the way, our friend Hassoni Parker from Sweden, who's publishing his own comic book from Beyond Comics 2099, sends in a super chat and says, love you guys. No. By the way, if any of you participate in them, if you're a member of this channel, we have member chats. We might have one on Sunday. I'm going to try and work it in. Elizabeth's going out of town. I'm going to see John Williams. We're still doing Let's Get Physical Media. So there might be a member call. Hassoni Parker, when he shows up, it's pretty goddamn entertaining. Just saying. Love that. Bert says, I want my WAP-free, twerk-free MCU programming. I hope you're being facetious because, my God, watching She-Hulk and Megan Thee Stallion twerk, why would you not love that? I don't know. Insommatic says, "What a night! By the way, what a good-looking cast, especially."
Oh my God! Thank you
Insommatic
so much.
101. You are a cunning linguist. That's how you charm a lady, and
That's how you do
us, to be honest.
That's how you do it.
That's
Thank
how you do
you.
it. Look, I have missed a segment of super chats. I have not gotten to them. I can't find them because the way that the algorithm works, it's if you sent me a super chat and I didn't answer it, go to Twitter right now and slide into my DMs and send me your super chat and I'll read them right now. On Twitter. Oh, by the way, I am Burnett RM. BURNETTRM. Go to Twitter, send them to me if I didn't read them, because I'm sorry I had to refresh and it obliterated the super chats, and I would like to get them done. So now for you two kids, it's 3:00 in the morning for you.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
I know it's time for you to go to bed. I've kept you guys up late, and I apologize for that, but I will let you go. But before I do, I would love to hear a final thought about Rings of Power. First, what do you think?
I think that you can't deny the effort that was put in to make Rings of Power a show. And I want them to convince me with fantasy. I want them to dazzle me with this. And I'm holding on to that love story in the show, and I'm hoping we see it. But I kind of gave it like maybe a 6 out of 10 right now from what I've seen. Let's see how it progresses. But I'm going to keep watching because that love story actually hooked me into watching.
Yeah. Lael, what do you think?
Yeah, like I said, for me, I want to see more. Like I said, I mean, so far so good. I mean, so far it's a build up to something. I just want to see the direction it's going to take. But I think, I mean, again, I'm definitely giving it a chance because visually, like I said, it's stunning, and I want to see where some of these characters go. So that's what I'm waiting on, man.
Well, kids, it's been another great Midnight Musings. 3 hours of fun.
Yes.
We got to talk about sex. We got to talk about love. We got to talk about passion.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yes,
And Lael, LaToya T, goddess, came down from heaven and graced you with her presence. God love you for that.
She did. That's the baby.
I know. And I will let you guys both go. By the way, this show's going to continue on because I'm going to have rando people come on like I've been doing.
Okay.
I'm going to have randos show up.
Randos. That's a dope ass idea, though. Randos. Let the randos begin.
The randos will begin, but I will say goodbye to both of you. Thank you for being here. And I need a minute to drain the main vein. I will be back shortly.
Well,
all right. Peace out.
Wait, what do you want to say?
Wait, you're going to the bathroom and no one's going to be on the air?
Well, no, I'm going to put a little. I'm just going to put a little graphic.
Wait, hold on, Leah. Let's just wait till Rob comes back.
Oh, really? You guys want to talk?
Yeah. Well, just so that someone's on while you're.
Oh, well, if you're going to do that, fine. All right, hang on then.
We'll wait till you come back and then we'll go. Right, Lael?
All right, kids. All right, give me a couple minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm going to stand up. All right. Wait. Hang on. Oh.
There you go. There you go. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Go take your time, brother.
That's right. Because
straight up.
That shirt is amazing.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Oh,
it definitely is. Let's see what we got going on here. Who's in the chat? Who's talking?
Yeah.
I'm trying to see who's out there. It's going so fast, like I can't see it. I can only see it, I can only just kind of see a couple of things here.
Well, Lael, are you ready for Andor?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. I'm definitely. You know what the thing is? It's like it's an overload of so much information right now that it's just like we got She-Hulk, we got Andor coming up, we got D23 next week. So there's a lot of information we're gonna find out from that. It's just like, yo, I'm anticipating a lot, but at the same time, it's just like it's an overload. It's like, I mean, I want to be able to watch one thing at a time and try to get through it, because the thing is, we already know that She-Hulk is going to kind of run into Andor, even though they're on two separate days. I think they're on two separate days. So I think Andor is Wednesday still, and She-Hulk is Thursday. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see.
You and I are going to be going to New York Comic Con, which is, I
Yeah.
think, is it the first weekend in October, Lael?
Yes, it is.
And Andor will still be on at that time. I'm sure there's
Mhm.
going to be some interesting panels coming up, but I'm so excited this year
Yeah.
to go. Of course,
Yeah.
we went last year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
so I imagine this year is going to be even busier.
Yeah, it is. It is. There's a few vendors, I mean, that I wanted to see that are actually pulling out this year, but it doesn't matter. Like I said, because artist alley is always my spot. I'm always down there, meeting a lot of artists. And then we walk the actual floor itself, seeing so many people cosplay. I don't know what the panels are going to look like this year. I mean, I know, but I don't know if, like, how it's going to be getting in on any of them. Because we're still living under this, COVID protocol and stuff like that. So, I mean, I don't know. Who knows? But I can't wait. I definitely cannot wait for it. It's going to be fun. I didn't even know if I was going to go this year, to be quite honest. I mean, because we got this, and then we got Star Wars Celebration in April. You know what I mean? So getting everything kind of organized to make it work is like, yeah, it's a bit rough. You know what I mean? Trying to make everything stick and do the right thing with that. So I'm happy though. I'm so happy, man. I can't wait. I can't wait to
Well,
get
I
there.
can't wait because it's literally like a month from now,
Yeah,
relatively speaking.
I
yeah,
hope
So
you
it
didn't
is.
say anything objectionable when I was gone.
No,
actually,
we
we
did.
were talking about New York
We were
Comic
talking about New
Con, and
York
that's
Comic
about a month
Con next
away,
month.
Robert, and that Lael and I will be there, and we're
Yeah,
excited.
I wish I
yeah,
could come. I mean, I wish.
yeah,
I've never been to New York Comic Con.
bro. It's an incredible experience, man. Come on, you gotta
I
come. You gotta come to the East Coast, man. You gotta
I
come to the New
I
York
I
Comic Con
know
with me,
since I've known
man.
you guys. I mean, I haven't been to the East Coast. I haven't been there since like in 5 years.
Man, you gotta come to the East
Well,
Coast,
now,
bro.
yeah. I mean, yes, I miss traveling. I mean, Mark Altman and Roger Lay, my friends, their documentary about 1982 is going to the Sitges Film Festival, which is my
Wow.
favorite film festival. I've been there 5 times in Spain.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
I'd love, man. In 2001, I just went to Sitges to hang out, and it's
yeah,
fantastic. And I wish I could go, but I need to come. I love the East Coast. I miss the East Coast. I love New York. It's so
yeah,
great. I mean, my favorite cities in the United States: New York's number one, New Orleans is number two, L.A. is probably number three, Seattle's four, and
yeah,
Chicago's number five. I
yeah.
mean, I love traveling, and I haven't traveled
Yeah.
in a long time, and I miss it.
Hell yeah, man.
All right, well, I want to thank you all for being here. It was a great show,
All
and
right.
I will see you guys next week.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, sir. See you next week.
A great. By the way, before we go, first of all, where can people find you online?
Well, you can find me on my YouTube channel, Positive Fandom. You can also find me streaming simultaneously on Twitch and on Odyssey. Of course, on Sundays at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can find me on Positive Fandom for my live Sunday brunch show where we do all the parlay in the fandom. I'm not going to be streaming that much this upcoming week because it is the holiday weekend, like Monday and everything.
Mhm,
So
mhm,
I
mhm.
won't be on. But you can always find me also on the Post-Geek Singularity here on our Midnight Musing show and some of the other programming as well. And if you want to know my upcoming shows, all you have to do is go to my community page where I post everything that I'm going to be on upcoming for the next week, guys. So please do check it out. Subscribe to
Yes,
my
yes.
channel and please do watch some of the shows so I can get my watch hours up. I did a review of the new Princess Diana documentary called The Princess. It's very important to me, this documentary. I think it was amazing. And please do check it out if you are a fan or you're just curious. And everybody, thank you so much for the support.
By the way,
Yes,
on
sir.
this show, we did give away a hot toy figure to get you over 1,000 views, and our viewer that got that hot toy figure finally got it. I also included in the pack the Michael Mann's novel Heat 2.
Oh my
Gave him a
gosh,
copy of
so
Heat 2,
jealous.
and he wrote me back, and it was very funny. He's like, "Oh, this is amazing. I don't want to take it out of the box." I'm like, "Bro,
You better take it
come
out of the
on,
box,
man. You gotta. Hey, you didn't want to.
You gotta take it out of the box. You gotta
You gotta take it out of the
box.
box. You gotta have fun. You gotta pose it. I mean,
Yeah.
look,
That's right.
as Lael will know, Lael is like the Rembrandt of figure posers. I mean, if you look at his channel, Lael, where can people find your pictures? Are you on Instagram? You're on Instagram, right?
Yes, they can find me at 16 Scale Man 2099 on Instagram as well. Also follow me on the 16 Scale Man 16 Scale Man YouTube channel. Definitely you get some inspiration over there. Take Your Position is my posing videos, my posing section. I don't do unboxings and reviews. I do more posing sessions with
Yeah.
the actual figures itself. So Take Your Position is there. We have Collectors Lounge on Sunday. It's Collectors Lounge International at 12 p.m. when we actually sit around, talk about figures, comic book talk with friends on Monday. Say What on Wednesday. That's Say What Wednesday, where we talk about nothing but 16 scale collecting and figures and stuff like that. And Uncivilized Scoundrels this
Yes.
week.
Oh,
Yeah, we're gonna do it this Thursday. So
okay.
this Thursday, so we'll be on. So definitely can't wait for that. And we have Figure Flex Friday, or Mega Flex or Figure Flex Friday, where we take you, the viewers, and look at your flexes, all your figures, your collections, and stuff like that. You submit them on the Facebook page. You actually submit all your photos on the Figure Flex Friday Facebook page, and then we go through all those photos and just give you a shout out and stuff like that. So yeah,
Your posing game is second to none, man. Some of the things you're
man.
doing is really cool. Really cool.
And speaking of which, posing on Sunday, Collectors Lounge, when they have posing with Peter, he's going to be on there with us as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. It's great. So follow these lovely folks, and you never know what's going to happen when we're all together. And
Yes.
I have to tell you, I don't want to use his name, but the viewer who won the hot toy was very appreciative, and he said he went through. I have to say, it took me a little while to get the figure out to him, and he was like, "Come on, miffed, like am I gonna get it or what?" He got it, and he was very appreciative, and he was going through a tough time, and I didn't know that. And when he got the figure, I mean, what was great. Here's what I loved: when he got the figure, he'd never had a Hot Toys figure. And he felt the joy and the power, when he opened it up. And he was like, "I don't want to open it up." I'm like, "No, bro, you got to do it." And he was very excited. He waxed rhapsodic, and unless he wanted me to, I'm happy to shout you out, but I don't want to sell you out if you don't want me to say it, so I won't say your name. But he did get the figure, and he got the Gladiator Thor from Ragnarok, which, by the way, is a really fun Hot Toys figure. It's a great, and also it's lucrative.
Yeah.
But you gotta you have
to
to open your toys.
Yeah,
open
man.
your toys.
You have
Open
to
them
open
up.
it to make sure it's
Open
not
them
broken.
up and pose it, and just enjoy it. Plain and simple.
Enjoy it. Open your toys. That's the story of my life.
Yep.
Whether you use your hands or your teeth, open
It's
your toys.
okay to play with your toys.
Yeah, that's right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Lael's like, I get it.
You already know.
Open your toys.
Hell yeah.
And on that note, kids, I'm going to say goodbye to you, but we're going to continue on. Please give it up at home. Give clap for Mmmm and Lael Rockwell. Thank you for being here.
We're all good people.
We are all goof people, according to Tom Jr. Jackson. It is.
Yeah.
So I will say goodbye to both of you.
All right, man. See you later. See you guys. See you later.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Now, all of you, if I have not read your super chats, if I didn't find them, I'm trying to find a way to get them. As I said, slide into my DMs on Twitter and just send them to me. Go, Rob, I sent you a super chat. It was my own fault. I am sorry for erasing them. I appreciate your super chats, and I want to read them all. But even my moderator couldn't find one. James Lucas sends in a super chat and asks, how do I become a channel member? Well, first of all, you have to have the kind of mindset to make you crazy enough to become a channel member. No, I'm just kidding. You just do that on YouTube. You can become a member of the channel. And you can become a member of the channel for 99 cents a month or support it however you want. And here here we are for the Post-Geek Singularity. We have membership chats where they're fun. We speak for hours on end, and I just hang out with you guys, and it's kind of like an AMA, or we just talk, we just chat. But I want to say I lost like 5 or 6 super chats tonight. They disappeared. So go to Burnett RM on Twitter. Just send them to me, and I will read them, because I hate missing them. That was my fault. I apologize. But we're still here. So for those people who don't know, what I do now is I allow you people that might want to come on the show live. All I ask is you have a good camera, a good sound system, a good microphone, and I'm going to send out a live chat link, and I'm going to bring you guys on the show. Now, here's the thing. At least if you haven't been on the show before, I would ask you to hang back. Those veterans, I'll have you come on, but for at least the first bit, don't. Sean Christopher has become an imagination connoisseur. Sean Christopher, that's a very Star Trek name, from an episode Tomorrow's Yesterday, which is good. The truth of it says, "For all mankind is awful." Why you got to troll me like that? You're wrong. You're wrong. The truth of it, you're wrong. You do not understand what great drama is, nor do you love the space program. Why do you come to my channel and troll me this way? It's fine. I appreciate it. I'll laugh. It's good. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the live chat, and I'm going to bring all of you randos on. Come on, truth of it. If you think For All Mankind is awful, I throw out the challenge to you. One of my favorite shows. You don't come on my channel and diss one of my favorite shows unless you will come face me, face to face, live on this channel, and tell me why you think that's true. Charlie Rogers, NBN, has become an imagination connoisseur. Charlie, thanks for joining the channel. I appreciate that. I do. And I'm going to open it up shortly. Just give me a moment. I've got a lot of work to do. And it will be... hang on, I have to... hang on. Hang on. And by the way, when you guys come on, this is when it becomes a party. It truly is Midnight Metal. It is past midnight Pacific time, and let me just tell you all, it's going to be fun, and who knows? But we got to be respectful. We got to be actually, I don't know if I have this person's email. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, so I'm going to be putting. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to put the link in the live chat, and I'm going to ask all of you. Eloy Diaz became a member of the channel. Eloy, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Becoming a member. By the way, Eloy, are you an H.G. Wells fan? Have you ever heard or seen The Time Machine? I don't know if you have or not. The Eloy, they didn't have it great. They didn't have it great. But I don't know if you know that for a minute. Just give me a moment here. We're going to hang on. This is going to be fun. It's going to be very fun. And we'll see. So I'm going to put the live chat or the link into the live chat, and I'm going to ask people to come on. So if you're ready, I don't know if I'm ready, to be honest. We'll see. We shall see what happens. Give me a minute. And by the way, Eloy Diaz, thank you for that. I said Charlie. And by the way, if you let me just check my DMs on Twitter again. If you sent me a super chat and you didn't have it read, I am hoping that you would send it to me. Kinky Sphincter from the YouTube chats sent me. Wow. I need that. Kinky Sphincter says, Galadriel in Rings of Power wore an all-white dress and jumped in the ocean, and it showed no naughty bits. Come on. Well, first of all, Kinky Sphincter, good point. I mean, what I don't like, why is the Lord of the Rings... Look, I don't want Game of Thrones level sexuality. I don't. But Kinky Sphincter makes a good point. You know, someone jumps into the ocean, it's like, come on, man. What is up? But I don't know. I mean, look, they can't... It's a family audience. Everyone loves... You know, you can't expect... What can I tell you? But a good point, Kinky Sphincter. And I've always thought that my sphincter, too, is kinky, like yours. And it is a good point. But let me ask you guys this. Guys, girls, gentle beings, kind souls, however you identify across the 28 known galaxies. Do you think, unlike, say, Game of Thrones, where sexuality is all over the place, do you think love scenes are out of place in Tolkien? If you're going to adapt, I mean, obviously people have to come from somewhere. Do you folks out there, do you think that sex scenes of any kind are not appropriate for Tolkien? And I would say this. I almost think they are not. As much as, I mean, I'm a kinky fucker, but I love Star Trek, but whenever we see people, like there's been a lot of Captain Pike, Handsome Man, Kirk, whatever, people being in bed with one another in Star Trek feels incongruous with it. I don't mind it. It's not because I'm a prude, because I'm so not. But in certain things, it feels incongruous. Do you guys feel that way? Does Rings of Power, does it need some kind of a sex scene at all? Superhero Display says, did you not like the Gladiator Thor I sent you? Bro, the Gladiator Thor you sent me is right up there. Right up there. And by the way, I posed him if you want to. Well, you can't really, I can't move it. But he has both of his swords. I don't have the hammer. Both of his swords and the shield. Of course I love it. You got me my Gladiator Thor. And it's awesome. And it's right up there. Which, by the way, the Modu cases have the Thanos display is going up, and Gladiator Thor is migrating from there into the Modu case, and you will see a picture of it. You think I'm going to give away Gladiator? The Gladiator Thor I got to give away was not your Gladiator Thor. That was another Gladiator Thor that I actually acquired. It was for trading purposes. Your Gladiator Thor was the first Gladiator Thor I have, and your Michael Burnham figure is also over there, which you'll see. There's a video coming. Just you wait, Superhero Displays. By the way, I love that Thor. I love it. Vincent, oh man, you're gonna make me pronounce this. I can't pronounce this. Okay, Vincent. First of all, became an imagination connoisseur. Oh, this is tough. Hang on. Vincent Chmelski? I can't even. I'm just gonna say Vincent C. I appreciate that. Hang on. Let me just say I can't even begin. Let's see. I sent. Hang on. I'm about to send this out. We shall see. Vincent C. Like Superhero Displays. I'm still. I hope I. Are you kidding? I love. So Superhero Displays sent me my Gladiator Thor, and I did not get any Rogue One or Ragnarok Hot Toys figures. When I slept on them, couldn't buy them. It was terrible. It was not good. So I was bummed out. And on my first, hang on, hold on, just a second. I'm about to send this out, but I have to do one thing first. Okay. And I'm about to put this in the live chat so you can be a part of it. Hang on. All right, if you guys are ready, I'm going to send out a show link and bring you on. I'm just getting ready. Let me take care of this a little bit first. And we'll see. I've sent out a link, and I'm about to send it into the live chat. So you guys, hold on. Hold on a minute. Let's see. I'm just looking back. Superhero displays. I mean, you should see where I have my figure. It's good. I'm just checking one thing before I send out the link. And here, hang on. As I'm live. All right, I'm gonna do it. And I'm looking. We'll see. Anyway, this is very... Oh, wait. Rooted hair or sculpted, sends Vincent C. For action figures, it depends. Like, okay, here's a Gandalf head. This figure is quite amazing. So, look at this. This is a pretty great head. And why do I have a head? Because my Gandalf figure needs... I'm replacing the body with a Fison body. So... yeah, and hang on, let me just look one more time before I send this out. And then, yeah, it is, Charlie, it is live broadcasting at its finest. By God, it is. All right, well, here it goes. I'm going to put this into the live chat. Not create a poll. Hang on. All right, we'll see. You guys ready? Hold on 1 minute. Let me just make sure that... I'm just going to make sure that... All right, hang on 1 second, guys. I'm trying to figure this out real quickly before I send this out. This is going to be... It's going to be amazing, I promise. It's going to be... No, it is. Amazing. This is incredibly frustrating. Hang on. I apologize. I'm talking to somebody at the same time. Tom Gillard says, Rob, I need to find a Hot Toys Palpatine chair. No luck on eBay. Any suggestions? Well, Tom, that was a figure that Palpatine came packaged with the chair. That was the deluxe. So they don't come... Unfortunately, they don't come apart from one another. You have to find them together. And I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you my great shame when it comes to that. So I ordered the Palpatine chair. The Palpatine. I thought I ordered the version with the chair, and I didn't. When I got my Palpatine, no chair. And I couldn't believe it. And I felt like a douche. It was bad. It was not good. And I don't know why I did that. and I felt like an idiot. To this day, I do not have Palpatine's throne, and I feel dumb. I really do. I feel that I'm inadequate. I wasn't paying enough attention, and so all I can tell you is that on eBay, the problem is I don't know if anyone is going to sell you just the chair, because they come together. You have to buy the whole thing at once, and I don't know. I don't know what to tell you other than that. And anyway, I'm going to give it a few more seconds, and I'm going to send you out, all of you. Are you ready? Are you ready? I think hang on. Did I send it out? We'll see. Give me one more minute. And I just want to make sure I'm installing. Can you tell? Yes, scintillating live TV. Hang on, let me just make sure. We'll see if this person shows up or not. Rob has a chair kink. I do have a chair kink. You'll see. And Rings of Power, Jimmy the Gent says, Rings of Power is an awful, total waste of money. Bezos should rather give his workers a raise. The Gozarian says, do you collect 4K minis? I don't. I do not collect 4K minis. I do not. Okay, so I am going to send out the live chat. We're going to see if anyone's going to be in the live chat. It is out there. It is live. And I'm going to put in some people right now in the live chat. Now, give me a minute, because let me just say this show is about to go off. You guys have no idea what is about to hit you. And we're going to add someone else who's Wally W comes in. I don't think Wally W has been on this channel before. Wally, I don't know if you have headphones on. I can hear you a little bit. But let me just say that this is about to get crazy, y'all. So I got some people to add to this channel. I got everyone's talking. You guys are all talking. What the hell? Shut the fuck up. I'm trying to put you in the show. God damn it. So hang on 1 second, and I'm going to put you in the show. Put you in, coach. All right. Hold on. Going to put one person in the show now. He's looking pretty good. Wally, you look pretty good. Are you? Can I hear you? Can you hear me? I can hear you, Wally. You're good. I can hear you. You're 5x5, and I'm going to make sure. So, this is going to be good. Going to be a good show, and I got some good guests, and Wally W, a new two people that have never been on this show before. I'm very excited to add them both to the mix. And give me a minute. I'm just putting them in and getting them all situated. It's hard to do live. All right, everyone. Welcome tonight to Midnight Musings. We have Taylor Gonzalez and Wally W. Welcome to Midnight Musings. One of you I know, one of you I don't know. First of all, I'm going to start. Wally W., whenever you come to this channel, you got to tell us, where do you hail from, sir?
I am currently in the beautiful and melting Culver City, California.
You're local, Culver City, California, and in the center square, Taylor.
What up?
What up? Now, please explain to everyone, who are you and where do you come from?
I am a rando, and
you are a rando.
Rob met me at a dance class when I was teaching him how to twerk.
That is true, and I thought you were America's ass, and I'm like, if you can teach me how to twerk, my God, wouldn't that be great?
How's it going?
It's going good. It's good. Now, you were in Disneyland today, were you not?
Oh my God, it was so hot. I couldn't handle it. It was like 100 degrees out there.
All right, 100 degrees out there. Well, okay. Now, Mr. W in Culver City, you look like you have a collection of stuff behind you.
I do.
Now,
I do.
what is your collector's jam? What do you collect?
So a little bit of everything. I
Yep.
prefer pieces that are beautiful to display, but also touch. So I've got some Hot Toys, but nothing that I wouldn't want to literally pull down and grab and play with.
But I like that philosophy. I think that, oh, look at that. Now is that the Hot Toys version or is that the Sideshow version?
This is the Sideshow, the first one they did, where it was just the model, no articulation, no nothing. But I had to.
What?
Put my money
Wait, Taylor. What the hell is that? What, you're trying to pollute the stream with Jar Jar Binks? Hang on, let's go back to Mr. W here. So, for now, I like that idea. So you collect a myriad of things that you can touch, that you can both play with and also display.
Absolutely. People will come in and be like, "Oh my God, this place is amazing," but I would never want to bring kids here. And my thought is like, no, that they're toys. I wouldn't put anything up that I wouldn't want to like pull down and play with. If it's really expensive or like a statue or something really nice, it's higher. So like the Hot Toys are higher than the cheaper stuff. But
now that is an interesting collector's philosophy that we don't hear normally. I kind of like it. Taylor, what's your verdict on that?
Yeah, that's a great idea. I have 2 nieces that come over here, so all the expensive stuff is up high, out of reach.
But I like the idea that, look, I mean, I have to tell you, like, I have some when Eagle Moss went out of business, there were their XL Starships collection, like the Runabout, and I can't, like, since I got them, I have them within I always pick them up, and I'm always like, you and I see my face as the camera, so I'm always like, dun 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 dun.
Demonetized.
I know, right? But that's the thing. You want to play with your toys. I mean, I love that, and of course, Swag Props Cal from Swag Props, he made me Moon Knight. Like.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I swear to God, he's made me a lot of things. He's sent me. I've tried to move these around. I just, every time I'm like, I've shown them before, but look at this. Swag Props Cal.
Really cool.
If you go to Swag S''WAK Props, I mean, he makes this stuff. It's incredible. I mean, incredible. And I cannot stop playing with this. So I like that. I like the idea of toys, like not just display items, but we play with them. So how long have you collected toys?
I'm just about to turn 37, so 36 years.
Wow. Now, what is your jam? What is your favorite? What is your favorite toy?
Really behind me, I've got a really great NECA Goliath from Gargoyles.
Right. Oh.
All the stuff I have.
We were talking, Taylor, in the office today about a live-action Gargoyles movie.
Yeah, I need that.
I mean, isn't it interesting? Like, Gargoyles is one of the great animated properties that I don't know why it's seen as a lesser property. Would you go for? I mean, wouldn't that be great if they did with modern technology a live-action Gargoyles film?
Yeah, that would be great. Maybe we'll get that at D23.
They come out and announce that they bought out the Cats technology, and instead of cats, it's going to be gargoyles.
Oh god.
Oh man. I mean, and they would have buttholes.
Yeah.
As Aaron would say, or Chris would say. But
Stone by night, open butthole by night.
Yeah, I mean, it would be so you've collected your whole life. Now, Taylor, you're a collector.
Yeah, mainly of Shrek items.
Just Shrek, though.
Yeah, Shrek the Halls.
Oh, shit. But now when you say Shrek, what kind do you like? Figures? Do you like memorabilia?
I have to tell you what happened. So before Shrek was a meme, I was memeing Shrek, right? Like everyone would be like, "Oh, what's your favorite movie?" Or "Oh, what are you doing tonight?" And I'd be like, "Oh, binge watching all 4 Shrek movies, no bathroom break," stuff like that. And then,
what?
you know.
Do I?
And then every year for Christmas, for my birthday, everything, I would get a Shrek Funko, a Shrek kite, a Shrek painting, a Shrek pillow pet, everything you can think of. And so now it looks like I'm obsessed with Shrek.
You are.
Oh, yes, I am.
So?
Well, if you've been in my office lately, you will see there's a Shrek painting. There's 3 Shrek Funkos. Oh, and today I brought the Blockbuster exclusive glow-in-the-dark Operation Shrek board game for us to play during downtime.
Is there any downtime?
No.
Well, now, let me ask you this. Okay, so you love Shrek. You're a singular collector. Now, Mr. W, I would ask you, philosophically, as a collector, what is it? What are the things that attract you to collecting what you collect? What is it? Is it the how it represents the property that it's based on? Is it the actual accuracy? What is it that makes you want to buy something?
So it kind of comes in tiers. So there are certain things that I just like to collect all versions of. So there's about 1,500 different Grogus and Baby Groots and Donatellos in my house.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
But in terms of
very specific, do they have a connecting tissue between all of them?
Yeah, the connecting tissue is I have spent money on. But other than that, then there's some franchise stuff that just, like, to me, having a piece of that, it's expression, you know.
Yeah.
You know, I like to host people. I'm a decorative person. I like to like, my space is not just about me. It's almost the same way that I would think about wearing clothes. So for me, if I see an amazing piece that represents something that I'm super excited about, X-Men probably would be the number one thing I haven't said yet.
Right.
Star Trek, I'm a Deep Space Nine guy through and through.
Wait, hang on.
Oh,
dun, dun, dun,
Yeah.
dun,
so,
dun,
Rob,
dun.
can you do me a
Sorry.
favor though? When it goes by, can you open your mouth like the wormhole?
Oh yeah. There you go.
Demonetized.
It's brilliant.
That was so demonetized. By the way, I've often said I honestly believe that the 6th season of Deep Space Nine is the strongest season of the entire Berman era of Trek, from TNG, from 1987 to the end of Enterprise in 2005. The 6th season of Deep Space Nine consistently is, I think, the best season of modern Star Trek.
I think that's a very astute point. And I think the only reason why season 7, with its amazing 10-episode finale, doesn't eclipse it is because of what they did with Terry Farrell. I think if she was around, I think that season 7 might very well have eclipsed that with the finale.
I also have to say that I think what diminishes season 7 is they didn't have enough money to do some of the things they wanted, and also I really don't like where they took Dukat. You know, the whole Pare thing. I'm like, you know, it's a little. I can appreciate it, but it gets a little goofy. You know, the fire cave stuff. Whereas I think season 6, it's pretty hard hitting, and the war, the Pare thing, I think diminishes a little bit of what happened with the whole Dominion War, just a little bit. By the way, you're gonna like Picard season 3.
You've been teasing for so long, and I try to earmuffs every time you start talking about it, because I know I think I know exactly what you're alluding to. I just can't let my brain go there until I see it.
I hated Star Trek Picard seasons 1 and 2.
What?
I know.
And
And like, here's
I
what
love Discovery, and I hated Star Trek Picard season 2.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
a new Trek guy, and I thought Picard season 2 was
Okay, you're out. You're out of the family. You're out of the family, Mr. W. You're gone. No, I don't mean to diminish, you know, anyone's love of Star Trek. I don't. Here's the thing. Despite the fact that I hate Star Trek Discovery and Star Trek Picard, I understand that other people really like it, and it really depends when you come to the franchise. I mean, I'm an old man with one foot in his grave that grew up loving Star Trek since by the time I was 5, so I can't expect somebody to like a show that's fucking 56 years old, you know, from a different era. And I always want it to be like, the thing about Star Trek is it's always a gateway drug, and it will lead you back. And Star Trek stands on its own. I don't have to convince anyone to like Star Trek. When you find Star Trek, you will go back. You have 56 years of Star Trek to enjoy, and you will find things you like and things that you don't like. But what Star Trek does as a franchise is it makes you think. And it makes you ask yourself, what is it about the universe that we live in, and how do I relate to that universe? And ultimately, Star Trek will make you realize that the universe is a wondrous place, and you always have a place in it, no matter how vast it can be. And I think that's something that is, and I say this, I might rail on modern Star Trek, but ultimately the Star Trek franchise has that to say to people, is that we matter. And in the cosmic infinitude of the universe, there's only one of each of us, and we matter. And Star Trek ultimately will say that. So I might make fun of it, I might riff or diss or whatever, but ultimately anybody, I feel a kinship with anyone that loves any iteration of Star Trek.
Can I just say, you said something earlier today on it can't be a show today, maybe yesterday, I don't know, in the recent past, that Star Wars was what you dreamed about, but Star Trek was the future you wanted to live in.
Yes, I said that today.
The most beautiful sentiment, and perfectly encapsulates my personal perspective with these franchises. But I have to imagine that will resonate with so many more people, because that is literally like the dichotomy between the two. One is the fantasy, the hero play, you going around with sticks as a kid, and the other one is when you start to think about what science and physics and stuff can really truly mean and do, and both of them are solidly supportive of either of those sort of directions, so you can love both for different reasons. And I thought that was just a really succinct and beautiful way to put it.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, what's hard to explain to people is that Star Wars changed my life. I mean, it came out when I was 10, and there was nothing analogous to Star Wars. It didn't exist. And the thing that I tried to explain to most people is I saw Star Wars opening weekend, and sitting in that theater and seeing it for the first time was literally, you were watching something that didn't exist before in terms of entertainment and imagination. And as a science fiction kid, I mean, I would say that the only memories I have of being self-aware in terms of genre entertainment was when I was 5. And I started watching both Star Trek and The Twilight Zone on the same TV channel, and to a certain extent, Outer Limits. And interestingly enough, Outer Limits, Star Trek and Twilight Zone, I could understand. Outer Limits was a little bit above me, and it wasn't until I was maybe 8 that I started to get Outer Limits. But those are my 3 favorite shows as a kid. That's all I wanted to see. I wanted to see nothing else. I did like sitcoms like I Dream of Jeannie and Gilligan's Island and Partridge Family and Brady Bunch and My Three Sons and Leave It to Beaver, but they were not my jam. Mm-hmm. But Taylor, let me ask you this. I mean, you're a genre fan. What ignited your fandom?
That's a good question. I don't know. I've just always, well, I know what ignited it actually. It's sitting right here. Star Wars. I can't really tell if I'm holding it in frame.
Should you be showing that to us? What is that exactly? What am I looking at?
Well,
I'm just
demonetized that you're sharing that.
We've monetized demonetized. Oh, it's a water bottle. It's a water bottle. Yeah. Okay.
It was Star Wars, definitely. But then as I got older, I just realized horror was exactly my jam. So that's what I'm into now. It's just like all horror movies. Even if they suck, it's like still so fun for me to watch.
But let me ask you this: why horror? What is it about the horror genre that you dig?
I don't know. It's just so fun. Like, I feel like when you're watching a horror movie, you experience, being scared, or like your heart pounding or racing, or the suspense. Whereas like other genres of movies, you can enjoy them, but you don't get like that feeling that you get from horror.
No, I agree. As a matter of fact, RSO Media says, I want a future like Galaxy of Terror. Okay. All of you are asking, what is that? I want you all to go to YouTube right now and look up the trailer for the Roger Corman produced. James Cameron worked on this.
Ooh.
Look up the trailer for Galaxy of Terror. It is an Alien ripoff, but it is perhaps best known for Aaron Moran, who played Joni on Happy Days, is raped by a giant alien caterpillar in
We've
this
all been
movie.
there.
I know, right? All of you, look up the
That's where this
trailer
came
for
from.
Galaxy of Terror right now. Look up that trailer and come back and tell me it doesn't look good to you. Because it's actually really good. It's really weird. I mean, Ray Walston is in it.
Well, that was back when, like, independent features weren't just inherently like handheld DV little.
Oh, yeah.
Like the quality of film work that went into all the Roger Corman productions. There's a reason why he used to be the minor leagues of film, and we lost that a little bit. But that was 100% back in the day, where the work you would do on a Galaxy of Terror absolutely put you on a path to make the biggest, most important films in the future.
Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, James Cameron worked on Galaxy of Terror. He worked on Battle Beyond the Stars, and that led him to work as an effects guy on John Carpenter's Escape from New York. And everything he learned, he brought to bear on Piranha 2: The Spawning, which he got fired from. But by the way, if you look at Galaxy of Terror, the actual look of it, and you go to Terminator, it looks like they're in the same universe because the way the blue is, it's amazing. I mean, but you're absolutely right. What bothers me is growing up in the 70s and 80s, I'd go to a movie theater and see Phantasm. I saw Phantasm opening weekend. It's still one of my favorite horror films of all time. You know, and Don Coscarelli, it took him 3 years to make that movie, ultra low budget, but it has a verve and a wit, and the way it was done, I mean, it's so great. And then you get to those Corman movies, and whether it was Galaxy of Terror or Battle Beyond the Stars or Forbidden World, there was a lot of great stuff that went on. And going to the movies, these movies were made for the theater. Now we don't get any of that. The only films we get in the theater, you've got either A24 elevated horror, or you get $100 million budgeted B movies. It's kind of weird.
But you know what we are getting in a few days?
Barbarian.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about, I feel like I'm a shill for Barbarian because I know a producer on it. However, I did read the script for Barbarian about a year ago, and Taylor, you're the only person I know who saw it.
I know.
Now, you cannot spoil it because there are so many. Tell the world out there about Barbarian and why everyone should see it.
Well, the first thing you have to do is not watch another damn trailer for it, because I'm so scared that now that it's, within a week of being released, that they're going to reveal more of the movie to draw more people in. But the one thing I will say about the current trailer is it's literally just the first 20 minutes of the movie.
Right.
So everything you see in that trailer, you'll get through within sitting through 20 minutes of the film, and then all hell breaks loose after that. That movie is so fun.
Well, what's great about, even when I was reading the script, you think you know what you're seeing.
Right.
You think you know what's happening, and then that's not it at all.
Yeah.
And that was one of the joys. I mean, what was funny about that movie was actually shot in Bulgaria, where we shot our film The Hills Run Red. And I love the fact that depending on where, if you come into that movie every 30 minutes, you'd think you were seeing a different movie.
Different movie, yeah. That's so funny. You know what's funny about the Bulgaria thing is, so when I went, there was a panel with some of the cast, and the director was there. He was talking about, so they filmed the movie, and they did it like super like low budget, compared to other, Marvel, Star Wars. And he said after, they realized there was like this I forgot what it was, like a warehouse in the background, behind like the neighborhood that they had put together, and they left it in the film, and the director was freaking out, thinking it was going to ruin the film, like people were going to nitpick it and be like, oh my god, why is there a factory behind these houses? He said, so far not a single person has mentioned it, and I didn't notice it when I was watching the film. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary.
Right. I mean, well, as someone who's actually produced a movie that was made in Bulgaria, the thing about Bulgaria is the Russian language, it was actually a derivation of Bulgarian. And so when you go to Bulgaria, nothing in Bulgaria looks like the United States. Everything is in Cyrillic. The alphabet's completely different. So when you go to a gas station, it looks totally different. And for Hills Run Red, we had to create everything anew. The one thing we couldn't create is inside the gas pumps. You know, they have Cyrillic, like watching the things turn over, and so you couldn't get the camera that close. So it's pretty crazy. However, like for those of you who don't know, I produced a horror film called The Hills Run Red, which you can get the Blu-ray from Scream Factory. And if you get the Blu-ray, it's an 83-minute movie that has 10 hours of special features on the Blu-ray. It's the most self-indulgent Blu-ray ever, but which I'm damn proud of. Nominated for a Rondo Hatton Award for Best Special Features of the Year. But when we were doing it, everything about it was a chore, because if you watch the film, even in the characters' apartments, the things, the drawers that they store things in do not look like anything in America. Nothing. Even the movie theater they go to, everything is slightly off because we had to work. And in a way, I kind of like that, because when you're shooting there, it's. And by the way, the crews in Bulgaria, if you want to make a low budget movie and extend your dollar, the crews and the people in Bulgaria are incredible. The crews are incredible. The actors are incredible. Everyone in Bulgaria is so much fun to work with, and the weekend parties are out of control. So it's a great place to make a film.
That's cool.
Anyway,
another thing about Barbarian, this is not a spoiler, but someone in the audience asked where he came up with the name for the film, right? And you can watch the film and you can come to your own conclusion about, you know, who the Barbarian is or what the Barbarian is, right? But he said two things. One, that Barbarian is an anagram for Airbnb, which he did not know, and people were telling him he was a genius, and that blew my mind. And when he was talking, Barbarian was written, you know, on the screen behind him is being projected, and I was like, Airbnb, and I was like, oh shit, but he had no clue. So he had, you know, fans pointed out to him. And the second thing was, and I don't know if this is true or not, but the address of the Airbnb that's, you know, in the trailer for the film is the year that the Romans fell to the barbarians, I think is what he said. And so people were like, wow, that's so deep. Wow, that's so, you know, wow. Historians are going to love this. And then he's like, I had no clue. And then, so someone asked again, like, okay, so where did you come up with this title then? And he was like, well, I had to save this document with a title. So I wrote Barbarian and I just kept it. And I was busting up.
wow, that is very, that's amazing. You never know. I mean, and a lot of people think all this stuff is considered, or sometimes it's just a happy accident. By the way, Joey Johnson says, thanks for the stories on first breakups earlier. It helped. P.S. Gargoyles is such a phenomenal show. Great storytelling.
Yeah.
Gargoyles is great. Mr. W, tell us about Gargoyles. Why should people love it or watch it now?
What's great about Gargoyles and why it's a timeless show is it has universal storytelling DNA woven into what its specific story is. So having Shakespeare characters, ancient, you know, English and French mythic characters, having like the season they went on the world tour where they were Goliath and his daughter, and they all went to just different islands and stuff. So you would go to the Pacific Islands and see what gargoyles were to that. Like it had all of, like, storytelling was the core crux of of the North Star of that show. And I think that anytime you use storytelling and you respect it and you come at it from a reverent place, you're going to find you're building a timeless tale more often than not. And I think that's part of what really elevates it. Plus, it was beautifully animated and voiced by a literal who's who of the most important actors, not just voice actors, but actors of the 90s. And I think that was a big thing that elevates it as well. I mean, Keith David's voice, like I just watched The Nice Guys the other night, and I'm watching him be a cad, and I'm like, God, that Goliath sure got into some weird stuff when he retired. Like,
Keith David was great in John Carpenter's The Thing. Do you believe in all this voodoo bullshit, Blair? He's great. By the way, Tom Jr. Jackson, the man who coined the phrase of this channel, which is, we are all goof people. Tom Jr. Jackson says, we all have opinions and are all allowed to have them. Sure, we may not always agree with them, but the key is to respect those opinions. You don't have to agree, but you should respect them. It's great to see the gang back. Thanks, Rob. Sorry I couldn't find the Super Chats. I was worrying a bit. Yes, I made a mistake. Unfortunately, the Super Chats, I refreshed and I lost like 6 of them. So any of you, if I haven't read your Super Chat, please either slide into my DMs or send them to me via email, which you can find, or go to postgeeksingularity.com, the website. Send them to me. I will read them on the next channel or the next show. I feel terrible. I very much appreciate everyone's support on the channel, and we get great Super Chats and comments late night, but you can slide into my DMs on Twitter right now, send them to me, and I'll read them. So, and if you, of course, Super Chats are still open and all that, so, and tips as well, so you can do that. And by the way, you know what? I just realized our friend Darth Plato sent in a tip on the tip link. And Darth Plato, who's a big fan of him, he's been a fan of the channel for a long time. Darth Plato says, hey, Rob, how do you compare the Kirk interaction with Kalinda? Wow, this is wow. With Kalinda compared to Fairman and Altera in Forbidden Planet. Okay. Wow, this is what a great... Wait, hang on. Wait, let me go back. Okay, first of all, I didn't see... So for those of you who don't know, there's a second season Star Trek episode we were talking about called By Any Other Name. And the Enterprise is taken over by the Andromedans. They've souped up the engines, and they're going to take the Enterprise onto a 100-year journey to the Andromeda Galaxy. And Barbara Boucher plays Kalinda. And Kirk, there's Rojan. And what's really interesting is Darth Plato is the funny thing about what Darth Plato is asking is there's an actor that is in both that episode of Star Trek and the episode of Forbidden Planet. And so what Darth Plato is asking me to make an ethical comment. So in Kirk seduces an alien and a human seduces... Well, my whole thing is this. Everyone's fucking. And at the end of the day, what are the ethics and morals? You know what? Attraction is attraction. Do I feel bad? I mean, I want to ask... I mean, are you asking me about... My whole thing is this. People, we are physical beings. We are intellect that are housed by these physical bodies. And when our physical bodies are getting stimulated, our intellectual life is richer. That's all I can say. I don't know if that is the answer that you want to hear, but my whole thing is this. Life is better when you're fucking. That's I have no empirical evidence. I just know that's true. Darth Plato goes on to say, speaking of spoilers, I was in a Roman history class during the HBO run of the Rome series. The teacher mentioned that Caesar dies. Someone complained about spoilers.
Oh, God.
My God, Is that not a great indictment of the modern age? Kids, there's history. It's amazing. And there is so much history. It's available wherever you go on the internet. You can find out. And that history doesn't mean your Pornhub history. I mean, we're talking history, like real history, not just your browser history. History of who lived when and where. And it's very exciting. It's much more exciting than porn, I promise you. You delve into the history of the human race, it's amazing. It's great. You'll love it. Superhero Displays says, "Hail the Holy Trinity. I appear to have tuned into Midnight Musings Kama Sutra edition." Look, man, we're always thinking about fucking. It's not just, And by the way, the Kama Sutra is all about different positions and all that. I'm just about the coupling. I'm not going to get into the positions. That's the nitty-gritty. That's for you to decide. Is it just me, or is House of the Dragon so far so good? Well, let me ask you both. Do you like House of the Dragon?
I gotta say, well, actually, I did tell you this. I watched what I thought was the entire first season of Game of Thrones. And then my friend said, "Oh, how far did you get? Like, what's the last thing you saw?" And I was like, "Oh, when the little kid got pushed out the window." And he's like, "That's episode 1, season 1.
Yeah, dude.
I was like, "Oh, fuck." So I've only seen, I guess, 1 episode of Game of Thrones.
So you're an unreliable narrator. That's what you're saying.
Basically, I would say I'm liking the show, but I think a lot of the references are going over my head, like the different houses and when they name drop people, and I'm a little lost, but I'm really enjoying it.
You're like a guy that watched the first 5 minutes of Star Wars. You're like, well, didn't C-3PO and R2-D2 escape and everything was okay?
Would you believe I have the first season of Game of Thrones on physical media somewhere? Made it 1 episode in. I don't know what the hell. I thought I watched the whole season.
Wow, that's a problem, Taylor. I wouldn't even admit to that. I'm leaving you on the show live. I don't know why. Mr. W, what do you think about House of the Dragon?
I think House of the Dragon is a triumph. It's fantastic. It's
dude.
It's such a great feeling. Like this last week when they had the original theme song with the new title sequence.
Oh yeah.
As it started playing, and this is not hyperbole to say, I kind of welled up a little bit.
I am totally with you. And when you see the blood going through the streets of ancient Valeria, it was all, I was like, fuck yes.
It felt like I was watching season 5 again. Like because the quality of the show, with the first episode left me with such hope for where it was going, and then what was able to continue with quality into the second episode, it felt like I was back at that peak of it. And so I'm so impressed with what the showrunners and the writers and the cast and everyone was able to do, essentially just shake off a lot of the negativity and just focus on what they knew they can do well. And I think if you look back at the original Game of Thrones, the best parts of that show were when people were playing the game, but only about half of the characters were actively playing in Game of Thrones. Some were trying to destroy it, some didn't know and were naive, some were kids. In this show, everyone, the children are playing the game.
Oh, yeah. And no, it's great.
To me, that was just concentrated what I love about this universe, and so it's got me. I can't wait for every episode next.
By the way, Hitchcock is the GOAT. He says, I was one of the lost super chats. 90% of the time, I can't watch live due to my retail schedule. I sent a 4-part tip back on August 1st that I'm still waiting on to be read on a Robservations. You will get that this week. All the Robservations since have only covered super chats and not the stream elements. Looking forward to the next Robservations where you cover tips and not just super chats. Hitchcock is the GOAT. You will get that. And I know exactly what those are, and I have them. And don't you worry. I will make sure that you... By the way, you slid into my DMs. If I missed your super chats tonight, please slide in. Send them to me, and I will read them. Because
would you say that you want them to park their shuttlecraft in your shuttle bay?
Well, hang on. Here's the thing, Taylor. Let me just say... I can't want someone to do that because then I would be All I can say is they've already done it.
Oh, okay.
See, there's a
I was
difference.
talking about sliding into DMs. I was trying to
Yes,
make
I know, and I mean, if we're talking about docking and all that, I get a little uncomfortable. People are gonna say they're gonna cancel me if I'm like, I want your shuttlecraft to slide into my shuttle bay.
I'm gonna shut
That's
down
crossing a
YouTube
line. That's
for
crossing a
Monday.
line. If their shuttlecraft is already landed, and I say, clearly you and I park our shuttlecrafts in the same shuttle bay, that doesn't mean the shuttle bay is mine. It just means, yeah, it's
I think I've been saying it wrong.
You know what I mean? So like the shuttle bay belongs to Starfleet. We've just been parking our shuttlecrafts in the same shuttle bay. If I tell somebody I want them to park their shuttlecraft in my shuttle bay, then it's problematic. Then it gets a little. Then people are like, "What are you saying?"
Okay,
I'm like,
I've been saying it completely wrong.
yeah. So look, as much as I like people parking their shuttlecrafts in my shuttle bay, all good. That's not what I'm saying. It's Starfleet's shuttle bay.
Okay.
Starfleet shuttle bay. We all have shuttlecrafts that all come together. Starfleet provides the venue. We just show up.
And I think a really important thing, Taylor, as well, to understand is not everyone identifies as a shuttlecraft. Some people like to park their runabout in the docking ring, and you can't just assume that about people sight unseen.
Oh man.
Some people have a prejudice against shuttlecraft. They all want to be on capital ships. They only want to be on heavy cruisers, if you know what I'm saying. Like, if you're not on a Constitution class starship, I'm like, I don't even want to know you.
What about a double decker?
Yeah, well, don't even start with me about that. I mean, you know, some people, like, if you're not coming into my space dock, you know, I mean, I'm like, I'm sorry. You know, I could use anyway. This metaphor could be stretched out, and we can get in a lot of trouble.
That's what he said.
That's right.
Listen, if you want a double decker, you have to have a transporter accident with Commander Decker, and that's the only way that that's reasonable.
Wow.
And here I thought I was going to keep it rated G.
Not this show. I already talked enough about fucking that it can't be.
I was in line at In-N-Out busting up.
Yeah, terrible. You know.
Can I throw a quick thing at you, Rob?
Yes, you can throw whatever you want at me.
I just got
the real question is, can I catch it?
Oh no, I think you'll appreciate it. So I saw John Williams tonight on the Hollywood Bowl.
Nice.
Did you see John Campia there?
You know, of the 19,000 people.
No. I'm going there Sunday. I got to ask you, what did they play? What had you? First of all, had you seen John Williams there before?
It was my fourth time. Yeah.
Okay.
I used to go back when he was literally just composing. Now he's doing partial because he's older and David comes out with a lot of stuff. And
how did you feel about the playlist tonight?
It wasn't my absolute favorite, but everything about it was thrilling. And there were two things that he did that were in my top 5 moments in Hollywood Bowl ever. So like that's it highs in
Can you I mean, it's not like a spoiler alert.
I'm going to give you the gist without the specifics because I think the specifics is fun to discover as it happens. But one of the like unique things, because in every one of these shows he does something unique with like film to orchestra. Kind of, he brought in a Bugs Bunny tune, and they did live to music.
Wow.
That's crazy.
And it was beautiful and brilliant. And just to see that and to experience it live, and what's so great about it too is there's a directionality to live music. Like when the left part of the orchestra is playing or the right part of the orchestra, there's just a slight different feel, and you can kind of sense that.
Yeah, for sure.
The way that the Looney Tunes played with it, and this was obviously very music centric. Wasn't a merry melody, but it was a very music centric short, and it definitely played beautifully, and I had such a smile on my face. And then the other hint, the other high watermark, is first encore. He played new Indiana Jones music.
What?
No.
He played a new theme for a new character, and I won't say anything about it because he tells a delightful story about it, and I think that it's important for you to hear that and enjoy that in the moment.
Was it good?
Damn.
I could not tell you if it was good or bad because of the idea of listening to some of the last new John Williams music ever produced with him conducting it right in front of me was too big to be able to judge it.
Oh my God.
That is insane.
That's incredible. Come here.
Yeah. So like there's no like Steven Spielberg coming out to do a beautiful like, you know, E.T. like live to music kind of moment or anything like that he's done in the past. But there were a couple elements in there that I felt very honored to be there, and I can't wait for you to see it on Sunday and for you guys to talk about it next week. It was truly.
It's funny. I'm taking my friend Elizabeth can't go because she'll be out of town, and I'm taking one of my oldest friends in LA who's lived within walking distance of the Hollywood Bowl for 20 years and has never gone there.
That's crazy.
Crazy, right? Now, for me, my favorite, I've seen John Williams, I don't know, 5 or 6 times. My favorite moment, one of my favorite John Williams themes is the theme to 1941, the 1941 military march. And I was convinced that he would never play it, that it would never be played. And it starts out with a flute going da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. When that flute started to play, I lost my shit. I'm like, oh my God. Like I love the 1941 march, and I couldn't believe they played it. And that was, and what was funny was the rest of the audience doesn't know that march. And it was really weird to sit, like you said, in a theater full of 18,000 people. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like losing my shit. They played it. And no one else was into it. And, so cool, it was like when he played, when I was there, I think the same, I don't know if it was the same year, he played the theme to Sabrina. And which is a great piece of music. And of course, nobody knows it. You know, they don't. And it's just a funny thing. I mean, being a fan, that when you have a guy like John Williams has a gigantic career, and most people only know like some of my favorite scores. He did the score for Brian De Palma's The Fury, which is one he'll never play that, but god damn do I love that score. And I mean it's great. I'd love to hear it, but
he got into some Fiddler on the Roof too.
Oh wow,
place, which is really great. There's a violinist in the LA Phil who is just phenomenal, and you know she stole the moments she got to do that. And there's again a couple other surprises. I'm not going to give it all away because it's fun to experience the show as it happens. But I'm assuming this will happen at all 3 shows. But that violinist gets a moment to shine. And it starts with Fiddler on the Roof.
One of my dogs just unplugged one of my lights, so I'm looking all
I thought it was
moody
mood lighting.
No,
it's funny. It's funny you mentioned how much you love the 1942, which, by the way, I'm with you. I think that's that is some of the most fun march music because he does it with like a wink in terms of the tone of it, which is just so perfect for that movie. But I was sitting next to a guy. This is a random guy, and we chat because you know we're at this awesome event.
Yeah, why not?
And he was talking about how much he really wishes he played like some Jaws or some, you know, Indiana Jones, because like sometimes they'll just play this random stuff like 1942, and I'm just like, I want him to play. Can he play that? I request that of him. But it's funny that you mentioned that too, because I literally sat next to one of the people that probably audibly groaned or took a bathroom break when you know you saw that years back.
Oh man, I mean, here's what I find. I mean, John Williams has an amazing oeuvre of work, And the thing is, I understand John Williams is a singular talent that people only understood who he was when he did the score for Star Wars. And I get that. And then, I mean, Spielberg, he was people, maybe Jaws as well, but even the Jaws score is great. But that music, dun dun, that was. But the rest of the score is really great. Now, I would even say that John Williams' score for Jaws 2, like if he ever played the opening of Jaws 2, which is called the Orca, and you hear this harp going, broom, 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 I'd lose my shit. I'd be like, oh my God, he's never going to play that. But the score for Jaws 2 is fucking great. I mean, you could even make an argument that it's better than the score for Jaws 1.
Oh, wow.
But it doesn't have the iconic, but the rest of the music is great. But, everyone wants to hear that populist thing. They want him to play, like, did they play the theme to E.T.?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, because
Absolutely.
it is the 40th anniversary, and, it's...
Also, that is just, like, maybe his most perfect piece of just music.
Oh.
Like, I mean, a lot of the other stuff has a lot of really good value, but a lot of it is specific to the iconography of the movie that it's associated with. I think E.T. might be that, or maybe Schindler's List might be like the perfect pieces of music where it transcends the movie, and I think it gives everything it needs to give just with the music, but then when played with the movie, it's an elevated experience.
Yeah, I mean, but there's other John Williams scores like Empire of the Sun that I love, and Cadillac of the Sky, and he'll never play that because it's not populist. Dracula, John Badham's Dracula in '79, great fucking. That theme is fucking amazing. And
I want him to roll out some Lost in Space theme.
Oh well,
I would love to revel in that for a little while.
People like, but that was when he was Johnny Williams, and people don't. I mean, I don't begrudge anyone, but our culture doesn't. I started buying soundtrack albums at 10 because of Star Wars, and it was really interesting. By 1978, I was asking my grandmother. She was buying me the scores to Jaws 2 and Capricorn 1, which was Jerry Goldsmith, and she loved going to the record store and buy, just because my grandmother loved being able to buy me just things that were, she thought it was crazy, and she'd sit in my room and I'd play her like, Grandma, you got to listen to the theme of Capricorn 1, doom 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 doom. Bum, 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 bum. And I'm like, isn't this awesome? And my grandmother's like, yes. She had no idea, but she was just happy she bought me a record that I was enthused by. And for her, back then, a record's $3 or $4, and she buys me like, I remember when she bought me the soundtrack record to Jaws 2. And I was like, Grandma, this is amazing. The orca sank, and the first track is called The Orca, and there's harps, and these divers go in, and then the shark shows up. My grandmother's like, she had no fucking clue what I was saying. She just loved the fact that I was saying it.
I got to show you a soundtrack that I have. I think I showed you pictures of this.
Wow, this
thing is like, fucking
is that a
crazy.
Box set? What is that?
It is.
Look at that. Look at the wait. Show us. Hang on. Hold on.
Okay.
Show us the spine. The spine of that. Look at. No, the spine, the side. Yeah. Look at that. So it's a thick. Wow. Okay.
Thick with 2 C's.
Come on now. Now what's inside the box?
All right. So the first thing you get is this giant bloody.
Wow. Now is this from the first Screen movie?
This is all of them.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, this is crazy. Actually, you know what? I think it's all of them except for the one that came out last year, or this year. Last year. It comes with this giant bloody ghost face.
Wow. Now who put it? Did Mondo put this out?
Oh fuck! I don't remember who put it out. Do you remember? I don't remember. But the back of this has like all this like behind the scenes
Wow,
stuff.
that's amazing.
And it's crazy. And then my favorite thing about it, so they're all labeled based on which film it is. So here's the first one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, is that on colored vinyl or is it just regular vinyl?
Dude, this is the best part. It is a blood red.
Wow.
Isn't that so cool?
Yeah, that's really cool.
Very careful. But
wow.
put it there.
So, and that's heavy gauge vinyl too. I bet that's really thick.
Yeah, thick with 2 C's.
Yeah. Come stop
Yeah.
now.
But it is so cool. I haven't listened to it yet because I've just been staring at it because it's so beautiful.
Now, are those just the scores, or does that also include the music, like Red Right Hand?
I think because there's so many. You know what? It might just be the score.
Yeah,
I thought it
I
was
think
both.
No, it's probably just a score because if it was both, they'd have to pay more money.
Yeah, it's 4 discs. Both are double-sided, but I think it is just a score.
It's a great. At least the first 2 Scream movies have great scores. I think.
Yeah.
The third and fourth are pretty unmemorable, but
Yeah.
the
it's just so
first
cool.
the first one is fantastic, and the second one has got some really good sort of broadening of some of the themes. So it's a great listen. That's such a great set.
By the way, our moderator S Beam is he can't stay up anymore. He's going to bed. S Beam, I understand. I get it. So there you go. I love the fact that we have like Nude HD XYZ best adult dating site. Don't people understand that nerd channels are the last people that you should solicit dating sites for? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Well, gents, I'm gonna shift you out and get one more group of people in.
All right. Well, thank you for having me on. That was really fun.
Taylor, it's good to see you, and Mr.
Yeah.
W.
Thank you very much. And just real quick before I head out, you probably, I'm much more commonly known as my username, John Wallbacker, which you've had a hard time saying a few times with some super chats. And
Yes, I have.
In the past.
I apologize. That's you? God
yes,
damn it.
me. And Taylor, let's figure out that secret Chapek game. And I'm actually, real talk, Rob, I do want to hit you up in a non-public video environment because I have a really interesting idea for some licensed YouTube content around special features, specifically with the studios. I work in YouTube and I work with a lot of channels, and I've worked with the studios in the past. And I think that there's some interesting ideas around basically a movie clips type channel for the libraries of special feature content. In all companies.
The boxes of special features that I have that no one's ever seen, all my interviews. I mean, yes, I think that's... Look, to be honest, I'll throw this out there. When we were doing the special features for Lord of the Rings, we shot hundreds of hours of interviews. And I said, if you watch the special features on Fellowship and Two Towers and Return of the King, it represents about 10 hours total. Like, I interviewed the greensman who created Fangorn Forest and watched over it. It was a 4-hour interview. On the documentary, it's maybe 2 minutes. I even said for Lord of the Rings only, you could have a subscription service, and you could spend years putting up everything we did and monetize it. Lately, the Kino Lorber is putting out Usual Suspects. I did those special features. I produced them, and I have the only master tapes. So I think they probably took them from the DVD. And I reached out to people. I said, I got the master tapes. You can have them. No one called me back. But anything to do with special features, Warner Brothers is dumping their the only reason it pisses me off is because it was always work for hire. We would deliver it. I mean, I spent years of my life creating special features, and a lot of them are languishing away. And by the way, I never gave my tapes back. I never gave them back. They're like, please return the tapes. I'm like, okay. No, I don't. I have every interview I've ever done. I was
running YouTube strategy for MGM's YouTube channel for a year.
Well,
and we were trying to get their we tried to get away from just clips and trailers into special features. And there's a quagmire there on the studio level, and all it requires is someone passionately expressing to them why it will make them money. So that's a different conversation, not for a live show.
No, but I will say this. I mean, when I did Usual Suspects, MGM said, they loved it so much, like, what do you want to do again? I said, I want 2 movies. I wanted Valley Girl, and I wanted To Live and Die in L.A. And Bud Smith, who edited To Live and Die in L.A., he had already done a documentary, but they gave me Valley Girl. And I worked with MGM's Greg Carson and Dave Parker, and we did the special features. That Scream Factory, a couple years back, they resurrected all of our special features, and they hired Greg Carson to come back and do modern special features. And, I mean, we spent a long time. The Usual Suspects, I had to deliver those special features. They were due on September 11th, 2001. And I had stayed up all night. So back then, all of our special features are in the Avid, and I am laying back to tape because you had to deliver videotape. So I had to deliver 3 tapes of the special features with titles, and 3 tapes that were called textless, so you could deliver them in foreign countries. So I had to make 6 copies of these tapes, and each tape was 90 minutes. So I would lay back. I'd hit the button. They'd lay back to the tape. I'd get up every 90 minutes and slip in the tapes. And then I get up at like 5 in the morning, and I'm looking outside, and my edit bay was on 3rd and Beverly, and there's a Circuit City or whatever there. And all of the workers that were renovating are standing outside staring at the TV. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? So I walk out there, and they're all looking, and I'm looking at a bank of TVs, and I see the first tower, the first Trade Center smoking. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I kept going back and forth, and I watched the second tower get hit live as I'm laying back my Usual Suspects special features, the last tapes. And I've never been more scared in my life than I was on that day. I was married. I went home to my wife. I'm like, are we being attacked? Is it going to go nuclear? What the fuck is going on? I just wanted to deliver my special features to MGM because they were the first special features I produced myself under my own umbrella. Carrie David and I. And it was fucking crazy. And that was 21 years ago. And now those special features are being re-released by Kino Lorber on Blu-ray. By God. It's all good.
That needs to be back in the day where you could point the cursor over to a secret spot and there was an Easter egg. You need to that needs to be on a disc where you could tell that story.
Well, it's funny because that particular disc, it was a flipper, and they had a hole. You had to hit buttons, and there was a whole thing to go into the special. It was ridiculous. I hated it, but they did it, and there was a whole. It's crazy. Yes, they should tell that story. The Abyss DVD. What a nightmare. Beautiful, but a nightmare. But anyway, boys and girls, I'm going to let you guys go. Gentlemen, kind sirs, Taylor, Mr.
I'll
W.
See you Monday.
You will see me Monday. It's great
Rob,
to have you.
I'll slide my runabout into your docking ring on Twitter and keep talking about.
Wow, I barely know you. It's all good. That's what makes it exciting. You never know whose shuttlecraft is sliding into your docking bay. You're just like, everyone's different. All you have to do is be aware and be like, okay. But yes, please do that, and we will talk further. And I'm really excited now about Hearing Indiana Jones 5 music.
Ugh, so
Wow.
jealous. Have fun.
Yeah, gents.
Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, you know what?
How to get into the stream? Oh, are we still here?
You're back. You're still back. I know.
Wait, Rob.
You have to go. You can't
Pleasure, man.
you can't stay. You can't stay.
Bye.
I'll see you later. Oh, Michael Elliott. Wait, why? Oh, hang on. Let me come back. Let me disconnect and come back. Hang on. Haha, my man. It's good to see. Can you hear me? Well, maybe not. I don't know. Yes. Oh, yes, I can. And I'm going to bring you back. I'm going to bring you back. Hang on. Let's see what we got going on here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what a show. What a show. We're going to continue on. Hang on. I'm going to bring back an old friend, Mr. Michael Elliott. Let me edit the shot and put him into the show. Put me in, coach. Hang on. Taylor, while you're gone, I'm going to add Michael Elliott to the show. This will be fun. Wow, you have such graphics now. It's amazing. Oh, okay. Hang on a second now. I might want to. All right. Well. Okay. Well, hang on. Let me just. I'll do that. I'm gonna give you a full screen. I'm gonna bring Michael Elliott on. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please welcome Michael Elliott to Midnight Musings. Look at that display. Kiss Destroyer? Wow. I mean, come on, Michael. My God, look at this. Look at this. I mean, we can't hear you playing, but wow.
Oh no, I didn't. Expect
Now let me ask: are these the McFarlane toys?
No, this is actually a company called AXN, and these are 5-inch figures.
Wow. I mean,
Yeah.
what? And do they make that actual stage display?
No, I created the diorama myself.
Wow.
Actually, I just picked up Peter Criss this morning, so I am so stoked that I was able to finally complete it. I was waiting for Peter Criss. I had gotten Gene and Ace last year, and they dropped Paul and Chris just recently. I got Paul about 3 weeks ago, and then this morning I was in Walmart and there was Peter. I was like, yes.
Wow. I mean, that's a great display.
I wish Dave Parker were here but this goes out to Dave as well.
Out to Dave Parker. You know, I mean, the Dynasty tour was the very first rock concert I ever went to in '79.
Okay.
But
Well, it was
I mean-
actually the first band I ever saw live.
yeah, that was me. I saw him in the Seattle Center. It's called the Key Arena. I don't know what it's called now, but I mean, my dad insured Concerts West, so he'd get me free tickets, and that was my first rock concert. Was Kiss on the Dynasty tour.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun to participate.
That's an amazing display, man.
Thank you. And I'm running out of room because I've got things like this everywhere. So, right over.
I love the exploding, the fire behind them. It's so cool.
Well,
Now-
they have fireworks in their show, so I thought, yeah. And at first I was going to get silver, but I'm glad I got red because it gave more contrast.
Yeah, of course. No, of course. Now let me ask you this: the background with the Kiss logo, did that come with a figure, or did you make that?
No, that's actually a box set case that I propped up in the back.
Oh, it's great. I mean,
Yeah.
it really, really cool.
Yeah. And then I'll soon be lighting the base from underneath because there are holes in the base and light will come up through it. So I'm going to have it'll be lit from under. It'll be cool.
I love that. That's amazing.
Thanks. Yeah,
Really, really
I
cool.
love Kiss. But,
Well, me too.
Earlier you were talking about this. So I thought I'd bring
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. An actual real life book from planet Earth,
I mean,
But, yeah.
amazing. And now that's when did that get published? That's old school.
Oh, gee whiz. I think, let's see here. Pages are nice and yellow. I love it. Oh, God. Can you read, gee whiz. They got the copyright in. I don't even know if my finger is getting to it. Can you see that?
Well, yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm thinking, well, table of contents, we can't see.
Wait a minute.
Gotta scooch it over. Go further. Yeah, there you go.
Gee whiz.
Oh, wow. Now I can see it. I can't tell what it is.
Yeah. It's in the MXXXXXXLL numbers and stuff, so I don't even know. But it's I don't know where else it would say it. It doesn't say it anywhere on the spine or anywhere else, which is weird, But
By the way,
anyway.
John Wildbacker says, thanks for the chat, Rob. It was a ton of fun. Hopefully it yielded a good conversation. I'll hang back and enjoy the rest of the stream. Is that Peter Sellers? Are you showing me a picture of Peter Sellers?
I
Look at
don't
that.
know. This is the art inside the book, though. So
Wow,
that's
that is totally Peter Sellers. Come on.
Oh, it could very well be.
Totally.
And it says here underneath the bottom, only Philby does not mock him. So yeah, it's very cool, man. I mean, you don't see this kind of stuff anymore.
No. And by the way, we should. It's too bad we don't.
Yeah, so in the apartment building that I live in, everybody just swaps books right in the laundry room. There's just books piled up, and you can grab any ones you want. So I got this one. That was very cool. So yeah, so Rob, it's really good to see you again, man. It's been a while.
I know. It's good to see you, too.
Yeah.
By the way, Tom Jr. Jackson, I think, is going to join us. Although I can hear me, but I can't see him. Tom. But let me ask you this. Well, I mean, let me ask you this, because you're here. How are things going?
Sir.
How's life?
Things are going very well. I had some financial issues that had slowed down the process of getting some things done, but very much still working on getting out my prints, my toy photography prints. So I'm up on Instagram to do that, and I'll be soon.
What is your Instagram feed? Where can people find you?
It's Elliot Media. Elliot Media _arts. Elliot Media _arts. And then Elliot is spelled with 2 L's and 2 T's.
Nice. I mean, it's good to see you again. I mean, obviously, when I was doing my midnight shows and all that, I want to get back to what I was doing earlier because I miss everybody.
Yeah, I've been missing you too. I've been trying to actually get sleep. I lack it a lot, and I really do need to get more. I wish my schedule would allow me to stay up late nights, but I just can't do it as often as I'd like to.
Right. I mean, me neither.
Well, of course, you're doing triple duty, but yeah. Quickly though, before we move on, how does one send anything physical to you?
Well, if you want to send something, like, because I know you, I will give you my actual address. Just
Well,
send.
I didn't know if you had a post office box. Or,
I do, but it's in Iowa with Mike Bodden. But nowadays, I want people to send stuff to me directly so I can get it and because when people show me stuff, I want to open it on a camera and all that. By the way, my friend Zevius, I don't know why I can't see him, but
somebody's echoing. I think he's echoing.
Yeah, he's echoing. Come on board, sir. But yeah, I will send you. Just send me in DMs. I'll send you my address or whatever.
No
but now let me ask you this. Since I have you here, how do you feel about the state of action figures? I mean, obviously, we're all the highfalutin 6 scale. You've never been 6 scale. You've always been 1/12 scale or something else. And you've always been looking for... I've always appreciated your passion for what you found. How do you feel about figures today?
Well, now, just a slight correction. I am in the 6 scale community. I do have the...
of course.
Blade Runner. But, yes, I primarily like 6 and 7 McFarlane as well because... Of course, I'm a toy photographer, and
Yeah. But you're not one of us snobs. They're like, I don't collect anything but 6 scale. You've always been looking for some bargains, and look what you've done here with this display. I mean,
dude, I've got Present Toys Indie soon to come. I can't wait. I am so fired up.
Dude, I gotta say, the Present Toys shit is dope. As a matter of fact, I don't know if I can show it to you. I don't think can you see it? You can't. Well, I have a Present Toys Michael Corleone that's right over here. By the way, I mean, today I haven't even opened it up. This is my 6 scale band. I got Prince. I got Jimi Hendrix. I got Bob Marley and David Bowie today, which I have not opened up and I have not added to my band, but they're going in there. And I can't wait. By God.
That's going to look very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. I think I'm going to expand on this a little further now that I have them set up on the stage. It's funny because a lot of the figures that I have in different dioramas, Marvel is the only one that's kind of scattered in that I have a lot of figures that aren't dedicated to something. So they're going to be the audience. I'm going to have, when I finish this diorama, I'm going to have them be the audience around Kiss.
I love that the Marvel figures are going to be there watching Kiss.
Yes.
The most powerful human beings in the world still are in the audience. They're part of the Kiss army.
They're metal. They're
baby. Fucking metal, yeah. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, man. So, okay. So you asked me about the state of figures.
Yeah.
Well, this transcends all the levels. It's absolutely atrocious, the expense. They're way too expensive right now. And sure, I can understand things like inflation. For a time, we had this bottleneck of import and exporting from around the world. I understand all of that. But things kind of sort of eased up a bit. But it doesn't seem like the toy manufacturers are easing up on the prices. So there are some things I decided that I'm just not going to participate in. One, I've really cut down on my Marvel Legends because if I can't see what I'm purchasing, I understand, okay, less plastic and it's good for the earth, but there is biodegradable plastic, so don't play that with me.
So wait a minute, wait, hang on, back up. So
yes.
let me try and explain this. Are there is there something you can't get anymore? Is it a production issue? What's the deal?
Hasbro has elected to just put the Marvel Legends in all cardboard. There's no plastic. You can't see the figure.
Oh, so there's no clear open box. So you don't know what you're buying. Why do you think they did that? That's not cool.
Well, they did because they wanted to be more earth conscious and less plastic. But once again, there is biodegradable. See, I don't think they want to pay for that. But
No.
bottom line is, okay, if you're going to take the windows away from the box, you got to have better quality control. You know, your paint applications better be better. The other problem is the prices are still going up.
Right.
And then Marvel Legends has the fewest accessories of any manufacturer that I think I know of. I mean, even the Kiss figures come with more accessories than Marvel. It's crazy. And so if you're going to continue to escalate on the price, and now I can't see the figure, I'm not buying Marvel Legends.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, wow.
Now, some people might say, well, you know, there's been toys in the past that were boxed up and you couldn't see them. Well, listen, I don't think I bought those. I don't know. If I did, I was younger and didn't care. But the way prices are going up now, I don't trust some of these manufacturers to not so much put the right figure in the box, but just get paint applications sometimes, or a joint or something could be offline or short. I don't need that agitation, so I'm not going to deal with it. McFarlane seems not to care. He's coming out with mega figures where practically all the box is more plastic than cardboard. Not that that's better. I'm not saying it is, but at least he's giving you like all kinds of options to see what you're getting.
Right.
And,
right.
Yeah. And it's
no, it is. I mean, it's so funny because as consumers, we're very discerning. Even the people that are buying action figures, you know, we all want it to be what we want and make it good. But I mean, I love what you've done here. Now I'm going to bring on our friend Donnie. So we got Michael Elliott and we got Donnie, our favorite Canadian stoner. Can I call you stoner?
Well, wait, let me light up, and then you can call me a stoner.
Well, okay. Now Donnie is a Hot Toys collector. Donnie has a great. So Michael.
No, but I want to jump on this topic with Hasbro.
Okay.
Oh,
please.
Okay.
It's. I totally agree with. Sorry, what's everybody's name?
Michael Elliott.
Michael Elliott. I've seen you on the show many times. I'm glad to be with you. It's nice to meet you.
Oh, hey! I got quite a lag here. What's going on, dude? Good, pleasure to see you.
Cheers. So yeah, this. Well, Rob, you've seen this Hasbro Legend bullshit where there's no window. It's a box.
Yes. Well, actually, I hadn't, and Michael brought it to my attention, and clearly, I mean, you're obviously, Donnie, you're a collector as well. You have actually a great collection of Hot Toys. I didn't know that you collect 12 scale as well, Legends.
Oh yeah, I collect all kinds of shit. McFarlane, Legends, Hot Toys, Mezcos, blah blah. But
so tell us.
To agree with Mike, no, this is absolute bullshit. But I feel the plastic window, getting rid of that for plastic overuse is a cop-out.
Right. Well, okay, but will it prevent you from buying figures?
Yes, it is. I'm not going to buy a figure that I don't know what I'm getting.
Wow. So you and Michael are simpatico on this.
But if Hasbro's like, oh, we're reducing our plastic consumption, blah blah, we're going to get rid of the windows. It's like, half of those Legends end up in a landfill anyways. So what do you care about plastic waste anyways? So
I like the Eternals. I like the Eternals movie more than most people did.
But
those figures hung in the stores for over a year, and they're still hanging in stores.
No, exactly. You're exactly yes. And then let's say it's a great Spider-Man figure, right? But you see the window and the paint is off. No one's going to get that figure. That's going to stay on shelves. So Hasbro, they're doing like a business way. It's like, you don't know what you're going to get. You're just going to buy it anyways. So we don't have to worry about shit staying on the shelf. Because you're not going to see what you're going to get. You know, you can't.
Right.
You can't. It's not like a pair of shoes. You can't try them on before you walk out of the store. You don't know what you're getting.
Yep.
So, but
Well-
I'm not buying a Marvel Legend when I can't see what I'm getting. So I boycott that shit.
Well, I mean, hang on a second. Like,
By the way, Michael, I love your Kiss diorama. It's fucking awesome.
but now let me ask both of you. I mean, first of all, Michael, I'll throw it to you first. Don't you think, like, I would think that a company that's making these figures would know that their consumer base, the people that buy these figures, want to see them before they buy them. That's the whole point of having the Black Series boxes or whatever. And then suddenly they decide to obscure the very product. You're not buying a box, you're buying the figure. And they choose to obscure the figure. That seems to me death. Like, what corporate decision making, who thought that was a good idea?
And it
sounds like a Bob Chapek or something.
Well, so hang on, Michael.
Star Wars will be doing it as well. So, yeah,
but
Star Wars is going to be doing that line as well.
But that seems to me completely counterintuitive. I mean, again, it's not. This is, by the way, in a nutshell, exactly why movies are the way they are. Like, someone says, we're going to save money by getting rid of the clear plastic front of these boxes, not understanding the entire point is that consumers buy our figures because they can see them. That's
they also put the slant on. They say, and we're want to be more eco-conscious. Rob, the average collector, it's going to have an impact, no doubt. It's going to have an impact, but the toy companies live and die on completionists. There are folks out there that they're going to continue to buy them regardless. Completionists are what they live on.
Well, okay.
Until they see a dramatic, hitting the bottom line, that's what basically.
Look, that would be.
What they're kind of levying.
But here's what I would say: kids today are not buying figures. I mean, the secret of the action figure market is that it's all adult collectors now. That's why the 6 scale, the Black Series exists. Kids don't give a fuck. They're playing video games and Instagram, whatever the fuck they're doing.
When was the last time you saw a group of kids with like a whole bunch of figures playing in the backyard?
Never.
Exactly.
They don't do it because they can go fly a photorealistic Millennium Falcon in Star Wars Battlefront 2 and strafe the Empire. I mean, no, look, it's a whole different thing. I get it. And for me too, I mean, action figures were my toy of choice. Now I live in a world that Hot Toys exists, and I'm like, my God, this is the realization of a childhood dream, and incredible. But here's the thing. Thank God. I mean, Mezco, the 1/12th, whatever. I mean, I've got like the Warriors box set and Diabolic.
How many Mezcos have you not opened?
All of mine. The only Mezco I opened was Diabolic. It's in my office and the John Campea show.
Dude,
I haven't opened any.
Give me those Warriors if you're not going to open them.
Oh no, God, dude! Damn. No, you can't have those. No. And by the way, here's the thing: that Warrior set is so awesome, and it comes in this tin box. And my whole thing is the Warriors is my jam. I mean, I love.
And you haven't opened the box yet.
No. No. And
come on, you got to.
I'm looking at it right over here. But here's the thing. This place that I live in right now, I will never move again. I now live in a house, that I own, and I will never leave. And I'm slowly but surely getting through all the stuff I've never opened. And here's the thing, and collectors be damned. I am opening shit and throwing the boxes away.
Oh yeah, me too,
Blasphemy.
bro.
Blasphemy.
Me too.
I know.
Uh,
It can all
I mean,
fucking
except for
go.
some specifics. Yeah, some specific
Yeah.
ones I have held on to.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm like,
Wait,
I'm
you're not.
now. Go ahead.
Would you
what?
throw out your Mezco box?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. I look. Here's the thing.
You could throw out a Mattel or a Hasbro.
The reason that
card
I
figure.
won't, the reason I won't throw out the Warrior box is because it's metal. It's a metal tin. It's awesome. Four figures. But here's where I'm at right now. I am not going to resell these figures, ever.
Yep.
And I have no room to keep them. And I'm looking around. I mean, basically where I'm at right now is I'm in the geography. I'm gonna make a video soon, but I am in a 2-car garage with a side workroom over here. And,
You're in a glass case of emotion.
Well, I mean, I've got like, it's so funny. Someone said these are my IKEA bookshelves I've had forever, but I have like 15 IKEA bookshelves that surround me. You're only looking at 4 of them. Wait, 1, 2, yeah, 4 of them. There's 17 of them in this room, and they all my physical media and all that. I realized all these boxes and everything, the Hot Toys things. If the boxes are cool, I'll keep them. I mean, you can't. It's hard to see, but if you like look, hang on. So, on one side, I haven't finished. So here's the roof. These are like, actually, there's a figure, but that's just only because I'm moving them. There are figures that are going to go all the way around. I mean, there is so much stuff that is in flux in here. And at the end of the day, I realize if I have to sell them, I failed as a human being. I know people are going to be like, "Oh my God, you can't." I'm keeping the boxes as decoration if they're cool. But at the end of the day, I'm opening. My philosophy is, I am opening everything I own. I've saved it for years. Why? If I don't open it, if I don't love it, it goes. It's gone. I'll sell it. I don't care.
Rob, open up the Warriors right now.
All right.
Do it.
All right.
Live action.
Hold on. You got to give me a moment. I have to go get it. You want me to open it up? I'll do it. I will do it for you, Donnie.
Do it.
Okay, I gotta get. So I leave, Michael. I'm gonna give you the lead, Mr. Elliott. You take this. Give me a couple of minutes. All right.
All right.
Don't do anything that'll get me canceled.
You're not getting canceled. You open up the Warriors. See, when you twist someone's arm, look what gets done.
Yeah.
But it is sad though, hearing those figures in the box. Come on.
We can't hear you, buddy.
You're on mute. Mikey, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but Rob's talking. I can't hear him.
Oh no, he walked away from Mike.
Okay, then I got a terrible lag, man. I don't know why it's so long. Okay, you were saying, I'm sorry.
Mike, you got a figure that you've yet to open?
No, it's absolutely ridiculous to me because I never got into collecting figures to resell them, so it doesn't even matter to me. I got into it because of I love the childhood feeling that it gives me because I haven't grown up since I was 12 anyway, so
No,
I still feel like I'm.
I hear you. I'm 30, but I hear you.
So I collect for the therapy of it. It's satisfying. I can't get enough of building dioramas. It's ridiculous because I don't have room for any more, but I keep building them. And then I go, well, maybe I can break this one down. But now I'm getting better at building them. So I'm going, I don't want to break you down. So room is beginning to be a challenge, but it's a challenge that I welcome and I love. I mean, I love doing this, man. It is
Well, like
just
look at your McFarlane Kiss diorama. It was simple. You took some star
well. That's
sparklers.
yeah, but that's not
Like,
McFarlane. This is a company called AXN.
oh, that's not like the 2000 early 2000 McFarlane Kiss set.
No, no,
Uh,
these just came out within this year. As a matter of fact, they dropped Paul and Peter just
uh,
recently. I picked up Peter this morning, so I
okay.
was able to complete. Yeah, I had the diorama all done, and I'm going. My God, I got to get Peter. I went to Walmart, and boom, there he was. So it was awesome.
So,
Oh,
Awesome.
I thought you had a bag of Funyuns.
no, I'm giving my dog some popcorn because they always want treats.
So that
All right, Bobby. Let's see your live reaction. Come on now.
All right. Okay, hang on.
I
Go ahead, Michael.
I actually watched that movie within the last 3 months.
Oh, it's
Wait, wait, Michael, for the first time?
No. I just
okay.
what I do sometimes on Saturdays for my sometimes I'll do Saturday a meal and a movie, and a lot of times I like to watch 70s flicks. So a few months ago, Warriors was my Saturday night movie.
Okay, well,
I love the Warriors. But who did the score for that?
Barry Dvorzan. Barry Dvorzan, who did the score for V, The Final Battle. So, for those, Donnie, here is my Warriors box set, which still has the cellophane on it. Just saying.
Get that shrink wrap on.
Why don't you give the folks at home, explain what this is?
This is Mezco's pièce de résistance, 112 Mezcos. We got 2 Warriors, and we got, what are they called?
The baseball Furies, yeah.
The Furies, yeah.
Oh, you got the Furies, yes.
And then, we get the main guy. I forget his name.
Swan and Ajax.
The one that gets handcuffed to
that's
the bench.
Ajax, played by James Remar.
Yeah, the guy in Fast and the Furious, that cop.
Yeah.
Not a good end.
So I have to say, here's my problem, and I'm going to show you what the problem is with this. So, I don't collect 1/12 scale figures. However, Mezco 1/12, they put out movie figures. I like figures from movies. If no one was doing them 6 scale, like they did things like Diabolic, they did Ash from Evil Dead or Army of Darkness or whatever.
What's his name from Clockwork Orange?
Yeah, Alex, I have that. I have that as well.
Yeah.
1/12 scale, so 6-inch figures. This, because I love the Warriors, this is a metal box, a metal tin box. I have to say that this cover is from excuse me, the director's cut. Yeah, the DVD cover.
That's the movie cover. Yeah.
So I had to get it. So let me go full frame on this, and I will pontificate as I do this. So here it is. I will take this off. Oh yeah, well, so there you go. Now listen to this. Dude, this is metal. It's metal. So you open it up, and here's why, Donnie. Here's why I can't take these. I can't do this live on. You'll see. So I've opened it up. So here are the actual Warriors, and if you can see, because it's 12 scale, there's many accessories. They're all wrapped up. I mean, this is a nightmare to open. I mean, hands, bat. Now, so check this out. I mean, there's so much shit in this box. So you open. No, dude, I won't lose anything because I can't crack it open. So this is the first layer, right? The second layer. No. The second layer are the baseball furies. Look at that. I mean, come on. And the problem is there's so many accessories in here. The figures are great, and by the way, and I think I've owned this for like 4 years. There's so much stuff in here. It's like if you open this up, I don't even know. There and by the way, let me just take this out, right? Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, not only that, there is a third level with the stands, the Baseball Fury stands. I know, right? So there's so many accessories in here, and I get it, I know, but I can't just in a drunken evening open up this tin. No. Do not publicly shame me. Come on now. Thank God you understand that, Donnie, and no one has been drunker or higher on this channel than you. And to hear you have such a cogent understanding, that's why I love you so much. So I give it up to you, and I thank you for not shaming me, because I can't. And by the way, oh, go ahead. Sorry. Oh yeah, but well, no, you can look. I mean, you know what? That is not a bad idea, not a bad idea, and but here's the thing. I fucking now I've got to like wash it off. I have to say I mean, this box is a metal. I mean, this is a metal tin, man. This itself. Oh, I want to say three years ago? Something like that? Oh, yeah, totally. I mean... Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm a huge fan. I mean, I love these. And by the way, the Mezco 6-scale figures and also the Mafex figures. I mean, here's the thing. I as much as I like 6-scale stuff, I mean, I can appreciate what 12-scale figures have done. I mean, there's incredible stuff. And by the way, you know, I had to buy the Warriors figures because I love the Warriors. The Danger Diabolic figure, the Clockwork Orange figure. I've got the Moon Knight exclusive figure. I was thinking that I was going to delve into 1/12 and get all the X-Men. Nightmare. Can't do it. Can't do it. Wouldn't be prude.
Mezco, many say it is the definitive Wolverine you should get. So if you decide to go that route, and it's a crap load of accessories, unbelievable.
I got him coming soon.
Now, Donnie, are you still collecting 6-scale?
No, I've actually dabbled more into the Mezcos.
Wow. Okay. Well, they're great figures.
Because for like quite a few reasons. One, Mezco is making the IPs and characters that I want.
Right.
Hot Toys is just making whatever just came out yesterday, like whatever TV show, movie, blah blah.
Well, they're only doing Marvel and Star Wars. They've completely abandoned everything else.
Yeah, like old IPs and blah, you know.
Yeah, I have another 6-scale that I'm looking at. Hopefully getting that to before the end of the year. And it's nothing that Hot Toys would ever do. But,
like, there are some Hot Toys I'd like to get. Like, I want to get Carnage. I want to get the Green Goblin, Doc Ock. But that's like that. That's like the Sam Raimi days, like back in the day.
I got that
I know
third-party Doc Ock that's over there. Have you seen that?
Yeah, my buddy has one. I like it. I dig it.
It's
But
good.
just, I'll get Hot Toys. I don't know if.
Yeah, but that'll be 2 years from now.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just like, I don't like pre-ordering or putting money down for something that's going to take 2 years. I could be dead tomorrow. I want to buy something now. I don't want to wait.
I agree. I feel the same way. I mean, if I want it in my collection, anyway, I don't want to die. Well, gentlemen.
No, you won't die. You're going to live a long time, Rob.
Yeah, because
Because
I'll pickle my body with alcohol. It'll be fine.
No, you're going to be like John Williams, man.
Well, I think that creatively, I'll tell you what's really interesting. Since you brought it up, I'll be very honest with you guys. I'm old.
Go ahead.
I'm old, and here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing about growing old. Because I never became a parent. I was married, but we never had kids. So
you look like you've had like 7 kids the way you look. I'm just kidding.
Well,
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Well, so the here's the thing. So basically, I am literally an arrested adolescent. And all the stuff that I love, my mother says is my 83-year-old mother. I talk to her every week. I'm like, I call her up, and she's like, I don't understand. Like, all the things that you loved when you were a little boy, you still love now. It's all the same. You didn't change at all. And I'm like, I would be like, but I said to my mom, but I said to her, I go, yeah, the world caught up with me. Like, I was the one leading the way. The Post-Geek singularity, comic books and Star Wars and Star Trek are driving entertainment on every level. I was at the ground level of all of that. My mother doesn't get that. I mean, she's like, but are you ever going to grow up? And I'm like, Mom, I did grow up. And all of the things I love, they finally caught up with me. And, I try to explain it to her. And it's an interesting time that we live in where we have an embarrassment of riches. I mean, whether it's Lord of the Rings or Star Wars or Star Trek or Marvel, my God. Did anyone ever think we would be here today? I never did.
I'm glad. Or go ahead, Mike.
If I can get this in real quickly, Sandman ruled. I love that series,
dude.
Out there.
The Sandman.
Thanks for the recommendation, man. I dug the hell out of it.
Here is my the absolute edition, the first version of the Sandman. I mean, it's my favorite comic series of all time, and the first season has adapted 18 issues of the comic. I cannot believe how good that adaptation is. I would dare say it's one of the greatest comic adaptations of all time in terms of retaining the meaning and the feeling of all of it. And it's incredible. It's incredible.
Like, regardless of what name of comic illustrator, DC, Marvel, blah, blah, this is the best.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of... Yeah, go ahead, Michael. I'm sorry.
The guy, is it Tom Sutridge?
Yeah, Tom Sutridge, yeah.
I love his cool demeanor, man. I mean, he's just, I really, really, really enjoyed it.
Oh, it's an incredible adaptation, and I cannot believe I've read so many Sandman scripts over the last 30 years, and they're actually doing an issue-by-issue adaptation, which I couldn't believe. And by the end of season 1, the 11 episodes represent 18 issues of the comic, which I can't. There's only 75 issues of the comic plus specials and spin-offs or whatever, but there's only 75 issues. And this went a long way toward doing, if it goes 4 seasons, we might see the entire series adapted, which I never thought I would see in my lifetime.
Well, there were certain episodes where I went, now I see why Rob really likes this, because there's some very horrific stuff going on in there.
Yes, but the
Whoa.
thing about the Sandman is, it makes no judgment about human behavior. Humanity can be both horrific and beautiful at the same time. And what I love about certainly the anthology issues of Sandman, you episode 6 when you meet Death, the sound of her wings, and then Hobgadling, and like when you see the Jewish violin player, and Death takes Dream with her, and he takes his life, and he says, "Can I say a few words?" And she goes, "Yes." And he says the Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu, and he says, I always knew if I had to die, I had to say that to go to the next place. And he takes Death's hand and walks off. I thought that was brilliantly done. It was beautifully done.
Rob, quick question. Sandman is like a DC property that is not connected to the Batman, Superman universe. It's a separate DC property?
No. Okay, here's the thing. The original Sandman the comics were connected to the DC universe. Now, It was a very interesting deal because the Sandman was also creator-owned. So when issue 8 of the Sandman, called The Sound of Her Wings, that was episode 6 of the TV series, was where Neil Gaiman's creator-owned stuff was kicked in. So what they have done in the series is pretty much get rid of the DC connection, because in the first, in this episode 7 through 10, the Doll's House storyline, you have Wonder Woman and Steve Trevor's daughter, Lyda Hall. They had to get rid of all of that, and the characters are still there, but the DC connections have been scrubbed. Like Dr. Destiny, John D in the comics. So David Thewlis's character in the 24/7, the diner episode 5, that was actually a Justice League villain in the original comic. And what they did was they turned him, they stripped that out. So so Dr. Destiny is no longer Dr. Destiny, it's just John D. And so all the first 7 issues of Sandman were called Preludes and Nocturnes, and a lot of them were all full of DC connections. They stripped all of that out, and they kept the storylines, but they just stripped out the DC nature of it all. So
yeah, I did some research on it. I never read it, when I was younger and collecting, but I did some research on it, and I did find out that Batman, Superman, other DC characters have shown up in the Sandman universe in the past. I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, all of that has been stripped away, which I think is a good thing, because they're not. When I would tell people to read the Sandman, I always had to apologize for the first 7 issues, because I would say you're not gonna understand a lot of this because it's steeped in DC mythology. But what they did was they retained the Sandman mythology, like of John D. and Lucifer Morningstar and all of that other stuff. They just took the DC bits of it out, but all the rest of it stayed. It's an incredible adaptation of the comic. It's so well done. Love it.
Besides Sandman, Watchmen, Constantine, is there any other separate DC properties not connected to the universe?
Oh, there's a lot. You just mentioned vertical titles. The Invisibles. I can't get it, but it's right there.
Anyway, that's the one thing I like about DC comics, is not everything is connected.
No, I mean they've got if you want to read
Marvel, like Marvel, everything ties in, blah blah. But I like how DC has separate IPs or whatever characters that do not connect to the DCU or universe in the comics. I don't mean movies.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, and you know, there's a lot of I look at all this stuff, but what's funny about Sandman, the series, there's still a lot of DC connections, like Cain and Abel. Like DC doesn't have a copyright on Cain and Abel because they're biblical characters, but Cain and Abel in the DC universe have the House of Secrets and the House of Mystery, and they're brothers. So Neil Gaiman can get away with using them because DC didn't own them in the first place. So there's a lot of shenanigans going on, but good in a good way.
Yeah.
So
what's
listen.
That favorite?
Oh, go ahead.
What's that goofy restaurant with all the shit on it you like?
Wait, the goofy restaurant with all the shit on it?
Shenanigans.
Oh, yes.
Super
Sorry,
Troopers.
Donnie.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, I you know.
I was late.
It was, but listen, gentlemen, I must go to bed.
You must go.
So before I go, Michael, first of all, give me, like, in terms of we're talking figures and all that, where are you at right now? How are things with you?
Things are going great, and within the next 3 weeks, Rob, this event is happening.
Now, what is that? Explain it to the folks at home. What is that event?
Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get it. Can you see it, Rob?
It's a little. I can see tick front 242. Wow. Okay. Wow. All right.
Yes.
All right. Wow. That's not exactly what I would have thought you would go to, but all right. Most excellent.
They are probably my favorite electronic industrial band ever.
Wow.
Ever. And I am super. I can't tell you how stoked I am to go see them. It's been 20 years since I've seen them. I've seen them twice. They are amazing.
Is it still the original lineup?
Amazing. Yes.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Wait, you're going to see Electric. Sorry, who are you going to see?
Front 242.
Front 2.
Oh, sorry, I do not know those band. That band.
Well,
They're awesome.
They're awesome. They really are.
Fantastic.
Is there an iconic song that I maybe heard?
Headhunter.
Yeah, just look that up. You'll hear it. It's,
all right, I'll like. Bobby wants to go to bed.
No, it's all. Yeah. So Donnie, I mean, I ask you, what's going on? What's happening?
Just living life. I'm gonna keep it short, just like my life, you know.
Oh, come on now.
No, I'm excited. I'm gonna go see Jaws in 3D IMAX.
Oh, dude, I cannot wait. I cannot wait. I need to do that as well.
Not Jaws 3.
No.
Yeah.
Jaws, which opened this weekend, 3D IMAX, celebrating. Amazing.
Oh man, one of my favorite movies.
So great.
Like I would say in my top 5 at least, or not top 10.
So good.
Oh, I can't wait to be in the screen when they're on the boat and it's dark and they're telling their war stories. I can't wait. I'm so excited. I'm pumped.
See that? Mary Ellen Moffat. Yeah. She broke my heart. I know. Show me the way to go home. I'm tired and I want to go to bed. I can't wait.
When are you going to see it?
I think I'm going to go tomorrow. Because I'm seeing John Williams on Sunday, and tomorrow I need to go see it.
Shit, I might. John Williams is going to Chicago in quite a few months. I might make the trip down. It's about an 8-hour drive or whatever. And that's the closest he's coming to the East Coast.
Well, yeah, you got to go. This might be his last live show. Well,
Yeah.
first of all, Michael, I love that you're going to see Front 242. I love it.
Oh, man, can't wait.
And don't cover this up. This is like the breast of a dog to scrub for the customer. It's not sexy. It's animal. Beverly Hills Cop, just so you know. That's what I was doing. I can't believe Beverly Hills Cop 4, or pardon me, Beverly Hills Cop Axel Foley is shooting. Crazy.
Is that what they're calling it?
That's what they're calling it. I mean, if Top Gun Maverick can make
right.
money.
Yo, Eddie Murphy needs to come back and do stand-up, not movies.
Well, I mean, I do. What's
gonna
my
happen.
name? I mean, Dolomite is my name. I love that.
That was great.
It was great.
That was great.
So good.
Well, just before the you know what, Eddie Murphy was kind of prepping himself to possibly come back. But I think, after a couple of years and things going on, and particularly with a lot of the, social network stuff going on, I think he probably decided, maybe I better not. I think maybe he should leave well enough alone.
Could be.
No, I think
Continue to
he's
do
got-
movies. I think it should continue to do movies, but maybe he might want to leave stand-up.
No, I think he has some golden notes that he has stashed away, ready. I wouldn't be surprised the special comes on with Eddie.
By the way, Donald Reyes says, I just watched Ron Howard's 13 Lives. That was an intense movie. I teared up at the end. You know what? I got to say, man, Donald, you're not wrong. That movie was incredible. Really incredible. I love 13 Lives. If you haven't seen it, it's about the in Thailand when they rescued the 13 people, the coach and the 12 members of the soccer team in the caves. Amazing. And I was clenched up. I mean, it was like, it's really, really good. John Weilbecker says, it's not, this is interesting. He says, maybe I read this before. It's not arrested development to mature into someone who likes the things they liked in their youth. Holding on to fantasy as an adult opens the mind to the endless possibilities of youth's imagination. I have to say, I am with you 100% on that. I mean, my entire life, and I think a lot of us, the reason I call this whole channel the Post-Geek Singularity is because it's all about, like, retaining your sense of wonder. Your sense of wonder as a child. I mean, we now live in a world where our sense of wonder has been monetized by corporations. And I'm not one of these people going, God damn them. I love corporations. They make possible.
You're not screaming at clouds?
I know. As much as people, God damn it, they send me that fucking picture from The Simpsons. I'm like, really? I'm like, really? You can't do better than that? But, God bless you if you want to send me that meme. But here's the thing. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Continue, Rob.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, we live in a wondrous time. It's not perfect. And it's completely navel-gazing. But we have the James Webb Telescope, 1 million miles from Earth. The most sophisticated, technologically advanced telescope known to man. That has only been fully operational for weeks. And yet, it is taking pictures of the universe in a way we've never seen before. And we who are look, we can't help but be involved in our little tiny lives here on Earth. Sometimes, if we could just look up and know that the James Webb Telescope is showing us the infinitude of the universe the way we've never seen it before, that's worth something.
And
it's
always I heard, and I hope it's true, but rumor has it that they will be launching Michelle Nichols, not her. Hold on a second. I know. Major Roddenberry, Gene Roddenberry, and I believe James Doohan's ashes will be going into space.
Yes, and also Dorothy Duder, who is Doug Dreckler's wife. I mean, who also worked on Star Trek. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's awesome.
And by the way,
Wow.
we are moments away, if I know, from the Artemis launch, unless they've scrubbed it.
Shit.
So, but listen,
One
Michael.
last thing, and you can go to bed, Bobby. 2001: Space Odyssey. All the monkeys looking at the monolith, right? The black square.
Yeah.
We're here today. I have a phone in my hand.
Oh, okay.
What is this? This is our monolith. It's black. Like, to them, it's a black blank screen, a cube, but it's everything. This is our monolith.
Donnie, you're not wrong. The problem is the monolith, but the monolith in 2001 made you evolve. You know, you touched it and you got ideas that transcended I would say that our phones are our Black Mirror. Go into the Black Mirror series.
It's de-evolving us.
It's true.
We're doomed.
No, it's all good.
But
Gentlemen.
last thing, Rudy, favorite line ever. Talking about toys and collectibles. But it's like, having dreams makes life tolerable.
I mean, I would say having dreams is exactly what humanity is supposed to do. You know?
It helps make life tolerable. Like, all your dreams won't come true, but if you have dreams, that helps you get through life.
Yes. I mean, the dreams won't make life tolerable, but more bearable.
Exactly.
Michael, Donnie, I would say goodnight to you. Thank you both for being here. Always a pleasure. I love the Kiss diorama. Thanks, so amazing. And
Park
Donnie,
your shuttlecraft in my shuttle bay anytime.
Wow, I don't even know what to say to that. But yes, sir. And I want to thank everybody. And by the way, for those people whose super chats I didn't read, I'm now obsessed with reading them. I will find them. I will find you. So
Can I
thanks.
end with a plug, Rob, real quick?
Yeah, please. Michael, plug away.
You can find me every Monday, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on S-Beam's live stream every Monday at 5:30.
Nice.
And you can find go to S-Beam. You'll find his channel, and the name of his show is The Collector's Figure.
Donnie, where can people find you?
I don't advertise my social media, but I got a YouTube channel with my buddy. We talk about comics, toys, and all kinds of bullshit at SWC Live.
Nice. I love that. Well, gentlemen, thank you for being here. I want to thank, first of all, everyone who supports this channel via super chats and tips. I want to thank, first of all, Lael Rockwell and I want to thank Michael Elliott. I want to thank Donnie, or just Donnie. Thank you for being here.
Donnie. Donnie is really Canadian. Donnie.
You like Donnie? Hey, Donnie. I love that.
Hey.
I want to thank Tom Jr. Jackson and my moderators for being awesome. And if I didn't read your super chats, I fucked up. Send them to me. I will read them later today. And thank you to all of you for supporting this channel. Hang on. I think I've got, things stopped, but anyway. Thank you all so much, and I will see you soon. Good day, gentlemen.
Peace and love.